prendidos en la cámara de Peláez. Dos micrófonos en la cámara de Peláez. Los dos micrófonos prendidos en la cámara de Peláez. Los dos micrófonos prendidos en la cámara de Peláez. Aló, aló. Ya, hola, hola, sí, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Bula, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world-renowned wave of Cloudbreak. We've had 2 incredible days of SUP surfing, and today we are starting with the racing. I am Philip Muller with you here for this webcast, joined by Drew Muren.
Hey, how you doing, Philip? So excited to be here today. We kicked the week off with some amazing SUP surfing racing action. Now today is going to be a little bit of a crossover, as the athletes are going to have to not only race in stand-up paddleboard fashion, but they're going to have to implement some of their surfing capabilities. So we're going to see a little crossover action here. As you're looking out right now, Philip, the conditions, sum it up for us.
Pretty glass. The day is not as hot yet. Sun has just risen. So, but still, we know that later on we've got lots of heats today. We've got 12 heats of this technical course that is 3 kilometers long. We saw the technical meeting yesterday with Barrett Tester and Kelly French, so the technical director and the beach marshal.
Now we're looking at the lineup right there. Like Philip was saying, our beach master and race director, both from the state of California in the U.S., both have a lot of experience setting up these technical races. Barrett and Kelly were instrumental in creating the whole Battle of the Paddle racing series. So they know how to set a course. And Philip, like they were talking about last night, buoy positioning is crucial when setting up this kind of race on a reef break such as Cloudbreak.
Yes, so this is a technical course. It consists of 4 buoys. They have to do 3 laps. Now they are sitting at the starting line. They are being positioned. Obviously, they are seeded. The best seeded competitors will be in the middle. So the program for today, we're going to have first the 2 semi-finals from the men's prone technical race. After that, we will have 2 heats. We're going to start with stand-up paddle racing technical for the women's. After that, we've got obviously more men. So we will have 4 qualifying series for the men in the technical SUP. After that, we will be going towards the final. Right now, the race has just started.
Let's talk about this. Heat number 1 on the water right now. You've seen him jump off the line there. And like Philip was saying, in this heat, the past gold medalist, Jack Bark from the United States.
That's right, from California, representing Team USA. So Matt Poole from Australia, Hunter Pfluger from Hawaii, Scott Cowdery from New Zealand, Brandon Ribic from South Africa, David Buil from Spain, Sebastian Rios from Peru, Jeremy Camgrand from France, Maximiliano Preschi from Argentina, Keiji Ochiai from Japan, and Rob Kavchik from Canada.
And out in front right there, like you say, has a nice lineup of the field there. Everybody's starting to spread out towards that first left-hand buoy turn. So there'll be approximately 4 buoy turns in this race right there. There's a nice shot backlit there. Matt Poole, Jack Bark, both charging hard right off the line here.
So as you can see, the Fijian Islands there behind. Thank you for our presenting sponsor, Tourism Fiji. And you can see this is a beautiful morning starting here at the 2016 ISA Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We've got boats following the competitors. There's been clear instructions to not create wake during the races.
And that's a very, very good point, because if those boats add a little bit of wake there, that will help the competitors and actually give an edge. So there's been a lot of restrictions to even personal watercraft being on this course right now. As you're seeing our prone paddleboarders there, sort of taking a little break here. These heats should stay somewhere between 18 and 20 minutes in duration. So you're seeing them start to spread out, stretch out towards that first buoy turn. And as soon as they hit that first buoy turn, we'll see who's going to take first, second, third. That'll kind of summarize what's going to be happening in the course of this race there, Philip.
Yeah, so this is the big difference between the long distance race and the technical. Is going to be turning around those buoys, finding the right position, trying to be most on the inside, and being able to go fast out of that pack. We're going to see a few scuffles like that during the day. Obviously, also, there's a possibility after the third buoy, there will be almost in the lineup of Cloudbreak, and then we can see some big surprises. Sometimes you may be in the lead, and then you've got a pack of 3 or 4 paddlers behind you that just catch you up on a wave.
And that's the exciting part. That's what it's all about here in the technical racing, is being able to catch that wave, read the ocean, and give you a little bit of an edge there. As there's Jack Bark and Matt Poole from Australia battling it out right there in front. As they go into that first buoy turn, now they're going to drop down in a swim-type fashion. That's Matt Poole out in front with the Red Bull hat on backwards. From Australia, this guy is no joke. He competes in the Ironman surfing competition in Australia. He took first place at the Pacific Paddle Games in California. He stands about 6 foot, 5 inches tall. He's just an all-around stud, Philip.
That's right. We've got some serious paddlers there. For people that are recently joining the sport of stand-up paddle, you might wonder what is this. This is the prone paddleboard, one of the original sports. It's very popular in Australia, where it's originated. Often one of the favorite countries. One of the big disappointments is that we've got the 4-time gold medalist Jordan Mercer from Australia. She should have been coming here trying to get back that gold medal on the team standings from USA. And a few weeks before the event, she had an accident, and so she won't be here. And she's the athlete on the ISA that's got the most medals ever, gold medals.
Winningest member of the ISA will not be competing due to an ankle injury. Those women's heats coming up next, but these guys are, oh, look at that, crashes into the barrel. That was Matt Poole putting that what board is he on there? I think he's riding like a Kraken board there. Put that Kraken board right on that yellow buoy, knocking it out of the way, and now he starts to stretch his lead by 2 or 3 board lengths over second place, and we're trying to figure out who that is, as those athletes now going down towards that break of Cloudbreak. This is where it can start to get interesting, Philip.
Yeah, so as you can see, the course is almost like a M. They've just been past that second buoy. The third buoy is what it's called the reef buoy. That's the one that's just on the reef at the furthest spot above the lineup. And then from then we could see some cool wave riding.
There's a good look at Matt Poole right there. He knows waves. He knows how to read the ocean. 2014 Molokai champion as he's stretching it out 2 or 3 board lengths. Remember, this is just a semi-final here. So we're going to take, the top 4 out of this range. I think it's the top 4. Well, no, top 8 will advance. So, yes, 2 heats, top 4 out of each heat will advance there, as you're seeing all the athletes start gliding in here towards that break of Cloudbreak.
That's right. Here comes the reef buoy. So still in first position there for Australia. And there you can see right behind where's the break of Cloudbreak and the tower. There's the main boat where everything is happening. We also want to say a big hello. Will be joining us Dan Gavere and Jody Nelson with the interviews from the boat after each race. So stay tuned.
Yeah, Jody and both Dan out on the course right now. They're going to give us an update from the athletes. And now we're seeing a lot of speed carried in there as they're starting to catch those runners going into that yellow buoy. 5 minutes into this contest so far. In our first heat, we're kicking things off here from the lovely country of Fiji. The people everybody here in Fiji. Been so gracious. But things looking really nice there. And in this heat is the past gold medalist, and we're trying to figure out where he's at. Jack Bark from the United States, the 22-year-old.
I do believe it's him in... No.
Jack Bark riding aboard his dad, Joe Bark, shaped, residing in California, two-time Molokai champion. As you start to see the break coming off that cloud break there, looking nice, looking beautiful there. Not really playing much of a factor, though, in this contest thus far, Philip.
Yeah, we're going to see how it develops. Also, with the tide, the wave will shift alongside the reef. We're going to see how it develops in the day. Right now, they're at 6 minutes. So remember, this is 3 laps before heading towards the finish line, which is the start line that you saw at the beginning. That's the same. And then, so they have to go round 3 times. So there they are, recently finishing the first lap after 6 minutes. That's exactly what we saw yesterday in the technical meeting. The top paddlers should be finishing this 3-kilometer course in more or less 18 minutes.
3 kilometers is nothing. 3 kilometers is nothing to these athletes. They're used to paddling channels. So they're going to make quick work of this right now as you start to see them slow down in this first lap there.
Yeah, it's what you could call a sprint. And then we will have tomorrow more of the technical racing. And on Friday, we're going to see the long distance race. Tomorrow and the following days. We've got 2 days of the long distance. First the women, then the men. And they're going to have to do 18 kilometers here between the Fijian Islands.
That's a long ways.
Yeah, especially with the heat here. But they're ready, I think. And the views are going to be beautiful.
Views are going to be gorgeous for a lot of these paddlers. As there they go around that left-hand shoulder buoy there, now making their way out. 3 laps, 3 kilometers, 7 minutes. So we're seeing pretty good lap times here, Philip. Not too shabby. 7-minute laps, which is probably right on par.
That's right. So finishing the first lap is 3 or 4 of the competitors are already in their second lap. Also, the competitors will have a maximum of 30 minutes to complete the course for the slowest persons. Otherwise, you will have a did not finish, DNF.
That's not a good thing.
No, exactly. But I think they should be okay mostly.
They should definitely be okay as they're making quick work of this. Conditions actually pretty favorable. You see a big old wad of prone paddleboarders going around that left-hand shoulder turn, going real wide there, taking that one a little bit wide there, Philip.
Yeah, there between the 2 competitors, blocking the access there to that red board. As we see the media boat following, also the drone. Remember, at isaworlds.com, the official website of this event, you can see the highlights of the previous days. Yesterday was a lay day. There's lots of drone footage. You can see that beautiful reef here at Cloudbreak. Also at isaworlds.com, on the live tab, beneath the live transmission, you might be watching it on one of our media partners, you can send messages directly to iPads in the booth. We will try to read your messages, your shout-outs to your folks in the water. So please be free to send your messages in.
There's another good look right there at Matt Poole from Australia. Big, strong, lengthy guy. Stretching his lead even further. Now remember, this just a semifinal heat. What are these athletes thinking in the semifinals? Just getting in the top 4 to move on to that final. So, I mean, that final is going to come quicker than they think.
Yeah, that's right. So here's the top 8. So 2, 4... We've got 11 competitors. Only 3 are getting out of competition. That's you just don't want to be on the bubble. Being 7th or 8th position, you can have surprises. But yeah, basically it's just, there's not so much point because they will be having the final in the afternoon with 16 finalists. And that's when you want to give it your 100% or 110% to try to get that gold medal. Right now, the objective is to be in the top 8, obviously. And without straining yourself.
Right. So they could be saving themselves a little bit. So you see Matt Poole paddling away from us right there. Also just saw a quick shot of Hunter Pfluger from Hawaii. Youngster, only 18 years of age. First in the Hawaiian Championship. This kid, no joke. Watch for him definitely to be in that top 8. Also, who else would you think are going to be in that top 8? Scott Cowdrey for sure from New Zealand. He's another one to look for. Brandon Ribbink, he competed in the SUP surfing event just a few days ago, or a couple of days ago.
Getting some excellent scores in the 8 and 9 point range. And we saw him really surfing well. And we'll go back over this because we've got some teams that are complete. Some teams, are 1 people. India has got 2 competitors. We'll be seeing detailing more out the teams, but some of them have to repeat certain jobs, and obviously they're more tired. Some teams, like we saw Michael Booth yesterday for Australia, he only comes for the long distance. It's other paddlers that will be doing the technical race today.
It's a very good point. Some of the athletes competing in all the events, which is a long, long week here at the ISAs in Fiji. Philip Mueller, Drew with a U, calling it live for you here at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. We're in the middle of the second lap here of the prone paddleboarder men's technical racing. And I'll tell you what, Fiji's been absolutely fantastic to us, Philip. They've treated us with open arms here. I rode out on the boat, as did you, with the Fiji travel people, the folks that actually brought us here, that represent the country of Fiji. And they're so excited to have this ISA event here. He's like, what do you guys think? It's the first time. It's really been fun. It's exciting, And I mean, they're just as fired up as we are to be here. And I know all the athletes have said nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, and the Fijian people are incredible. I mean, the reception yesterday during the lay day, we went downtown, and Bula everywhere, and just huge smiles. So Bula, for you who've just joined us, Bula is hello in Fijian.
Bula bula.
Yeah, you hear that everywhere. Everybody will say hello to you. So 11 minutes while we're trying to finish, almost coming the leaders towards the end of that second lap. So they're going to enter in that last lap, and coming out of that fourth buoy, instead of going back left, they go straight towards the finishing line.
Yeah, water start, water finish. Very unique start and finish for these type of races there, as there's an up-close look. We're trying to grab his bib number 26, is it? 109? I think that's Maximiliano Prensky from Argentina. Hard to tell with the backlit light there. But these paddlers stretching out, as there is the man of the hour right there, Pat Poole. Boy, this guy putting on a show for us here today at the ISAs.
That's right, and Maxi Prensky from Argentina, I know that guy. He's an excellent surfer, really. And here you see him passing to the paddleboard and making the trip up to here. I guess he's getting some good free surf sessions on the side, but trying to rake up some points for Team Argentina. Remember, this is not only an individual affair, obviously trying to get those gold medals or get in a final, but also the team standings. We've been over it in the previous days. I mean, you've got that pressure that even if you lose, you can beat yourself up, but I think some of them feel more that responsibility towards the team.
Very much so. Very much team-oriented. The independent aspect has kind of gone away, as there's a shot of Matt Poole from Australia making his way in right now. Like you were saying, Maxi, though, a surfer. I've actually seen him stand-up surf his prone board online before. He posted some shots of that, so very exciting.
So 12 minutes and 59 seconds already in this first race of the day. This is the third day of competition here at the ISA Fiji World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
Let's take a look at what happened last year. Last year in Sayulita, you look at the medal podium here. You had Jack Bark on top with a gold medal. He's still in this competition. He's on the water right now. Lecce Lansdowne from Australia, he's in the next heat coming up. He got the silver medal.
That's right.
But then the bronze medalist and the other bronze medalist are both not competing this year. But we got two big athletes coming one out of New Zealand, Nick Malcolm. He'll be up in the next heat. He's one to watch out for, did really well in Santa Monica. And Matt Poole, who's basically won everything in the world on the water right now. So those are huge additions to the men's prone paddleboarding series here for Fiji, the ISA 2015.
That's right. So as we're seeing, they already entered the last lap of this first race of the day. As you said, we're getting Lucky Lansdowne, Lockwood Arms also for the United States. I want also to show Luis Escudero from Peru. He's a young paddler from Peru, and he's done his name. He's got a few results in international races. He should be very good. We're going to see, and then also we've got Godfrey Eaton from Fiji. He will be representing the local talent.
Go Fiji, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Gotta cheer for the locals. They're keeping us fed.
After that, we're going to have the women's SUP technical, and I want to point out Arieta Lalabalavu.
Oh, we're going to be talking a lot about Arieta. Huge story behind her. That's coming up. You don't want to miss it, so keep it tuned right here to isaworlds.com. Don't go anywhere, as we got some exciting men's prone and stand-up technical racing still to come. There's all of our support boats out there. There's Jack Bark right there on the Barkboard from California. As Jack making his way out there, rider number 101, and just to his outside there in the white race jersey, that is paddler 106, I believe. Is that David Bull from Spain?
Could be.
On his right-hand side there. We'll have to double check there as they start paddling away from us right there at 15 minutes, 7 seconds.
That's it. So leading that race right now. No, on the screen. Obviously, he's already got someone in front. We're also getting messages on the message board. message from Trevor from Australia. All 4 of the Aussies and Kiwis all raced the Australian Surf Life Saving short course race, which has 200 plus in one single race, 16 at a time, eliminating down to a final 16. They know how to race each to finals.
That's good information.
That's right.
Thank you for your note there.
So all out from Ireland. Best of luck to our Team Ireland SUP paddlers in Heat 1 and 2 today from all at Dublin Bay SUP Club. So watching from all over the world. Hey guys, any chance we will get to see the Heat details to the right of the live feed? We're going to see. Thanks for the awesome commentary over the comp so far from Nikki Reitman from Canada. She's been following us.
Nikki, love you, Nikki.
All day.
Hugs and kisses. XOXO.
That's right.
There's Matt Poole. Look at Matt Poole there. Nice look.
Focused.
Yeah, look at how focused he is. Nice and centered on that prone board. He sort of gets up there. Watch him go into this turn. He'll drop down, sort of pull the water back a little bit on that crack. It's turning that thing. Nice turn by Matt. Now he's down in kind of the swim position there. Matt looking over his shoulder there. Red Bull athlete. Just all-around stud in Australia. This guy, I mean, you look at him. It looks like you could put this guy on a mountain bike and he'll go crush it, guaranteed.
That's right. So, as we were saying, obviously you want to make the cut line. You want to be in the 8 first paddlers and just make it to the final. But, I mean, for your confidence, for just to set the mood, and it's psychological, winning the race, I mean, will make it a lot easier going into the final. Also for your seeding.
That's a very, very good point. You know, it's all mental, psychological. A lot of these kids are very, very young athletes there. As we're starting to see Jack Bart go across the screen there from right to left, the California native. His dad, very instrumental in the world of prone paddleboarding. Jack finished 3rd at the Santa Monica Pier Festival in California behind Matt Poole and behind Nick Malcolm. But those 3 have a lot of contests between the 3 of them, and they're all looking forward to competing against each other. There's Matt Poole going in to another buoy there.
So, almost finishing this 3rd lap, they're going to go towards the finishing line there. You can see that they're getting tired, even if it's a short course of 3 kilometers. I mean, taking a bit of rest there, and there is Jack Bach in the lead. No, that's his...
It's Matt Poole.
Matt Poole, sorry. Yeah, almost 18 minutes. That's the normal time that we were expecting.
Look at Matt Poole's pull away from the rest of the pack. I believe that's Scott Cowdrey on the right-hand door there of Jack Bark from New Zealand. We're going to double-check that. Still a little bit far away, but I believe that's Scott there. There's a nice shot. Matt Poole sort of taking some breaths now, going to kind of get his heart rate back down as he's finishing up the last leg of this technical prone paddleboard race. 18 minutes. This kid is blazing in the semifinal heat.
That's right. So Trevor from Australia, Lucky, name is pronounced Lucky.
Lucky.
The Irish version of Lachlan. His grandfather is Irish.
So we're going to say he's lucky, so he's going to
signed Lucky's dad.
Chance to win this sucker. All right, Lucky. As beautiful conditions out there on the island of Fiji. Again, we got a great production crew here, Philip. Our production crew has just been so fun. They're having a blast in the booth. They get to yell in our ear all the time, and they're enjoying Fiji just as much as the rest of us.
That's right. We're on the island of Tavarua. We get shipped in ourselves every morning, and we get off in the evening. But we spend such an incredible time, and I want to thank the staff from the hotel, the Tavarua Island Resort, for how they're treating us, helping us, getting everything set up in the morning. And best of luck. We want to see Arietta competing.
That's true. Arietta, just in case, we'll give you a little teaser here. Arietta, one of the service staff here, she actually was serving us beers the other day, and she had a bracelet on. And so we started chatting with Arietta, who's coming up in a tech race here in just a bit. And she's like, I'm competing on Wednesday. And the whole place just went crazy. I mean, because we got to remember, most of these folks have other jobs. They got full-time jobs. This is kind of still a hobby for them. And Matt Poole's probably one of the few that's competing just strictly as an athlete, you know, him and a few others. But great story behind Arietta. We're going to talk more about her. We're actually bring on maybe one of the friends here to tell us the whole story there. As there's Matt Poole sort of stalling in the middle of the water there, Philip.
So there he goes towards the finish line. Well, he's already crossed that finish line. No, he's looking behind him, sort of waiting like for a small bump to help him out, ride this out, you know?
That's what they're all kind of looking for, is a little bit of help right now, but it doesn't look like the ocean's giving them much. They're having to basically pull and gruel through this entire thing. You see them stand up there, look over like, where's a wave to help me here, man? I mean, give me a little bit of help here in this final, 30 meters or so.
So we're going to see him right down the line. Also, as we were saying before, we've got on the boat right next to the action Jody Nelson and Jan Geweer. They will be giving interviews. So right now, it seems to me we're going to a short interview on the water. Let's check it out.
And it doesn't look like we have Jody Nelson yet, so we'll still try to get that feed pipe through there. As a lot of logistics going on here. We're trying to reach off an island, so let's go down to Jody Nelson right now on the boat. Jody, what do you got down there?
2, 1. Welcome out here to the live shot on the tank boat. My name is Dan Geweer. We are here at the 2016 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships, day number 1 of the paddleboard technical race, heat number 1 right now. The Australian finishing first. Mr. Matt Poole right here came out with a dominating sprint. Looks like Jack Bark and Cowdrey, Jack Bark USA and Cowdrey from New Zealand, your second and third place paddlers, they're going to come in together. Top 8 will advance. So our first finisher in the technical race, Matt Poole officially, Jack Bark and Mr. Cowdrey here paddling side by side. Looking for an ID on 4th position. We've got an eye in the sky. We've got cameras all over the course here in this 3-lap technical qualifying race for the paddleboard racing.
Yeah, I know. Do you want?
Just outside the break in Cloud Break. And there's a little bit of confusion on the course and the last buoy. So we'll have to see what the official ruling is on that one. But certainly adding some drama here, Jody, to the first heat of the paddleboard technical racing.
Yeah, definitely. They were supposed to have a left shoulder past that buoy on their left shoulder in the last one, but the majority of the racers did it. So I don't know what Barrett Tester is going to make the ruling on that one.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to our race official, Barrett Tester, for the official ruling. We also have course officials all over the course, most of them from our judges panel. More paddlers finishing right here. It's like Polar on the bark board. I believe we have our Spaniard coming across the line here. He's going to be on the blue board.
And I did hear, Dan, that Team Fiji did suffer a disqualification in this heat. Jeffrey, I believe it was his name. Godfrey, yeah. But he deliberately made the wrong turn on a buoy and disqualified himself. So he's still out there on the course, but he'll get some bad news when he comes in. So unfortunate for him. As we see the next heat lining up out here, we've got Team Australia, New Zealand, everybody kind of congregating here at the start and finish line. We see Jack Bark, Team USA right here.
Yeah, taking
maybe we can get an interview with him.
Some congratulatory handshakes here, and maybe sharing some information from the course. You know, he just did the course, and heat number 2 is coming up. I'm sure they're trying to glean any little nuggets of information they can use to their benefit. We've got a lot of cross chop here. We've got some wind. We've got quite a bit of current. I believe the tide is filling in. We should be getting pretty close to high tide soon, and it'll start draining out. We have an exceptionally high tide, I believe, at a 2.3 or a 2.2 with the supermoon. So that is affecting
meters, yeah.
That's affecting the tides here quite a bit more than a normal moon cycle, if you will.
Yeah.
And yeah, some exciting racing for sure. So you know, thanks to Drew and Philip for holding it down over there on Tabarua. Jody and I are going to be out on the boat all day, kind of cruising around, talking to some of the teams, doing some interviews. Really exciting to see like all the different equipment. You know, the prone paddleboard is really rooted in SUP and in surfing, so it's been around for so much longer. And you really have some strong athletes coming out of the Southern Hemisphere, obviously Australia, New Zealand, with their surf rescue life-saving programs that they have.
Yeah.
That's almost like a scholastic program that a lot of the kids even get involved with very early. So prone paddling is a very well-known sport in New Zealand and Australia, and it's no surprise that we had Australia and New Zealand some of the first paddlers across the line.
Yep. Yeah, and Matt Poole and Jack Bark were 1 and 2 at the Pacific Paddle Games just recently, so I'm sure we're going to see some more standout performances from them.
Yeah, maybe we can get a comment from Jack Bark before he paddles
Jack,
off, but...
Can we interview you? Yeah, hop on. Grabbing Jack.
Nice work, Jody.
Hunt him down.
We've got Johnny on the spot, but here we've got Jody on the spot. So.
Well, I mean, we can talk all day long, but for me, it's all about getting that inside scoop from the athletes. They're the ones that are out there running the course, and that was our first race of the day, so I'm sure Jack will have some good info for us.
Obviously, from a guy that we all know about his father, but Jack Bark carrying on his legacy out here representing the United States of America.
Congrats, bud. Tell us a little bit about that course. You guys were the guinea pigs out there, first heat of the day.
Yeah, it was a really fun course just to be here in Fiji and have the locals and ISA just set us up so well. It's been insane. And to be paddling outside Cloudbreak and crystal clear water has been pretty fun.
So I know you and Matt are a couple of the top, prone paddleboards in the world. You guys just got 1 and 2 at PPGs. Talk to us about your guys' approach in that first heat. You got, top 8 advanced. You guys get to go out again. Was that more of a warm up out there for you guys?
Yeah, I'd say it's a warm up. Just coming from last year here at ISA, kind of feeling out how we raced last year. Just the first lap was going to go hard. Everyone going to kind of just go out because it's a race and kind of see where we're at. And because there's not too many waves, no one can really catch up out of the blue. So we can kind of settle in and just use as warm up, feel it out for the board, see how the course is and buoy turns.
And I got to ask you, your last name's on a majority of the boards out there. Is that a little bit weird for you? Are you used to it by now?
I'm pretty used to it by now. Yeah, it's cool to see all the hard work my dad's put in, just out in the water and everyone racing the boards. Yeah, I'm stoked.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure you've got parental units watching you at home. Anybody you want to say hi to?
Yeah, it's my mom and dad and any friends and family watching. It's going to be a fun day. Stoked.
Dan, you're chomping at the bit over here. What do you got?
Well, hashtag Jack Bark. I just did a little bit ago. We had a little show. And asking you, hey, Jack, advice my teammate there to help him on his, round.
Yeah, it's just a bumpy course. In the water, we have a little backwash off the reef, and then with a little 14 battling for on a. So that the first lap is choppy, and then I just say, find have a final this afternoon, hopefully.
Can you tell us maybe a little bit about some of the more recent advancements in the boards you're riding? I mean, do they look a lot different than the boards you were paddling, say, 3 or 4 years ago?
They're pretty similar. There's a couple of different things we've been working on, but it's such a good board, and we've tried to make it faster, but it's pretty similar to what we've been using the last 3 or 4 years. And with SurfTech, the technology, I can travel around the world and hop on the same board and not beat it up too bad. So I'm stoked on riding those.
Awesome.
Nice. Well, that makes it a lot easier for all the athletes. So good luck on the rest of the competition, and we hope to see you on the podium for USA.
Oh, thank you.
Congrats, Jack. All right, well, we're going to send it back to you guys in the booth. Take it away.
Thank you, Jody Nelson, Dan Gavir. Want to thank them down there. They're having fun on the boat.
That's right.
Did you see the smiles on their faces, Philip? They can hardly stand it. I mean, they're just having so much fun down there. And we do have to give a big special shout-out, Jack Bark, defending gold medalist, coming back to defend that title right there. Wasn't even puffing. He was just standing there like, hey, 3 kilometers, no big deal.
Right now, we're going to the race recap of this first heat of the day. Here it comes.
Let's talk about the start right off the bat there. There's Jack Bark on the outside there. In the inside was the New Zealander with a great start there, Scott Cowdery, and then things start to spread out a little bit, Philip.
Yeah, but as we saw Jody said, he will be getting disqualified because he went intentionally the wrong way around the buoy.
Well, you can't go the wrong way around the buoy for sure. That is against the rules there. As here comes the first buoy turn. You see that buoy getting blasted right there by Matt Poole. He puts his shoulder down and goes right through it. And that was where he started to extend his lead.
That's right. So this is still the first lap when Matt Poole was led this race from start to finish, I do believe.
Yeah, Matt Poole very strong there in the black jersey going from left to right. You see him get a little off balance there, but saves it. and is able to pull out of that gap right there with Jack Bark just behind him. So there's Matt Poole. Look at that paddle stroke, reaching way out in front there, Philip. It doesn't get much better than that.
And relax, taking it easy, but still advancing, maintaining that lead. And you could see straight from the beginning after that first buoy, clearly 3 packs defining themselves between these 11 racers.
You see the look there on Poole's face as he comes across there. 2014 Molokai champion from the Gold Coast of Australia, just 28 years of age. So, I mean, he's right in his prime right now.
That's right. We had a younger surf paddler, that's Hunter Pfluger from Hawaii. We're going to get the positions as soon as they're defined by the technical director, Barrett Tester. We'll be getting an interview right after this recap from Matt Poole, the winner of this first heat of the day.
And there's your recap. There's a shot of the start line right there. Next heat, the next semifinal heat, getting ready to go off the beach, but we're being told we got Matt Poole on the boat, the winner of that semifinal. So let's go down with an interview with the Aussie, Matt Poole.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with the winner of that last heat, Matt Poole, Team Australia. Matt, you guys were the first race of the day. Talk to us a little bit about the course and conditions out there this morning.
Yeah, look, it was a little bit funny, the conditions. I mean, we've still got that sort of early morning hangover, so there's not too many bumps out there. It's a little bit overcast today, so that's nice. It's not as hot, but yeah, I just was happy to get a really good start and try and clear out. It was really funny, though. I was just saying to Jack, to pick up bumps, there was a lot of sort of funny currents and movements. It didn't feel like we actually had any really good runs on the downwind. You kind of had to go off course to chase them a little bit. So the final's going to be very interesting because there's going to be guys that are going to go with the runs, take themselves off course, and there's going to be guys that are just trying to keep that course management, locked down and do the least amount of distance.
Now, I'm pretty sure you guys will have 2 Aussies in the final. We have another heat coming up, but will you guys work together at all as a team in the final?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm here racing for Australia, and so's Lockie. So last year's technical winner at the ISA was Jack Bark, the American, and I think the Aussies and the American are going to have a bit of a ding-dong battle for that overall point score. So if me and Lockie can work together and stay ahead of the Americans and Hawaiians, and even the Kiwi bloke that's paddling in this heat's really fast. So yeah, it's all about the points and that overall title.
All right, well, thanks for that insight on the racers, and we just started that second heat, so Dan, why don't you give us a little bit of the play-by-play there, and let's start.
Yeah, we just had heat number 2 start. It looked like the Kiwi bloke he was speaking got a nice start out in front. Right now looks like New Zealand, followed up by, I believe, France, and then USA with, I know that would be Lockwood Holmes Jr., and we'll get more of those results to you, and we'll throw it back to the booth with those guys. Should have an eye in the sky and lots of cameras on the course.
And thank you, Dan Kavir. There's a live shot at the start of semifinal heat number 2 here in the men's pro paddleboarding semis here. Philip Mueller, Drew with you in the, I guess we call it in the, what do we call this thing right here? In the hut.
The Palapa booth.
The Palapa booth. Yeah, okay. Well, it's the first time I've ever commentated from a Palapa. But on the water right there, there is the second semifinal. We want to thank Dan Kavir and Jody Nelson down on the boat there. Matt Poole feeling very confident. He didn't compete last year. This is his first ISA, and it looks like he's got gold on the brain, let me tell you there. But there's a look at it right there, Philip, coming from left to right on your screen.
That's right. So we saw the first semifinal won by Matt Poole from Australia. We just saw him in interview. This is heat number 2 of the day. This is the Pro Men Technicals Race semifinal. After this, we're going towards 2 semifinals for the women's SUP. For you who have just joined us, we want to welcome you to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live. This is the world-famous wave of Cloudbreak. We've seen the 2 first days of competition with the SUP surfing portion of the event. We've got the finals coming up on Saturday, and Drew, is it coming exciting? Because this is going to be 8 to 10 feet cloud break with some of the best paddlers in the world battling it out there.
Don't jinx it, Philip. Don't jinx it. We want it to be big. Every time we talk about how big it is, it goes down just a little bit.
One thing, we were talking in the morning with Dan and with Marcos Bucao. He's the technical director for the SUP Surf, and he said to me it's impressive, the islands in the Pacific. He says, I'm from Brazil, and anywhere on land, the forecast can change dramatically from one day to another. He said that's been 3 or 4 days, and the forecast hasn't moved an inch.
That's good.
We're sure and secure to get this swell.
Well, let's hope the swell comes in and comes in hot and heavy as they're getting back to the action right there, Philip. Look at that's Nick Malcolm in the white getting pushed to the outside there by Lucky Lansdowne from Australia going to the inside there. So looks like Malcolm's got a lot of competition in this heat. They're in third place, I believe, is Lockwood Holmes from the U.S. as they go away from us right now. And then Julie. So a big, strong start here to the first lap in this semifinal heat, just 3 minutes and 29 seconds into this. So if this doesn't get you excited about pro paddleboarding, a lot more people are starting to get into the sport. You know, a lot of them are crossing over now from stand-up to prone for training-type purposes. Isn't that correct?
That's right, just to have a different type of training on the body. Obviously, you see the position is different. And for racing, obviously, like Dan said during the interview, I mean, the most popular countries for paddleboarding is Australia and New Zealand. And I've seen some of these videos, you too. But, I mean, the 200 or 300 of these lifeguards in Australia just rushing into the waves all together. I mean, it's impressive.
You put 200 or 300, there's a lot of talent on the water there. 4 minutes, 9 seconds into this baby right there. There's Nick Malcolm in second with his hat on backwards. He's charging hard from right to left, but out in front right now, I believe that's the Aussie. Lucky Lansdowne, 22 years of age, charging hard there. That Lockwood Holmes also in the mix there. One Catalina in California, so this kid's got some charge in him. As now starting to stretch that lead out even further. And this heat stretching out, sort of spreading out a lot more than the last heat there, Philip.
Yeah, we saw three clear groups in the first semi-final. Yeah, I mean, they're spreading out like individuals. I mean, it makes it easier, obviously, going around the buoys in this type of situation. When you're in a tight pack of 3 or 4 paddlers going towards the buoy, there's a bit of a scuffle trying to find those positions, trying to find the inside line. That's the shortest, obviously, but you always must be careful that you're not pushed over the buoy and then have to come back round.
Very, very good point as they go into that buoy. You gotta cut it tight there. You see right there, that is Lucky Lansdowne making it to the outside. And you saw, like you mentioned there, Nick Malcolm tried to carve it to the inside there and gain a little bit of position, but Lansdowne holds him off nicely. And now they start looking for those little bumps on the outside there, Philip.
Yeah, we're going to see, I do believe with the swell, we're going to check the tides also that are coming. Obviously, cloud break works with high tide, not with low tide. So I do believe we're going towards a low tide. We're going to check the exact times. But we might see some cool wave riding, which really changes the dynamic of a race. And we saw it yesterday also, Barrett Tester and Kelly French explaining that it's the strategy when you're riding a wave. You don't want to be most on the inside, close to the critical part. You want to be on the shoulder, on the outside, because that paddler controls the race, can push his competitors, he can open his line, or he decides more or less the direction of the pack.
It's a very, very good point. So if that paddler makes a mistake and goes down, the whole wave goes down. And we've seen it numerous times in different competitions, such as Pacific Paddle Games and Battle of the Paddle, where that paddler has actually caused complete havoc and allowed 6th, 7th place to come up and take over first place.
That's right. So as we see there, the time, more or less in the average, as we see cloud break in the background with the judging tower. 6 minutes, that's more or less what the top paddlers should be doing the first round. Do not forget that the first lap is a bit longer due to having to come out, and the last lap also is a bit longer as you have to go back to the finishing line. So the shortest lap of the tree is always the middle one, the second.
And we're going to take a quick break there. Not a quick break, but we're going to take a quick break in the action. And you're watching the second semifinal heat here of the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships presented by Tourism Fiji. We want to thank everybody for tuning in, as well as our media partners, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfos Village, SUP International, and many, many more. On your screen right there, that is the Australian in black there, now making that left-hand shoulder turn, kind of stalling on that buoy right there. Let's see if Malcolm can squeeze that prone board up around him there. And look at Malcolm. He's wrapping around that thing like a snake, trying to make up any kind of distance there on Lansdowne. So Lansdowne and Malcolm sort of treating this like a final.
Yeah, as we see, competitor number 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's Lockwood Holmes right there from the U.S., the 34-year-old from Malibu in third place. So he's representing the U.S. very, very well here.
And here comes the rest of the pack. As you can see, 5 competitors, well split out. Obviously, the same thing as stand-up paddling race. You can see a bit of drafting. Obviously, for the competitor that's right behind there in second position, he's drafting. And in this technical race, then you want to do that last final sprint. In the first race, Matt Poole didn't give no one that option. He just shot out. He got that lead, and then that's what you want to try to do, obviously, because then you can lead all the race, and then they come out from behind and take that first position. Although we're in a semi-final, the 8 first paddlers to come in will go towards the final.
And that's a good point. Drafting, remember, everybody is always curious about drafting. The questions come in. What's drafting? Can they draft? Remember, they're all in the same board class here in this technical race, so drafting, totally allowed. Draft whoever you want, remember? So, but, in a 3-kilometer race, is drafting really that much of an issue? I mean, this is more like an all-out sprint, as you're going to see in the final coming up, Philip.
Obviously, it can play a factor. You know that the waves are coming, and it's a mix of everything. And there's a bit of luck. We've seen it at the PPGs, and it's a bit of positioning, sometimes how the ocean treats you and what it will send your way. But, sticking to the lead, obviously still gives you a chance until the last lap,
That's a very good point. Watch out for those waves. It's all about finding that bump, as there is the backside shot there. Let's see here as Nick Malcolm trying to cut to the inside on Lansdowne. He's still pushing him right there. And there he is right there, Nick Malcolm.
He did it.
The Kiwi going to the inside there. Malcolm opening up the door just a little bit for himself over Lansdowne, who went a little wide there. Now Malcolm will stretch it out right now. And like I said, Malcolm, very strong paddler. Got to see him compete in California. Second place to Matt Poole at the PPGs, and there he is, head on, coming right into your living room, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. So going into this second lap already, this is 3 laps. We're still getting messages. One of the first one is the father of Lockie Lansdowne, Trevor from Australia. To give you an idea, Lockie's Surf Lifesaving Club Noosa Nipper program has 540 kids registered. Matt Poole's club has got a similar number, and Malcolm, who is based in Oz Club, has got same numbers. So, I mean, over there, it's huge. It's a culture.
It is definitely a culture. And these guys spend the time, like you said, with the youth, trying to spread the hana, the love for prone paddleboarding. I mean, this is where it all started. Prone paddling is kind of where it all came from. So they're trying to spread the love for it. As there is Nick Malcolm going around that right-hand shoulder buoy from right to left in the white race jersey there, now extending his lead on Lansdowne by about 6-7 board lengths. And look at Malcolm accelerate out of that turn right there as he jumps up on his knees, pulling hard. 10 minutes, 47 seconds into the second semifinal. If you're just joining us, this is the second semifinal heat. We got the SUP races coming up, as well as the women's prone events still to come.
We'll be finishing the day with the only final in the women's prone. That will be the last heat of the day, heat number 12. Right after this, after the 2 semi-finals in the men's prone technical, we're going to see the first appearance of stand-up paddlers, but with the women's sub-technical semi-finals. So that will be the same format, the top 8 advance. And after that, we have 4 stacked heats. I mean, we've got 4 qualifying heats for the men's sub-technical. That's the biggest category for today's sub-technical day. And there, only the top 4 will advance out of 10. That is going to be exciting.
There's going to be some stand-up paddlers going home that are the top in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So we got some exciting SUP race technical action still to come here, but this first semifinal looking fantastic, as there is Julien Lalane from France up there in the top 5 right now. Just got a quick shot there of Ramon Mosquera from Argentina pulling his way across, but right now it is all Lansdowne and Malcolm, as Lansdowne starts to close the gap on Malcolm right now in the black race jersey. You see him wipe his face off right there, looking out to the left, looking for any kind of bump that he could possibly find. This is the crucial part of the course. This is where you can go from 3rd, 4th, 5th, and you can have like 2 to 7 paddlers all on the same wave. But look at Malcolm, very focused, very nice clean stroke there, and Lansdowne right on his back fin box there. So these two treating this kind of like a final, like I mentioned before. Strong competitors. They know each other's style. They've both competed against each other numerous different times as Lansdowne takes a little break there.
Yeah, that's right. They're sort of playing there in cloud break. And we've seen it as they were going around certain buoys. They're taking it easy. I mean, for them, this is a run in the park.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if it's a run in the park, but a paddle at cloud break. You know, we'll just call it that.
Yeah, that's right.
How many times you get to race on cloud break, Philip? I mean, this is a very, very exciting for a lot of these athletes there. So 13:06 into this semifinal as we've been following Nick Malcolm, the 26-year-old from the Gold Coast of New Zealand. And in second place, Lucky Lansdowne, the 22-year-old. As his dad, thanks for chiming in, give us that little bit of information. We've been following these two paddlers all around. His dad seems like a pretty cool guy. I wonder why he's not here in Fiji partying with us, you know?
That's right. You're invited.
Yeah.
Also, Sarah and Dave from Ireland who say good luck to the Irish lads, Princess Pete and Johnny O in the SUP event from Team Irish SUP. People obviously asking for the results. We're getting that. Somebody on a boat somewhere is bringing it. Best wishes for Nimse Garcia, our female junior pro 2015 national champion from Puerto Rico. That is the Federación de Surfing. Go Canada, Canada, Open Ocean Outrigger and SUP. Also, what a nice message from Onit Pro in the United States. Good luck to all the athletes competing in Fiji.
Onit Pro is at every single event. I mean,
right.
there could be 27 events in one day, and Onit Pro will figure out some way to make it to every single one. And they're always making everybody's board so much faster. As look at this, a little change in first and second place now. Lansdowne overtaking Malcolm. So these two going back and forth, Philip, on each other, kind of in this 3-kilometer race. 14:29 into it. But look at Lansdowne looking very, very strong.
So we must remind also, as we see it, the paddleboard often plays an important role in what is the team medal standings. Obviously, we've said it, it's an individual affair, being an ISA world champion, getting that gold medal, getting the recognition, the fame, everything, you know, but you're also playing on a team. That's very important, and in the favorite teams as USA, Australia, Hawaii, we've seen Brazil, Team France, you know, but you have to know that the 3 first events, this is the 5th, have been won by Team Australia, and last year USA came and got that first gold medal on the team standings. Australia has come with a very strong team. Obviously, they can't count on Jordan Mercer, who was almost, 2 secured gold medals as soon as she enters the competition. But Australia obviously has sent a very strong team, and I'm sure we'll see the fight at the top there, trying to get the team standings. As the days advance, more or less towards Friday, Saturday, as we start seeing the results defined, we'll see the team standings and also how they progress and their evolution.
And that's a good point. I mean, even though Mercer's out for Team Australia, it's not like they just stuck anybody in there. I mean, Harriet Brown, this girl is no joke. I mean, she's a very, very strong paddler, world Iron Woman champ in 2016. So even though Mercer's out, you can't rule out the Aussies for the ladies in the Prone Paddleboard Series. As we're taking a look at the clock right now, 16 minutes, about a minute off the pace of that first heat. So a little slower here. As you see Lansdowne out in front in the black race jersey, and just behind him, the Kiwi, Malcolm, trying to grab positioning on the outside here. So a little bit slower pace, but, it's a semifinal, nothing to be really worried about.
That's right. While they too are still playing in the front, we see our media boat there, right there. So they're filming right from that boat and sending in information. We've got lots of vessels all over. All the judges from the stand-up surfing competition have been transformed into race officials. So they're in the boats alongside the course at each buoy, making sure that they do the right turns and respect the rules. We've also got the 5 paddle rule. We saw that yesterday. Obviously, that doesn't apply in paddleboard. We're going to see it applied starting in the next heat. But for stand-up paddle, you've got a maximum of 5 paddles on your knees, and then you have to get up or dismount. We'll see more about that later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get up to the stand-up paddle version of this. But right now, we got a great battle right now going for first place in this second semifinal heat, as Malcolm and Lansdowne are really pushing it hard here, trying to gain up a little bit of distance. You see Lansdowne coming out of that buoy turn very, very strong, extending that lead 4 to 5 board lengths over Nick Malcolm, but Malcolm will start to close here as we come into this final lap. Prone paddleboarding, these guys, I mean, a lot of these guys cross over like we talked about. A lot of the stand-up paddlers are starting to go more into prone. But you know what? It seems like the prone guys, you never see them on a stand-up paddleboard. they're proners, man. I mean, they are a prone paddleboarder. It's like, nah, I don't need a paddle. I got my, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
We're
right.
kind of, you see the suppers kind of crossing over, but these guys are pretty much, this is what I do.
Yeah, and I think the ISA has had a role in this. I mean, we've seen several times at the previous ISA SUP and paddleboard championships, some competitors trying to do both disciplines just to get those points and get the team, one position or more on those team standings. So here we see them going around what I believe is the last buoy. They will be heading back. There they are, the two leaders of this race. So Lucky Lansdowne and Lockwood Holmes, they're going straight towards the finish line. They're going to get their time. We've got a place on the final secured. So today we've got 2 heats more of the semi-final of the women's SUP technical. Then we'll have the men's stand-up technical race. That will be 4 heats. And then we've got 4 finals to end this day of technical racing here at Cloudbreak in Fiji.
Lots of racing still to come, ladies and gentlemen, so don't turn that television dial. As out in front, last year's silver medalist, Lucky Lansdowne from Australia. Just 20 years of age, charging from left to right on your screen. And as you saw in that last shot right there, Team USA with Lockwood Holmes now dropping into 4th place there, the 34-year-old from Malibu. So now Team USA in 4th, and it looks like we're trying to make out who that is. It's either Kurt Lager or it could be the South African Malik Odenal, now currently in 3rd place. So we'll get more updated information as it comes in. But if you're tuned in right now looking for Team USA, that's currently where they're at after Jack Bark. Great performance in the last one with Matt Poole. We're going to wrap up this semifinal heats. And then we go to the SUP women. And we got some names to talk about in that. Past world champions. I mean, SUP world champions, SUP surf world champions, Iron women champions. I mean, champion all over the place in the SUP women's heats coming up, Philip.
That's right. Just looking at a few names like this in the first semi-final: Candice Appleby, Penelope Armstrong from New Zealand, Brisa Malaga from Peru, very strong. Also the European champion, Olivia Piana, and coming from Canada, very strong. Also Lina Augaitis, and we cannot leave behind Mary Buchanan from Great Britain. So this is going to be a stacked heat already.
There's a ton of stacked heats. That's what this technical race is all going to be.
Each heat is stacked. We can stop just saying it.
Yeah. I mean, this is the World Championships. As there is, you saw Nick Malcolm there take his hat off, dunk it in the water, kind of cooled down a little bit in this final leg there. Nick Malcolm, just a very, very happy Kiwi. Always excited to compete. He's always the one at the finish line giving hugs to everybody else coming across. All about promoting the sport of traditional prone paddleboarding. I'm sure he has a smile on his face right now. He's probably talking to the official right there saying, "Hi, mate."
That's right. So 20 minutes and 50, we're seeing that the competitors making their way in. We're waiting for the results, official results that should be coming from Barrett Tester. He's also with Kelly French. We just saw him there on the jet ski as the beach master, checking out everything is going down according to rules. And after this heat, as we've already mentioned, we're going towards the women's SUP technical with some big names already in this first heat, and do not doubt it, all the rest of the best in the world are in the second one. So it's going to be very, very interesting today.
Lots of strong paddlers coming up. Don't forget to follow us on our social media handles, and always tune to isaworlds.com for all the updated information. Next year we'll be in Denmark. We'll be talking about that more along the way as we stretch out our commentary here throughout the week here in Fiji. But all of our social media is wide open, and we're encouraging you guys to interact. If you got any questions, feedback, positive stuff, jump on our social handles, ISA Surfing, or use the hashtag ISA Worlds or Tourism Fiji, and give us your comments there. And there's everybody cheering across, as there is Nick Malcolm coming across the finish line right there with Lucky Lansdowne. And we're going to go down to Jody Nelson, who's got the finish line call. Jody,
for heat number 2, looks like Australia with a commanding start to this race. Jody with Lucky Lansdowne coming across the line first, and I believe followed by Mr. Nick Malcolm from New Zealand.
Yep, and let's not forget Lucky got second last year, I believe, so to Jack Bark. So I know there's a bit of a rivalry. They're good friends, but he's got a lot of experience here at the ISA Worlds, so it's going to be a fun final.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And as the conditions are mixed up here, I saw looking out there in the binoculars that it was pretty tough for these guys to get the runners. And you can hear, I believe that's Team France cheering on one of their paddlers. So I believe that's going to be Julien Lalaine coming across the line. Also in this heat, we have Mariano Kobayashi, and I believe another strong paddler, Anders Johnson, out of Sweden. So looking for top 8 to advance. So really, you know, they're getting out there. They're just getting a feel for the water out here, Jody. There's a lot of dynamics going on here. Most of these athletes have been up since 4 or 5 in the morning. So, you know, I can't imagine with that excitement and all that nervousness, you know, keeping that kind of at bay and just trying to, you know, retain that, you know, wanting to come out here and just be like a coiled spring. It's a lot of anticipation, and it's a lot of time leading up to this.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that's been really nice today is that we do have this cloud coverage, so it's giving a little bit of reprieve on the heat. We've got our winner of that last heat, Lucky Lansdowne. Lucky, you got second last year. You know, you got beat by your good friend Jack Bark. How much do you want to get one up on him this year?
Yeah, well, it would be nice, but what I really want is Australia 1-2. You know, I want to be up there on the point score. Australia lost it last year, so I just really want to be in there for the team. Make sure Pooley's up there as well.
And I talked to Matt earlier about, you know, the two of you being in the final. How will you guys work together to kind of help each other out in that final?
Well, you know, just simple wash leads, helping each other, not burning each other on the buoys and stuff. Just real simple things that can put both of us on the podium, get good points, yeah.
And who are some of the other strong athletes that you're seeing in the first 2 heats?
It's a long list. You know, this year's a lot stronger than last year. You know, we got Lockwood Holmes, Catalina Classic, previous record holder, Nick Malcolm, one of the fastest sprinters that I've ever seen. You know, a few other crew, Jack returning, even just down the field like Lewis and that from Peru. You know, it's just, I feel a lot stronger this year.
paddler there, Philip, making it on to the next round. So finished 8th place. But very happy, very excited to move on to that final heat coming up later on this afternoon. As you know, Dan and Jody were talking about, Philip, look at the cloud cover out there, making it a little cooler for a lot of these riders. But it looks like the wind's starting to kick up a little bit on the course. How will that play a factor as we go throughout the day?
Hopefully it stays like that, obviously, to keep it cool for all the competitors. But I do believe we received a weather report and they were announcing a clear blue sky day. So it might open up during the late afternoon, I do believe.
So you're saying weathermen are only right 50% of the time?
Or less.
And they're still employed. It's amazing, right? I want to be a weatherman when I grow up. There's a look at the start right there with a few names we're going to talk about. Candace Appleby, last year's gold medalist. She's going to be in this heat for Team USA, the 31-year-old from San Clemente, California. Also, we got Penelope Armstrong from New Zealand. She's going to be on this heat as well as Olivia Piana, who had a great showing from France at Pacific Paddle Games in California earlier on in October. The 25-year-old, we'll be talking about her definitely. And then Charlotte Piho, our only competitor for the Cook Islands. So she's representing her country all by her lonesome and self out there, and we want to wish her good luck, as well as our only competitor, female competitor from the country of India, Tanvi Jagadish, who I had a chance to talk with on the boat, and I'll tell you what, she is just so excited just to even be competing in the ISA Worlds this year, Philip.
That's right, because this is the first participation of an Indian delegation in an ISA World event, and I mean, she's there, he's there, the two competitors that came to represent India, and they're so stoked. But right now, we've just started the first stand-up paddle technical race. This is semi-final 1 for the women. Right now in the water, we've also got the defending gold medal, which is Candace Appleby from the States. We've got the number 3, which is the bronze medal, Penelope Strickland Armstrong from New Zealand, and the copper medal from Canada, Lena Agautis, all in the same heat. Remember, the 8 top women will advance towards the final.
That's a good point, and there they go from left to right there, out in front, right quick, in traditional Appleby style. That's Candace Appleby at the front of the pack, making her move from right to left now. Lena Agaitis now in third, as these ladies now starting to push it hard.
That's Olivia Piana in second position, I do believe.
And Lena Agaitis in third. So There's your top 3. But the other one we wanted to talk to is Arietta Lalabaluvu, who's sitting right there in the pink race jersey from Fiji. As you see her get a little bit thrown off there by that sideway, but Ariana actually works as part of the hospitality staff here on the island of Tavarua, and she's out there paddling in this contest. Philip, we had a great interview with her yesterday, and just a truly unique human being.
That's right. So 1 minute and 25 seconds in this race, and also a big shout out for Lena Agautis. She's just been a mom. And we saw her the first day when it was the board measuring. You have to come and certify the board. And she said it's the first time I'm more than 1 day away from him. And you know, but I come and compete for Canada. And it's true, like Nikki Rakeman says on the message board, she is the first female to complete the Yukon River Quest on a SUP board, and it's a 400+ mile race in northern Canada alongside the greats like Bart de Zwart. So big up for her.
Big up for her. We're going to go down to the boat right now. We're being told to go down to Dan Gavir. Dan Gavir, how was that start?
2, 1. Welcome out here to the start line. We just had the women's first heat of the qualifying rounds for the technical race here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle event, and it looked like Candace Appleby with a great start. Also Lena Agaitis out of Canada with a really nice start. Marie Buchanan also right up there in the top 3 or 4. In this heat, we also have paddlers from Fiji and from India. So a mixed heat here. It looks like they've gotten into formation, and there's about 6 or 7 in the draft train right now. 8 will advance, so all but 2 from this heat will advance. So, you know, like we were talking with Lockie, that it's, you know, they're out there, they're talking, they're communicating, they're getting a real feel for the water, maybe not just having their heads down and paddling as hard as they can, you know, trying to pick up every little piece of information that they'll be able to use in the later on heats so that they can hopefully get on top of that podium as we look out here, they are rounding just now the first buoy. It looks like Candace Appleby still out in front, followed very closely by Olivia Piana from France and also Marie Buchanan from England. So I believe that is your top three. And Lena Agaitis should be in that mix there. I believe she's in about 4th or 5th place right now, but we'll be bringing you the results here in just a few minutes as we get those streaming into us here live for you at the ISA World, SUP, and Paddleboard Championships from Fiji out at the infamous Cloud Break.
Dan Gavir down on the start boat right now. We want to thank him for all of his sideline commentary. Him and Jody Nelson. We'll catch up with Jody Nelson with some interviews here in just a little bit. But right now, we are in the first women's SUP semifinal heat here as there's Candace Appleby out in front right now with Lena Agaitis and Olivia Piana in second and third. Still pushing here, but Candace Appleby looking in very, very strong form here, Philip.
That's right. I do believe Penelope is in 4th position, I think. We're going to check with this closer angle as they're going around that buoy. This is still the first lap. Remember, this is 3 laps for everyone. It will be the same for all day. Going through the start line, heading into this course, making the 3 laps, and then straight towards the finish line. We just saw the 2 first semi-finals for the Prone Technical. This is the 3rd day of competition. If you've just joined us, we are live here from Cloudbreak at the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship presented by Tourism Fiji. Again, big thanks to them. After this, we've got the 2nd semi-final, and then we're going towards serious business with 4 really important heats for the men's SUP Technical. And some of the best are here. Also Kai Lenny landed, and so he's going to be defending Team Hawaii. We've got some big names that are coming up later on. Remember, isaworlds.com, that's the official website for this transmission. You can also check your Facebook, International Surfing Association. If you still haven't put I like there, it's a good time to do so. ISA Surfing is our handle for Twitter, Instagram, and also Snapchat, and you can send messages through the official website directly to our iPads here, such as Sarah from Ireland, who says good luck to the Fijian girl from Ireland, knock 'em dead. São Vicente, Brazil, Rogério Cunha, who says good luck Team Brazil, Guilherme dos Reis, we hope you can make a great race.
Guillermo, one of the youngest competitors out there for Team Brazil. We'll see him coming up along with Vinicius Martins, both very, very strong Brazilian paddlers. And we're excited to see them. But right now, there's a shot of Candace Appleby from San Clemente, California, 6-time Battle of the Paddle champion, 3-time SUP or PPG champion, and also 3-time SUP surf champion. So she's got a lot of hardware on her walls right now. I actually heard she had to add on a room for more trophies because that's, I mean, she's running out of room. This girl's won everything. Won the 2015 PPGs. And I mean, she's taken home a lot of prize money this year and looking fantastic. There's one of our paddlers going down there in the side shop, Philip.
Yeah, the conditions, as you can see, are not as glass as in the morning. We're seeing a little bit of chop appear there on the surface of the water, and that side wind is making it difficult as you're coming around that buoy. Candace Appleby, also to mention it, but often in these big races, when they start at the same time, or even sometimes the women start 1 minute behind, sometimes she eats half of the men's field or even wins it.
That's a good point. She can challenge the guys. Yes, she's a challenger. As there she goes from left to right on that Infinity board right there. Infinity built, manufactured, and shaped in California. But look at this. She's getting some challenge now from Piana.
She's the European champ. They did the European Championships earlier this year in France. And Olivia Piana won that amongst the field of the best European paddlers. So there she is. Last year it was Céline Guédon that participated in the 4 previous editions for the technical race. This year she isn't here, and it's Olivia Piana who will be doing the long distance for France, and also we see her here for the technical paddle race. Oops, Olivia Piana falling there, I do believe.
Piana going down on that starboard.
And the 3rd and 4th are going to catch her back right now. There she is, back up, already paddling. Now she needs to get back towards Candice Appleby and not let herself caught by the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Candice Appleby, very, very stable, very balance-oriented. I mean, this girl's got superb balance when it comes to supping. So you saw Piana go down. She finished 4th this year in the PPGs. Very strong performance all year long. Also, the 2016 European champion, Olivia Piana, like you mentioned earlier. So she's no stranger to competition, as now Lena Agaitis getting challenged now for 3rd and 4th place as Piana starts to put the pressure, trying to get back caught up on the draft train of Appleby.
That's right. So in 3rd position, Lena Augaitis, and in 4th position, New Zealand with Penelope Strickland Armstrong. So that's the top pack right now. Remember, the 8 top advance towards the final. We're getting messages from all over the world. Meg and Mel Weeks from Alaska say, "Go Candice," and all of Team USA. Thank you, ISA, for the live webcast. You're welcome. And Diane Wenzel from South Canada.
I love Diane.
Better known as San Clemente.
Better known as amazing.
Go, Lena, go. Yeah, team. Stoked for all the women competing. Big shout out to Jodie too. Love your sister. So keep on sending in the messages there through the live tab of the official website, isaworlds.com. And we are here live from Tavarua, right in front of our Palapa booth. We've got Bo Jackson taking a little bit of a relaxing tennis match with his wife.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun here on the island of Tavarua. Also accommodating, everybody really enjoying their stay here in Fiji. And we want to thank Tourism Fiji for all the support getting the ISA Worlds here on the island. But there's a shot going away right now. That's Candice Appleby out in front from San Clemente. Nice paddle stroke, very traditional Candice style. She likes to start in front and finish in front. Candice likes to go hard. And now Olivia Piana on that starboard, trying to push, just gain that little bit of distance after that fall there at the last buoy. Followed by 3rd, you got Penelope Armstrong and Lena Agaitis now in 3rd and 4th place.
Trying to find out who is in 5th position. Here we see the rest of the pack. I mean, the girls have been a lot more spreaded than the 2 first semi-finals that we saw in the men's technical paddleboard. But obviously a clear pack of the leaders there, those 4 girls like pushing themselves. You know that you need to be in the 8 first ones, but they're still pushing themselves, getting to know the course, and the paddleboard is the stand-up paddleboard is going to be a lot more disputed. I mean, there's a lot more level in the paddleboard prone. I mean, it's mainly an Australian and New Zealand business, you know.
Oh, don't rule out Jack Bark there, Philip.
Oh, sorry.
His family's listening right now. They're gonna be like,
sorry.
"What?"
And I went to Joe Barks with Matty Schweitzer a few months ago there in California. A big hello to Joe Bark if he's watching.
Yeah, definitely. 10:50 into this first women's semi-final here is look at Olivia Piana now catching up to Candice Appleby. Now Candice Appleby reaching big bow turn there for Appleby, getting a little kicked off balance there. Piana, nice strong pull around that buoy turn. So Piana not backing down whatsoever, but Appleby now starting to stretch it out a little bit. Remember, this is just a semi-final. We're going to move 8 girls on to the final heat. So they're just getting warmed up, getting loose on that. There in the red race jersey going around the buoy turn right there. That's Penelope Strickland Armstrong. And there is, as we just broke away for just a minute, Lena Agaitis from Canada, who big-time skier up in Canada, big-time downhill skier. Love to see her out on the mountain. Lots of people say she can just absolutely rip. So going right to left right now, that is Armstrong from New Zealand.
That's right. So here comes the woman in 5th position. That's 5th position. That's not Olivia Piana, trying to recognize the bib number. Difficult, actually, as we see there, the crowd looking on from the sidelines. I mean, it's impressive. Some teams have got their own boat, they've rented it. There in the background, you see that big catamaran is the official boat, also where all the media team from the ISA is getting you all this information, getting everything on social media. Big up to them. And also Dan Gavir has just sent me by email the official results of both semi-finals of the prone paddleboard technical races. So first position was Matt Poole from Australia. Second position for Jack Bark from the United States. Third is Scott Cowdrey from New Zealand. And fourth is Hawaii with Hunter Pfluger. Fifth position goes to South Africa, Brandon Ribbink. Sixth goes to France, Jeremy Cam Grant. Seventh is for Spain, David Bull. 8th position is Sebastian Rios from Peru. In 9th is Keiji Oshiai that we saw on the interview from Japan. 10th is Maximiliano Prensky from Argentina. And 11th position for Canada with Rob Kavchik. So the three first eliminated of today, unfortunately, only the top 8 advanced. So for Keiji Oshiashi from Japan, Max Prensky from Argentina, and the Canadian Rob, they will be eliminated. The 8 other riders will advance.
Yeah, they're not going to be. They're not going to be backing down, though. They're going to be sitting there cheering on the rest of their teams here. And who in the second heat there, Philip? You have a better look at it.
Okay, so while we see the girls entering already into their third and final lap on this first semi-final. Semi-final number 2 for the Pro and Technical men. Saw in first position, winning his semi-final, Lucky Lansdowne from Australia. Second was New Zealand with Nick Malcolm. In third position comes Julien Lalande from France. Fourth position was for Carlos Alonso from Spain. So the two Europeans there finishing that podium of that semi-final. In fifth position, Hawaii, Kurt Lager. Sixth position for Lockwood All from USA, who fell down a few positions at the beginning, was in the lead of the pack. Anders Johnson from Sweden finishes in 7th position. 8th goes to Marino Kobayashi from Japan. And then these are the guys that didn't make it through the cut line is Malek Odendaal from South Africa in 9th. In 10th position is Luis Escudero from Peru. 11th position is Ramon Mosquera from Argentina. Those 3 guys, as well as the 3 others in the other semi-final, will mark their points towards the team standings, but we will not be seeing them later this afternoon for the final in the Pro and Technical men.
And there it is. If you're looking for the results, go to isaworlds.com in case you missed all that, as Philip so generous in giving us all those results. As there's Candace Appleby paddling hard on the right-hand stroke there. Piana kind of sailing around out there, looking around. It looks like Appleby's still paddling 14:47. They got one more lap to go, and Piana kind of got out there in noseman's land. I don't know if she thought she was done or just taking a break or what that was. But Piana now going to get back on it as Appleby hard on the right-hand stroke there. You're seeing a little bit of chop coming on the water right there as there's the red race jersey of the Kiwi right there. Penelope Armstrong and Lena Agaitis going around that left-hand shoulder turn buoy there. But it looked like, I don't know. It was kind of interesting to see what happened there. Olivia Piana just kind of hanging around out there. Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, that's right, and thank you. It seems that all of Britain has woken up, and the woman in 5th is Mary Buchanan on the starboard. That's right, so Mary Buchanan there smashing it for Team Great Britain, as James Allen would say. And so also Claire Corcoran from England. Go Mary Buchanan, brilliant being able to watch this live from the UK. What time is it in the UK right now? If somebody can answer there on the message board. And right now, 15 minutes and 47 seconds, and Candace Appleby still leading this first semi-final.
Candace Appleby, there's a nice shot of her, head down, very focused. Last year's gold medalist coming back to defend the title, and a lot of people predicting her to do just that. Nobody really picking anybody else. All SUP Racer, a lot of our media partners saying, hey, there's nobody that can catch Candace Appleby this year. But if you're cheering on the New Zealand team, if you're cheering on the French team, if you're cheering on the Great Britain team, I mean, you got some very, very strong paddlers there as well. So Candace is going to have her work cut out for her, especially when we start talking about the next heat coming up. At 16:27 into this first women's semifinal heat, we're going to push 8 through to the finals later on this afternoon. Also, the men's SUP technical races are coming up immediately following the 2 women's heats. And we're going to have some loaded, stacked heats and a lot to talk about during those heats. We'll be advancing the top 4 there. There's Appleby around that left-hand shoulder turn. So beautiful. I mean, there's one thing about Candace Appleby that you can comment on, and she's so consistent on, and we saw it at PPG this year, was her buoy turns. So accurate, so precise, so balanced, and she just does it better. Oh, and after I'm talking about that, Candace Appleby down off the left-hand side of the board there. I was just talking about her balance, and I think I kind of jinxed her there, but she snaps back up real quick there, and that opens the door for Piana, now closing the gap, only about a board length behind there, Philip.
Piana, you could see her as soon as she saw Candace fall. She picked up her rhythm. She wants to be there. Obviously, it would be great for her to start the final knowing that she won in the semi-final. I mean, between these 2 girls at this top of a level, you know, and so just as you said it, and falling right there. Now Olivia Piana, they're shoulder to shoulder coming into that buoy. They're going to have to make a right-hand turn. And Olivia Piana is on the inside. She's got the advantage. She might take the lead if she plays this well right now. Candice Appleby, as you just mentioned, she's an expert in turning buoys, but she's usually in the lead.
Oh, absolutely. And here she comes. There's Piana now cutting across. Bow turn there. Oh, and Piana gets shifted forward, almost goes down. Candice Appleby just trying to paddle around the outside. And Piana actually pushed her further to the outside. But look at this. Candice Appleby now with the buoy in sight, going to hit the gas. And these two are nose to nose as they start merging into each other. And now Appleby will jump on her fin box for the draft.
And so now France is leading this first semi-final for the women, entering into this third lap after that fall from Candice Appleby, the gold defending champion.
If you're going to fall, though, Philip, better to fall in a semifinal heat. You know, you don't want to be falling in the finals. This is just to move on there. So Candice, I'm sure she's disappointed, but hopefully she learned something from that, and she's like, shake it off. You know, Candice is a competitor, though. She wants to finish on top. And I know a lot of people back home in San Clemente, Dana Point area are tuned in right now to ISA Worlds cheering her on. Philip.
That's right, 19 minutes, so there's the fight in the lead. Behind them is still Lina Augautis in third position. Penelope Strickland-Armstrong for New Zealand is in fourth position. Mary Buchanan is still in fifth position for Great Britain. Right now, more information. Lean from Canada. Oh, Candice, give her all you got. Also watching from India, so big hello from India and welcome for this first participation of an Indian team. Good luck Team India and all the best. Tanvi Jagadish, we are all proud of you from Shiam. And it's 9 p.m. in England right now, so they're watching the webcast instead of the BBC News.
They're watching the webcast and drinking about 30 beers. We know that, huh?
No, they drink tea, my dear.
Oh, you don't. Now you're joking with me. They're not drinking beer and grape. Oh, I just don't believe that whatsoever. But 1943, last lap here. There she is, Olivia Piana from France, out in front right now, the 25-year-old. Fourth place finish in PPG this year in California, the 2016 European champion. Finished second in the ISAs in Peru. So this girl, definitely some horsepower behind her. And you see Candice starting to back off just a little bit. Maybe just sort of saving herself for the upcoming final, Philip.
Yeah, she seems to have let Olivia Piana, okay, you get the psychological win of this semi-final, you know, just go ahead. But we saw it, we saw it in that second semi-final of the men's paddleboard, that fight between Lucky Lansdowne and, it was Lockwood Holmes. I mean, they were taking it easy, you know. It's like, okay, just go. I mean, we're not going to fight over this one until the end. They know that they're in the last lap. They're just going to go through, and then they're probably going to just put their focus towards that final later on this afternoon.
Finals coming up later on this afternoon, as Philip mentioned there. Nice wide shot there. There's Cloudbreak breaking right in the front of you. See it a little smaller than usual. Usually Cloudbreak's a couple, double overhead or so. So quite small here today. Perfect, though, for this SUP technical race here in Fiji. You're laughing at something there, Philip.
Yeah, the British humour. We get Tids from UK who says, first tea, then beer to make the news seem better.
Told you. I told you. Those Brits, hey, I'd love to go to Britain and have a beer with them as they start coming across the finish line there. From left to right on your screen, there's Piana out in front, Appleby in second. So there's your 1-2 finish there. Piana from France, obviously Candice Appleby, the defending gold medalist from the U.S. Her coach, or both coaches actually, Dave Bainey, I was talking with him this morning. He feels very confident in his team this year. He says, hey, we replaced the prone rider this year. And they're both very, very talented. We're going to be talking about them coming up in the final. He's like, everything is shaping up perfect for Team USA, especially coming off the SUP surfing event there. 21:58, Philip.
So 22 minutes, we're trying to get the positions there for people from Peru asking, but right now we're going down to the boat with Dan Gaver, who's got an interview on all for us.
Hey everyone, Dan Gaver reporting to you live. ISA Worlds out on the official boat here in the water. Our women's heat number 1, the qualifying rounds for the technical stand-up paddleboard race. Candice with a nice start, but it was Olivia Piana from France who is going to come in first in this heat, about 4 board lengths in front of Candice Appleby, representing the United States. And looks like in third place is Lena Agaitis, just coming back into the scene after having a baby. Congratulations to Olivia Piana, 179 on the starboard out of France. And across the line on the Infinity, of course, Candace Appleby. And looks like she just kind of backed off a little bit there, let Olivia go ahead. Didn't want to burn herself out. It's been pretty cloudy, but we did have the sun poking through a few times in that last heat. So definitely the temperature is probably the biggest challenge for our competitors to deal with out here. Here we see Lena Agaitis on the SIC board coming across the line. So showing a real good result and great promise for Team Canada for a medal possibly. And then here in fourth place, just looking out about another maybe 20 seconds out, we've got Marie Buchanan on the starboard all-star. Also looks like she's going to have a nice result for Great Britain. So Marie Buchanan, oh I'm sorry, this is Penelope Strickland-Cruz from New Zealand. My bad, she's going to be in fourth place. And then we have Marie Buchanan in fifth place. So I stand corrected on that. This is Penelope from New Zealand. I don't have an ID on her number. She's got it on the back side there. And Penelope across the line. Everybody competing on 12.5-foot boards for the ISA World Championships. Now, we will take everyone from that round. Looked like Fiji decided to withdraw under her own power. So basically we had 9 women start, so 8 women, barring any other types of disqualifications or anything like that, will all advance. So all 8 women, including the gal from India, will advance barring no other disqualifications or anything. I'm standing here with Olivia Piana. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit about how you felt out there. I know you came across the line first, but 8 advancing, maybe just tell me how you're feeling.
Yes, the race is very nice. There is some wind and some bumps, so we can glide, and I'm super happy to make the race with Candice. She's like an idol of SUP racing for women, and I don't win because it's just to check the race, so we was like just paddle along and discover the race, and it was very nice. Yeah.
Is there anything you would like to say, maybe in French, to send a shout out back home or friends and family?
Ouais, bien sûr. Eh ben, s'il y a des Français derrière la caméra, derrière il y a mes parents, mes frères et sœurs et ma cousine. Je vais vous dire que je vous aime très fort. Et merci aussi aux autres de suivre la course. On va essayer de pas trop faire la course tard pour vous laisser vous coucher tôt. Voilà, merci beaucoup et je vous embrasse fort.
And today, how did you prepare for the race? Did you do anything differently than you normally do with the race course being out in the middle of the ocean? What were you thinking with your preparation?
I think I was with a French team with an other boat, so it's better for me to rest before the race. And just paddle out close to the reef. There is not a lot of waves today, and I did the race before than the boat arrived. Not really different than the other time, but voilà.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the final rounds. And just one last note, do you want to say anything about your equipment or what you are using out there?
Yeah, the new starboard all-star by 12 by 23 by my friend Mathieu Rodier. It's just awesome. And my new paddle. Merci Clément, si tu regardes. The new bolt is so nice, and I feel well with that board and paddle. So, thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. Looks like we have another interview. Lena Agaitis from Canada coming up here. Congratulations. How did it feel out there? I know you've been off the water for a little bit, becoming a mom and everything. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And how did it feel to be out there?
It felt great to be back in the competition and with the ladies that I know, but also a little bit of an eye-opener. So it's definitely a different world where people get to train, 7 days a week for a year, and coming back, I feel recovered, but when you have a little small child and you work, it's the time to get the training in. So just kind of being creative with all that stuff. But I love competition, and I love the ISA. I love representing my country. So it's such a pleasure to just be able to be back and doing what I'm doing.
Awesome. Anyone back at home you want to say hello to or send a shout out?
My little man, he's 10 months. His name is Tav. And obviously my husband, who's taking care of him and has to work while I am in Fiji racing in this beautiful place. And Grandma, who flew in from the UK to help out. So, and then obviously the Ogaida side, always supportive. So, and then obviously just all my sponsors, mainly SIC and Werner. They've been so great for me.
And how did you prepare this morning? Did you do anything different with your equipment or your diet or resting and stuff like that?
I'm using slightly different nutrition just because when I was pregnant, some of the stuff I was using, made me feel sick, and I've come back to some, like UB Super is something that I really love using. But and then I forgot, I have one more shout out to my hometown, Tourism Vernon. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Lena. It looks like as we look on over our shoulder here, one of, I believe,
Mexico.
Alejandra coming across the line on her 404. And that's going to wrap up heat number 1 of your SUP women's technical qualifying race from the ISA Fiji here at the SUP and Paddleboard World Championships here at the infamous Cloud Break.
Thank you, Dan Gavir, as there is a great shot of Alejandra Brito from Mexico waving to everybody back home. Looks like she's having a lot of fun out there. Special thank you to Lena Agaitis, the 36-year-old from Vernon. 2014 ISA World Championship, 2014 BOP, that's Battle of the Paddle Distance Champion, and 2014 World Series overall champion. So very strong competitor. We heard from her. You also heard there from Olivia Piana, the 25-year-old 2016 European champ. So a lot of talent in the water today. We keep saying it over and over again. And here's the next heat lining up already, Philip.
That's right. So we're going to enter that second semi-final for the technical race for the women. We are going to see in this second heat Carla Gilbert from Australia, Annie Reichert from Hawaii, also Taryn King from South Africa. We've seen her in several ISA World events. Laura Ketglas from Spain also. From Argentina, it will be Juliana Gonzalez. Japan is Takayo Yokoyama, who will be on our stand-up paddleboard. Nicolene Rasmussen from Denmark. Maya Persson from Sweden. Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico. And Mansa Notar from Slovenia.
A lot of talent in this heat here as you're on the water right now. I believe that's Team India. That is still on the course right there. I believe that is Tanvi Jagadish still paddling. Look at our SUP surfer right there. Ripping right. Is that Pepe? Looks like Pepe from Mexico SUP surfing that wave here at Cloud Break. That is Pepe.
One of the judges.
Yeah, look at him just shredded it up right there. So Tanvi coming across from left to right. I know she's got a ton of support in her home country of India. They've been on the message board, and they're cheering her on right now, competing in her first ever ISA World Championship, Philip.
That's right, one of the latest federations to join the ISA umbrella that now counts over 100 federations, sort of that magic number. Remember also, we'll be talking about it later today, about the Olympic ambitions of stand-up surfing. If you still don't know it yet, surfing, but the normal shortboard surfing will be in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, and we're going to see about the format. It will be 20 men, 20 women that will be selected through a qualifying system that is being worked out between the WSL and the ISA to make it fair. And so with these 100 federations, India, one of the last ones, it's great seeing those two competitors being here and just soaking it all up, you know. There's such a new nation to this sport. You must know that for example, one of the latest federations is Nepal, for example, one of the landlocked countries. We've seen Switzerland, for example, in this event. And in Nepal, they're doing stand-up paddles on lakes, you know. It's getting like a global sport, and it is the fastest and biggest growing water sport in the world right now. It's stand-up paddle.
Oh, that's a very, very good point. And we were talking about it. You know, you say surfing's in the Olympics in 2020, and Fernando Aguirre, the ISA president, says mark my words, it'll be in the 2024 Olympics. Stand-up paddling will make its representation. You hear the clapping, all the people on the support boats there, as here she comes across the finish line from India, Tanvi Jagadish, coming across the finish line right there, Philip, at 32:41. So not a bad performance for her first ever ISA.
That's right, so all the girls are in. As you can see, the second heat is in position at the Marshall buoy, so they cannot get on the line. Obviously, for this type of situation, we still got competitors coming in. So Barrett Tester is getting the following heat always ready at the Marshall's buoy. On his signal, they advance towards the start line. We're going to see that right now. Obviously, she has to go back to the boat. And we're going to see the start in a few minutes of the second semi-final for the men. And after that, we're going to continue with more stand-up technical with the 4 men's qualifying heats that will lead to 2 semi-finals and then 1 big final.
And usually in these technical races, it is a beach start. So most of these athletes are charging onto the water from a running start from the sand, hitting the water, having to stand up on their boards. But this one truly unique since we are kind of in a water world type environment here. So we're starting from the water and ending from the water. So making it a little bit different than we've seen in past ISA events.
Exactly, but still as much excitement, and I mean it's entertaining to see these types of race. We see the changes to the position. You cannot make mistakes, as we just saw Candice Appleby in the previous semi-final leading the heat. She's the gold defending medalist from last year, and there Olivia Piana taking that psychological win of winning that first semi-final. So as soon as we get the results from that first heat, we'll be giving them, especially Elizabeth from Peru. We're getting the results being sent by WhatsApp. As soon as we have them, we'll read them. First, we're going to see the start of this second semi-final. We'll be announcing the names also of who's coming in the next heat. For those of you joining us, we want to welcome you to Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world-renowned wave of Cloudbreak, and this is semi-final number 2 that is getting underway. They're getting to the line, and there goes the buzzer.
There's the horn from Barrett Tester, our race director, and look at this, Annie Rickard charging out hard with Carla Gearbut from Australia, the 41-year-old, also in that mix there. So all these ladies charge, and there's Turin King, also Laura Quitglass from Spain, also in this heat. So we'll start to see them string out, and we'll give you a better idea as the starts are a little bit kind of unpredictable. As you see the paddlers, usually they're all in a line there. They were kind of some set back a little further, some set up a little closer. Philip, how important is a solid start in this technical race?
I do believe a good start can make or break your race, you know, and falling in, you'll fall in different packs because you see it, we've seen that, it's the 4th race we're seeing this morning. You get a line that defines itself pretty quick, you know. It's difficult to keep on shoulder to shoulder with competitors. Obviously, you have the weight that's created by the board. And so being in the lead pack is, or in the lead position, even better, means that you're not affected by wake of anybody. It leaves you that clean, nice route.
And there's a look at our paddlers coming from left to right on your screen. Just the start. This is the second heat of the women's SUP technical. So this is the second and final heat. Top 8 will move on to the final later on this afternoon. We're trying to get an idea of who's out in front. We'll give you the lineup as soon as it comes right there. But we've seen some great racing action thus far here from Fiji. The beautiful island of Tavarua is where we're calling it live from. And our production staff spread all over Cloudbreak Reef right now, 3 kilometers away, making it all happen for you. And Philip, what do you see?
Yeah, that's Kelly French, our beach master that's roving around the course, going from race official to race official. So big thank you to them. That's the 3rd edition that they're in charge. As you mentioned it early this morning, Drew. They're probably some of the guys with the most experience in organizing SUP race. They've organized and put up for years the Battle of the Paddle before it became the PPGs. And it's a pleasure since Nicaragua. They're there with us, helping us. They were last year in Sayulita, and we see them once again in charge of the ISA races. So great to see them.
And they'll be back next year as we go to Denmark for the ISA World Championships. So that'll be the first time in Europe. And Casper Steinfeld, we're actually going to be in his hometown of cold Hawaii, but it will be a split venue next year, and we'll have more information coming out on that. But you can go to isaworlds.com for more information there, as I believe that's Annie Rickert out in front right now for Team Hawaii. Carla Gilbert also up there, Laura from Spain, and Taryn King as we start to spread out just a little bit here, Philip.
Yeah, we still see a close pack in the beginning, and there you can see the media boat following them. That's the other shot when we see them coming from left to right. We're trying to define the positions as they're coming in towards that first buoy. So there you can see that the pack, the 4 first girls are sort of trying to gain a few positions and getting on that inside line.
Inside line, oh so important in that first buoy turn, sort of that whole shot buoy turn, proving to be kind of the staple for justifying how the heat will go there. But Annie Rickert on the outside right now, pushing hard as here comes Laura Quickglass from Spain on the outside, trying to push her way up to the front of the pack right there. 3:45, so in the early stages here, lap number 1. Here they come into the buoy turn, Philip.
So here they come. We're going to try to recognize the bib numbers. Right now they're going round in the lead. Seems like a Nashboard. Second, nobody falling right now. Still very tight pack. One of the closest we've seen until now.
4:09, second heat, women's technical. Still charging hard here out on the reef of Cloudbreak. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we have a lot of SUP racing action and prone paddleboard racing technical action still to come, so you don't want to go anywhere. As here's the heat now starting to spread out a little bit further here in this women's technical race. And we want to thank everybody for their comments on our message boards, and definitely thank all of our sponsors for making this possible, including Tourism Fiji, who was on the boat this morning. They have they sort of harvest, I guess you would call it, cultivate pearls here on the island of Fiji. So you're seeing a lot of pearls off on the coast. You can dive down, grab your oyster, bring it up, pop it open, and see what kind of pearl you got in there. So a very unique little element here in Fiji that we're finding out all about.
That's right. Even if the most famous pearls are the black pearls, we've seen white pearls, blue pearls, pink pearls. They've got all types of pearls here in Fiji. We went to the center of Nadi yesterday for the lay day. Really incredible also that. And, well, we're hoping that we can visit a pearl farm.
It would be fun. I've always wanted to farm a pearl, coming from the farming area. Out there's Carla Gilbert now pulling away from your screen right now, the 41-year-old from the Gold Coast, 2-time Iron Woman champion. So Carla, one of the elders on the water right now, but paddling very, very hard and very well for Team Australia. Also in the front there, that's Annie Rickert from Hawaii, the 23-year-old from Lahaina. She's charging hard with South Africa just behind her, and Laura Quickglass, the 33-year-old from Spain, also charging hard now, currently in 4th position, I believe. So we'll get more and more updates as we go along. Second women's semifinal heats.
So 6 minutes and 10 seconds. We should be coming towards the end of this first lap. Remember, it is 3 laps around this technical course, so each lap more or less 1 kilometer. 3-kilometer lap.
And we're going to go down right now to Dan Gavir on the boat. Dan, what you got for us?
I see 190 there on the Riviera. Takakayo, Yokohama. Oh, and we have one
and
of the
I don't think we have Dan Gavir right now, but there's
wrapped
Team
up
Hawaii.
in
That's
the
Annie
buoy
Rickert
line,
from
having
Team
to do
Hawaii.
some quick work there. 186, I believe that was Annie Reichert from Hawaii with a nice job getting her leash untangled on the blue board there. I believe that is our paddler from Sweden, Maya Pearson. And as we kind of travel here outside of Cloudbreak, we're just outside of this very shallow reef zone. There's a lot of movement in the ocean here with the current. a bit of wind, just very slight. As they start heading downwind, they actually lose that cooling effect, and it's the downwind section of this course that's going to test the resistance to the heat with our paddlers here, because it gets really hot really quick as they go downwind. Here tracking along with our paddler on the SIC board, the Hawaiian paddler, as well as, I believe, 192, Maya Pearson from Sweden on the blue Bic. This whole field only separated by about a 40-second margin. So our first place paddler still within reach of our last place paddler. We have one paddler straggling behind, and basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 paddlers in this heat. Only 2 will go out. So right now it's 192, Maya Pearson on the bubble. She's going to want to try to catch up to the Hawaiian paddler, who had a little bit of a malfunction there getting her leash wrapped up with the buoy, but she still has plenty of time. We're going to cross around to the inside of the course here. Dan Gavir bringing it to you live with some commentary on the course here at the ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard World Championships from Fiji at the infamous Cloud Break.
And I think we lost Dan Gavir. We'll go back to the action right now. 9:28. As Dan mentioned, Philip, Annie Rickard kind of
from Australia out in front on that Nash paddleboard. Heat number 2 for the technical race for our women on the course. 10 paddlers, 8 will advance. Team Hawaii doing some good work here, catching up, making some spots back after a little run-in with the anchor line on the buoy. And this is really putting the pressure on Maya Pearson from Sweden. She knows that she needs to overtake at least one spot to make it into the next round. But it's the girls in front of her that seem to be accelerating away. Thank you. Let's go, Maya.
We're back. Thanks, Dan Gavir. Dan Gavir's trying to do a lot of stuff down there right now, so I want to thank him for his sideline commentary. As he mentioned, Annie Rickard from Hawaii was like in the top 5, went a little tight around that buoy, got her leash wrapped around the buoy cord, and fell off 5 positions there. So big hit to Team Hawaii right now. But Carla Gilbert, very, very strong, as we mentioned before. The 41-year-old out in front right now, Philip, looking very strong in this women's semifinal heat.
That's right, we are actually in the lap number 2. We've seen the pack really spreading out now, more or less at the end of the first lap. We're still getting on messages, so lots of messages from South Africa right now. Go Taryn, such a champion, so proud, from Tammy and Mike. Also, Diane Wenzel still writing, awesome job, girls, and congrats to my Infinity teammate Candice. Whoop, whoop. Drew, try not to jinx any of the girls in this heat, she tells you. Also, there from Karsten Krongard from Denmark. Big shout out to the Viking athletes showing some of that Danish dynamite. Go Nicolene and Casper. That's right, and they're also a big friend of mine, Papas from Mexico. Saludos desde Sayulita, Nayarit, México. Philip, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien, Papas. Un placer. Te extrañamos acá. Anyway, Papas Gonzalez, he was one of the hosts last year at Sayulita, an excellent SUP surfer. It's a shame to not see him here. Messages from all over the place, Puerto Rico, Great Britain, Alaska. Thank you for your support. Keep on sending in all those shout-outs. Remember, isaworlds.com. That's the official website. Lots of information there. You can see the results, the program for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we will be seeing the long distance race for the women, following with Friday the long distance for the men, and then Saturday is coming epic cloud break with the finals of the SUP surfing.
There's a lot of action still to come, ladies and gentlemen, so you don't want to turn that dial right now. It's going right to left off your screen right now. That is the starboard of Laura Quickglass, and there is an up-close look of our paddler there. You see her bump back to the back there, trying to make her way into this yellow buoy. Nice turn there by her. Trying to get her bib number, as the girl's looking very, very strong here in this second semifinal heat here. 13:09 in the middle of the second lap. Charging hard out there. Conditions a little bumpy, as we saw Candace Appleby go down in an earlier heat. A lot of side chop. A lot of people down there talking about that. We've seen it in previous surf sessions, as a lot of these ladies have been all on 12.6s. And so far, not a lot of shakeup. No big contenders falling out whatsoever. So things shaping up very, very nicely for the final coming up, Philip.
Yeah, up until now, no big surprises. Mainly as we had in SUP surf a few surprises, like Casper Steinfat falling down in round 1. We saw also Shakira Westdorp falling in the repechage. But until now, as you say, the big predictions have been realized. The favorites and or the strongest have gone through towards the final. The finals will be with 16 finalists in each, except for the men's pro and technical. It seems to me that women's pro and technical will be 12. That will be the first final of the afternoon. We'll go towards the men's pro and technical with 16. And then we're going into the stand-up paddle women's and men's final with 16 finalists in each. And that's going to be even tighter than what we've been seeing up until now.
And the racing continues, as there's the live shot. We just broke away from it. That was your leader right there, Carla Gilbert from Australia. 2-time Iron Woman champion. One of the older competitors on the course at 41 years of age, but look at her pull through that water right there. Nice, comfortable paddle strokes and charging hard. Currently in second place is Laura Quickglass from Spain and Taryn King from South Africa, as there's a look right there of the Nash rider. That's Carla Gilbert looking very, very strong in this heat, Philip.
Yeah, she's been leading the whole semi-final up until now. She's in the third lap. She knows it. She needs to go around that last buoy and just head in towards the finishing line. Just secure that place and then relax on the boat and wait for the final later this afternoon. And as you can see, we cannot even see the second one there. She was going recently up on the screen. She's got several boards advance on her competition. She seems pretty safe to take the first place in this final. So, yeah, lots of messages. Un saludo para Philip Muller y para todo el equipo español. That's Pedro Gutierrez. He was the team manager for Spain during previous events. Also from Peru, Lizinka, mom of Itzel Delgado. Saludos a todos. Regards to all competitors. That's right. So keeping those messages pouring in as we see one of the most exciting races during this year.
And there is one of the most exciting racers, Carla Gilbert from Australia, taking that turn a little bit wider than I think she wanted to. As the starboard rider, I think that's Laura Quickglass, going a little bit wider around her. As a lot of our surfers, look at our surfers getting busy down there. As there goes Pepe from Mexico.
That's the judges.
Or is that the judges?
There's 3 judges that are always on break, that do not need to be race officials, so they're waiting to be called. And what a better way
to be a judge.
To wait than be surfing. Well, it's a small cloud break. We'll see it a lot bigger later on during this week. Saturday is going to be epic and historical as we define the gold medals for the surfing portion of this event. Right now we've got 3 days of race coming up. This is day 1 of the racing with the technical, then 2 days of long distance, and we mustn't forget that on Sunday we've got also a very particular race, which is the team relay race. Each team must field a team of 4 paddlers, 2 prone paddlers, a girl and a boy, and 2 stand-up paddlers, a girl and a boy. They'll do a circuit that's more or less 1 kilometer. They have to pass the relay, and the first team to finish, we'll see the semi-finals and then a final with those 4 countries. And that is even more exciting, I find, than these technical races.
Oh, man. Relays can get out of hand super, super fast. As there's Nikolai Rasmussen going around the buoy there. So Maya Pearson, also one to watch out for. She's getting a lot of support. And our Nash rider, Annie Rickert from Hawaii, trying to gain a little bit of distance after that little bit of a falter earlier on in this heat, just trying to make that cut right there. There's a nice wide angle shot. This heat a little bit further off in time from the last heat. They're about a minute and a half behind the second lap of the last heat, so about 90 seconds difference, but they're all just kind of getting their bearings out there, getting a feel for the course, and we could see conditions change just a little bit coming up in that final. We might even see cloud break, the wave, play a potential factor, Philip.
That's right. We'll have to wait to see what happens. You can see that the lineup has changed a little bit already. It's a lot more choppy than the first heats that we saw, the semi-finals for the pro and paddleboard for the men. I do believe that that's why also they were a lot faster. It was easier just to glide on the water. They have a bit of wind to deal with as they're going in towards that first buoy, entering that third lap. There you can see the lead of this race, followed by all those boats, and there she is. This is Carla Gilbert going around that buoy number 1. She's going towards the second buoy, the lower part of the M, then towards the reef buoy, and straight towards that finishing line to finish this semi-final number 2, and then we'll be heading to the SUP technical for the men, and there we've got a lot more heats. We've got 4 qualifying heats, and it's only the top 4 who advance, and we've seen some of the names there, because with these 4 heats, the 4 top advance directly to a final. There's no semi-final, and so the cut line is a lot higher for these guys, and competition is going to be tough.
Competition is going to be tough in any heat that you're in at the ISA Worlds. We got the best competitors in the world here, all competing. Philip Mueller on my right. I'm Drew with you. We're calling it live from you from the island of Tavarua. We'll be here all day with you. We got Jody Nelson and Dan Gavir down on the boat, bringing you all the action from the start-finish line. And again, a big special thank you to Tourism Fiji for their great support in this event this year. They've done a great job of getting everybody taken care of and always taking care of us anywhere and everywhere we go. Also want to thank all the media partners such as Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, and SUP International for bringing us all the action. But there she is out in front right now, Carla Gilbert, just about 96, 97 seconds off the last heat's fastest lap time there. But the 41-year-old looking very, very good, Philip.
That's right. 20 minutes right now. Remember, they've got 30 minutes to finish this course. We saw one race finish in 31, 32 minutes. Obviously, if we see that they're almost there, the decision was made to let them finish the race. We've got a few countries like we saw in the previous heat with the competitor from India, Tanvi Jagadish, one of her first international events, you know.
Let her finish the race. Like,
yeah,
did you?
The stoke, the smile on her face when she arrived.
The whole boat, everybody on Cloudbreak was just cheering, and the explosion of support for Team India is fantastic.
That's right. Always nice to see, you know, competitors come in, you know, for their first event. I remember it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago. It was in Punta Rocas, one of these reef breaks, very heavy in Peru, for the World Surfing Games, and it was the first participation for Dubai. This guy came in to Peru for his first event, and it was his first time in the ocean because he'd learned in Dubai only in a wave pool. And he enters in Punta Rocas, 3 meters, and he manages to finish in 3rd position in front of a Russian. You couldn't imagine the stoke on this. I think he would have never imagined winning over another competitor, you know?
Oh, and that's what's cool about it. I mean, it's just the support for each other, but the competition is all there.
And when would you see on the Pro Tour, you know, somebody from Dubai with an Indian and the Russian fighting it out in a surf contest? You know,
never.
That's the ISA.
That's what the ISA is all about. And they're doing their job, and they're doing it well. And big accolades go out to the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, for all that he's done to support the world of stand-up paddling and surfing for that matter. I mean, him and his friends really, really pushing it hard. And I believe that's Taryn King there on your screen. Going from left to right there, 21:54. So nice look at her. Nice stretching out that paddle stroke. Pulling hard through this final lap here. Remember, top 8 move on. So only 2 ladies will fall off in this heat.
That's
Moving
right.
on to the final.
Basically, it's just to get to those 16 finalists that we'll see in the afternoon Obviously, we need to see the first eliminated. We've already seen some people eliminated in the SUP surfing, marking their points. It's really too early to check the team standings. There's lots of change that can happen as everybody who's still in competition gets the maximum potential points for their team. So you can check that out, obviously, on isaworlds.com. You can try to make your predictions. Like one of our friends and media partner who's an expert in predictions, that's Chris Parker with SUP Racer. We're going to see at the end of the day if his predictions for the technical race realized themselves, or was he a bit off?
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Philip Mueller. I want to know, we saw SUP Racers predictions, but who are you picking in all categories to take top honors here in the men's and women's technical races today? Tell me.
I would say Candice Appleby. I saw her very strong. I'd like Olivia Piana to win, obviously. She never really had the chance. She's been finalist several times. But I think Candice Appleby in this semi-final, she took it easy. Then we're going to see the real Candice come out in the final. I do believe she will be able to repeat our gold medal from last year. I would say Olivia Piana in second position. Let's see who we could have in third position. I think it would be somebody like Lina Augaitis in third. That would be my prediction for the women.
What about the men's coming up? Who are you predicting for the men's? Give me your top three.
There's several. I mean, for the men there's really a large field. Zane Schweitzer is there, Lincoln Jews. There's some dark horses from Brazil that we've never seen at an ISA event, like Guilherme Reis. Vinicius Martins is really strong for a young Brazilians. Kai Lenny is there. Tituan Puyo.
You're listing the whole field, Philip. I want your top three. Come on, don't be lollygagging. Give me your top three. Give me your top three.
But without giving the order, I would say Tituan Puyo.
Uh-huh.
Kai Lenny could be up there.
Uh-huh.
And let's go through these sheets. Thank you, Megan, for printing all of this in the morning. Slater Trout, I do believe, is very strong here on the long distance and should be able to have a good actuation. So those three.
And then I got to ask you, prone traditional paddleboard. We saw some great semifinal heats this morning. Who you picking just to be on the top of the podium?
Lucky Lansdowne, without a doubt. Probably repeating his gold medal if he gets into it and doesn't let Jack Bach get out in front. Jack Bach should be there on the podium, and I do believe that Matt Poole from Australia too.
Matt Poole, that's going to be a good battle coming up there, but there is your heat leader actually in the semifinal. That is Carla Gilbert from Australia, the 41-year-old from the Gold Coast, two-time Iron Woman champion, coming across at 25:03. There's Laura Quickglass coming across the finish line. She'll come across at 25:08. And there's your top two. We'll go down to the boat right now with Dan Gavir and Jody Nelson with an interview.
And as we look on here, Taryn King out of South Africa coming across the line just behind Laura Quetglass. As you can hear the vuvuzelas going off from the South African team. They're always having the most fun, making the most noise. Looks like Team Japan going to come across the line in fourth place. Top 8 women will advance. Last we saw, I believe it was Sweden on the bubble. We'll have to see if she was able to overcome any spots to get into this semifinal for the women's technical racing. Looks to me like Team Japan here coming across the line in fourth place on the Riviera paddleboard, 12.6, as she picks up that pace with her V-Drive quick blade paddle, and she's going to come across the line there. Looks like she held a little bit of hydration on her back and a headband to keep the sweat out of her eyes. A bit of a race here for 6th and 7th as we have the SIC rider straight alongside a starboard rider. They're going to come in just behind the Nash rider here. I don't have an ID on her quite yet, but we'll be getting you the official results via the boys back in the booth, Philip and Drew. Thanks for holding it down. Top 8 women will advance. And literally a side-by-side horse race for the line. This should be a close call for the officials here at the ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard World Championships here in Fiji at the infamous Cloud Break location. Just off about 2.5 kilometers from the shores of the infamous islands of Tavarua and Namotu. We have to thank all the Fijian locals for their hospitality. We got some serious history lessons and even got to share a bit of kava last night with Stan the Man in downtown Nadi. A lot of paddlers out here cheering on their friends, family, and fellow countrymen from private boats and from our ISA mothership. And as we look on here, a couple more paddlers still on course before we start our first qualification round for the men's technical stand-up paddle racing here in Fiji. 4 of which will be advancing into our semi-final rounds. Right now, I can see some of the paddlers lining up for our next heat of men's. Looks like Ryan Knish out of Canada, Slater Trout out of the United States, Johnny O'Hara out of Ireland, just to name a few. Maybe see Titouan Pouillot from France getting warmed up. Gonna see a fast and furious pace here for the men's the men's qualification heat. Probably a little bit faster pace than what we've seen so far, as there are 4 coveted spots. So it's a much heavier cut in these men's SUP rounds than what we've seen so far in the prone paddling and in the women's rounds. So this is going to definitely influence the pace and the amount of effort that these men's athletes are going to have to put into each and every stroke. All of our paddlers on 12.5-foot racing boards, which means that is the length limit. However, any of them are free to choose a shorter board. If they want to come out with an 11-footer or a 12-footer, they're more than welcome to. We're also going to be seeing some of the other bigger names in the sport coming out in other heats. I believe we have Kai Lenny in the house, and some of the other racers to look out for. Definitely Titouan Pouillot racing for France. Yep, and we're going to send it back to the booth with Drew and Philip.
Thank you, Dan Gavir. Dan Gavir down there on the boat right now at our start-finish line. 29:47, so everybody coming in that second women's semifinal heats. And boy, oh boy, it didn't disappoint. So there is the top 16 moving on to the finals. We'll have that. Go to isaworlds.com for all the updated information. For us to list them off for you, it would take a little while, so just jump online there. You'll see the top 16. We'll be calling it for you live here this afternoon, but unfortunately, Maya Persson from Sweden not going to make the cut there, Philip.
That's right. What a shame right now, but I mean, it's the name of the game. You need to be in the 8 first. We saw also, Tarin Kai there with that small problem with the leash. That proves that in a race, anything can happen, you know. So we're still trying, we're going to get from Dan Gavir. You can see that he's doing the interviews and also getting us the results from those 2 semi-finals for the women's technical racing. Thank you for everybody for your messages. Good job, Laura Ketglass. Good luck for final. I hope you will be on the podium, says Norberto Jimenez from Spain. Lots of Spanish now. España says felicidades, Laura, desde Mallorca. Also, Carla Gilbert in the women's. Australia go, says Mick. Taryn, you're my hero, says from Jess from South Africa. So all over the world is writing in and following this live webcast from the infamous wave of Cloudbreak as we see the last competitor coming to cross that line, and we're starting the recap of the second semi-final of the women's technical race. Here's the start.
Let's talk about the start right here as all of our paddlers charging hard off the line. Annie Rickert from Hawaii gets off like a gazelle. Charging hard there, but starts falling off in the back there. The Argentine also with a good start. But the one to talk about is Taryn King in the orange from South Africa on the inside there, really pushing it hard against the Argentine. So Taryn King starts to fall off a little bit after that start, and then we start spreading out the field here, Philip.
That's right. As you can see, groups are getting formed. You've got that clear lead from Carla Gilbert, who led the race from start to finish. What a shame for Annie Rickert. I mean, that's going to affect the positions of Team Hawaii of losing a competitor so early for one of the favorite teams to be on the podium for the gold medal on the team standings. Obviously, one of the countries trying to come and break the domination of Australia and New Zealand. There we see the rest of the girls keep on advancing through that second lap. I guess we're going to see when Annie Reichert got caught up with a leech on that buoy. What an unfortunate situation for the young girl from Hawaii.
And there is Carla Gilbert going across that buoy turn. You saw Carla charge from about 6th place in that start all the way up to first, and then right behind her from Spain, that's Laura Quickglass in the white race jersey, just keeping her in vision the whole entire race, but was unable to overtake her at any of those buoy turns. Carla Gilbert looking very, very strong there. Like I mentioned, the 41-year-old, as she gets a big smile on her face coming into all the support boats there. You see her jump to the back of the board, goes across the finish line, and takes the second women's heat. So she's got to feel good going into that final coming up later on this afternoon, Philip.
That's right, taking that second semi-final. The first one was won by the French woman Olivia Piana in front of the defending gold medalist from the United States, that's Candice Appleby. We will be seeing most of these women in the final of the stand-up paddle technical race later today. Right now we've got 4 qualifying races for the men's in stand-up paddle, and what heats are we going to get? Right now we were talking about it, Drew, in the morning on the boat. I mean, you've got the seeding working to get the competitors placed in the different heats, and also you've got sometimes a bit of luck, and I think that Slater Trout got the best of deals in this heat number 1 compared to the 3 other ones.
Slater Trout should go play the lottery right now because, I mean, if you look at the 4 heats coming up for the men, he definitely got the softest of the heats here because, I mean, there's still some very, very strong talent. I don't want to rule that out. But Slater, out of all 4 heats, definitely got the best one to be in. So Slater Trout from the U.S. is going to be first. He's going to have position here. He is a 5th. He finished 5th in the PPG, just 22 years of age. And we're going to be seeing him, and we'll list off the rest of the field coming up. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Fiji. We're broadcasting it for you from the island of Tavarua. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Welcome back. Here we are in the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship. We are live. This is the 3rd day of competition at the renowned wave of Cloudbreak. In the water right now, we're going to see the first qualifying heat out of 4 of the Submen technical race. In this heat, only the 4 top paddlers will advance. The 4 first heats of the day, we saw the 2 semi-finals for the pro and paddleboard and in the men's division, and we saw the 2 semi-finals in stand-up paddle for the women. There, the top 8 would advance here. I mean, the cutout line is at 4 paddlers, so this is going to be very tough. In this first heat, we've got Slater Trout from the United States, Cormac McCulloch from New Zealand, Chris Couve from South Africa, Georgi Zulaika from Spain, Sebastian Barbero from Argentina, Ryan Gnish from Canada, Glenn Eldridge from Great Britain, Johnny O'Hara from Ireland, and Nico Schenk from Switzerland.
Loaded heats coming up, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go away. But since we have a little break in the action, you know, a lot of you tuned in right now to isaworlds.com. We want to talk a little bit about the ISA, the International Surfing Association, a world governing authority recognized by the International Olympic Committee, so part of the IOC, for the sport of surfing and other wave riding activities, under the direction of ISA President Fernando Aguirre, a very, very talented man, really pushing hard to get the world of SUP and surfing into the Olympics, which he did here in 2020 for Japan. But the ISA does more than what you're seeing here today, Philip, and I think that's what's so important. There's so many facets in the ISA that a lot of people might not know about.
Obviously, the visible face are these ISA World Championships that we see around the world, such as the World Surfing Games, the World Junior Championships. We've also got the World Longboard Championship, the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship, where we are now. But there's a lot of other interesting programs, which is like the ISA scholarships. Lots of kids around the world might not have the financial support, but they've got the talent, but we need to nurture it. And so every year, since the last 5 years, the ISA has been giving over $40,000 a year in scholarships of $1,000 or $500 to young kids who deserve it. You need to have good grades at school. You need to be an example for the other youth. And so you send a sort of application, and it is reviewed by a committee, and every year like 50 kids will receive a scholarship from all countries all around the world. You can find that because isaworlds.com is the hub on internet for the events, but if you go to isasurf.org you can find a lot more information about the ISA. So I do invite you to go to isasurf.org, check the scholarships. We've also got training programs for surf instructors. We've also got training programs for judging. All of our judges here are accredited by the ISA under our official program, so that we've got the same criteria when ruling on surf competitions and maintaining a very high standard in the sport.
And we do got to talk about the adaptive portion of the ISA, because adaptive is also crucial. They held their first championship for the adaptive surfing portion, and I mean, it was just fascinating to see what these athletes can do facing challenges that they are.
That's right. Emulating the IOC, because Fernando's been doing that for years, trying to emulate the Olympic Games, what would be surfing in the Olympic Games. For example, the doping has been there since years, as the same as the Olympics. And so, I mean, it's his dream since more than 20 years, and I know it was just last year, because you must know that the sports that will be included in the next one are always made at the General Assembly of the Olympic Committee that's done at the previous Games. So the part of the adaptive Games is to show also, if you know, after the Olympic Games, you get 1 week after, you get the Paralympics. And this was to show and give the opportunity to people to surf in an event. And we saw that it was the first event, as you said, last year. It was in San Diego. This year it is going back to San Diego, which is the HQ of the ISA, also where Fernando Aguirre and all of the ISA staff lives. And so that was so interesting to see people. There was a blind kid from Chile that went there to participate. People who are missing one leg or two legs. Well, there's several categories. People who can stand, people who can do it without assistance, with assistance. And I invite you to watch, if you can, at one moment, if you're bored, at ISA Surf. Find the video of that event, and you'll be impressed by the level at which they surf.
Oh, you'll be blown away. I mean, these athletes out there, like I said, facing those challenges and not letting it get them down whatsoever. And also what the ISA does for the youth of the international sport. I mean, the youthfulness of the ISA and what they're doing to these young athletes and getting teenagers in early as like 7, 8, 9 years old in the Junior World Championships, and watching these young rippers out there just tear it up. I mean, it'll put chills in your body on how exciting it is.
That's right. I remember in Nicaragua last year for the World Surfing Games, there were 2 young girls who were sisters, and if I'm not wrong, they were 9 and 11 years old, competing in an ISA World Surfing Games Championship, and they were impressive. They advanced quite a lot of rounds.
They're better surfers than us. We'll just leave it at that. Right, Philip? But also
Valentina and Candelaria Rosado.
That's what their name was.
That's right.
Very well. Good recollection. We want to thank the guys at the booth for feeding us a lot of this information.
Thank
there.
you, Via de Escape.
But we definitely want to express the ISA's mission, which is to create a better world through surfing. And I think Fernando, with a lot of his cohorts, are doing that and doing it well, as you're seeing here today, Philip.
When I see all the smiles of the people, even if they're focused and the teams sharing between countries, but every day on our morning commute, one of the best commutes in the world, on a catamaran, 45 minutes from Denaro to Tavarua, I mean, he's making it. He's making it happen. The world is a better place through surfing. The nations coming together, exchanging surf. You must see also at the end of the events, equipment's changed hands. You know, most of the top countries have got these great boards, very advanced. We'll sell them to countries who want to take them and pay the air fees, to bring it back. But that also disseminates high-tech equipment throughout the community, throughout the federations to practice. And we see that after an ISA event, a lot of the boards stay behind, and usually those countries step up the level.
That's a very good point. And if you see our ISA president, Fernando Aguero, walking around, give him a hug. Give him a high five. Tell him thank you, because, like we said, without him, we would not be at this level. So we want to thank you, Mr. President, for all your continued support and your hopes and dreams of getting surfing and hopefully stand-up paddling in the Olympics. And hopefully we'll be on this front, maybe in Japan, we'll see it in the future at future events there. There's a live shot right now from some of our support boats. As you see our stand-up paddlers sort of pulling up like it's a drive-through. Hey, can I get a tall Coke?
Yep.
To go, please?
Basically, they're asking for their boards or equipment. That's the famous vessel called the tank.
The tank.
That's where all the surfers, paddlers will keep their boards during the night. They just load them up the night before, and in the morning this is the boat that goes straight to the Marshall buoy. So all the equipment is on hand. It has been checked by Barrett Tester and Kelly French during the previous days. You helped out a lot also, I saw you.
Well, it's also critical to make sure everybody's abiding by the rules, and that's what we are actually functioning under here, is under IOC rules. So another thing, if you want to expand it beyond board length and equipment, is the lottery of being drug tested. I mean, we are under strong, strict IOC doping rules here, so all these athletes can be drug tested at any particular time via the lottery, which they are very, very strict on, Philip.
That's right. We've seen some teams in the past lose their medals due to, it takes a bit of time for these test results to come back, and you do not want to be caught, so most of the athletes respect the official list, which is the exact same list as any other Olympic sport. It's the same for all the sports. And so that's also one way of adhering to the IOC rules and emulating the Olympic Games, because as Fernando said once at a meeting before these events, when the Olympic Games, they organize the games, they don't go trying to do everything themselves. Who's the best person to organize a surf contest of this level? And in this case, it will be the governing authority for that sport. And who is it? It's the ISA that will be organizing the surf contest in 2020 in Tokyo, on a beach of Japan, during that event, in the name of the IOC. They leave it to the pros,
Let the pros handle it. And these guys definitely know something about surfing and stand-up paddling, as a lot of fun still to come, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. Keep it tuned right here to ISAWorlds.com. In case you're just joining us, we got the start of the 4 heats of men's technical races coming up, and we got some messages on the message board, huh, Philip?
That's right. KU from Japan, who says, "Go Japan." Then New Zealand, go Cormac, who's going to be competing for New Zealand. It's great, this Fiji World SUP. I want to encourage everybody, but especially to Jurgi Zulakai from the Basque Country. Thank you, Chechu. Guillermo dos Reis will compete in this battery from Rogerio Cunha. No, he's not yet in this heat. This is heat number 1. We've got 4, so we'll get to Guillermo dos Reis later on. Also, Paul from Irish Shop in Ireland, obviously, says, big shout out for Johnny O'Hara and Peter Kosinski doing us proud, boys. Alessandra, who says, saludos para mi primo Itzel Delgado. So the cousin of Itzel Delgado, who will be competing later, getting cheered on by his cousin Alessandra in Peru. And Nicky Rakeman with an interesting question. ISA Worlds in Canada in 2018, Tofino, BC. What do you think, Fernando? Nicky Rakeman, throwing a line.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that one up to Fernando. Email him.
That's it.
Email our ISA president and ask him that question. We're not going to go on record with that one. But still, we're still waiting for the race official Barrett Tester to give us the call for the lineup for our men's heats coming up. Like we said, we got some stacked heats for you with Slater Trout in heat number 1. You want to know where Guillermo Reyes was? He's in heat number 3, so he's in a pretty stacked heat with Zane Schweitzer, Lincoln Dews, Georges Cronstead from Tahiti.
Casper Steinfeld
also in there, so a lot of heat in that heat there for Guillermo. And Guillermo, he's only about 5 foot 4 inches tall. I mean, a tiny little kid, but he's got the heart of a lion, and I guarantee you he'll be out there charging it hard against all these competitors. You're seeing some paddlers going from right to left on your screen right now. Those guys just warming up, practicing those starts because remember, only the top 4 advance. And when you're talking a heat like we just talked about with all those participants,
some favorites are going to be falling off.
Oh, man. I mean, there's going to be some top paddlers in the world that aren't going to be going on to this final. So, going to create some very exciting energies down on the water here at Cloudbreak. We're here in Fiji. We're broadcasting off the island of Tavarua. Light winds today. Very pretty skies out there. Partly cloudy skies. 11 o'clock here in Fiji in case you were just joining us. So the time difference a little bit different. We saw the supermoon last night. That was really cool here on the islands in the South Pacific. Big old moon. I saw someone actually sort of scare their friend. They're like, wow, look at the supermoon out your window. And he was getting his iPhone out and he's taking photos of it. And they just put a flour tortilla shell on the window. So they were kind of messing with them a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit. So hopefully you got to see that supermoon. The closest it's been in 40 years, I hear.
That's right, and we've seen it quite big over these beautiful landscapes here in Fiji. We saw it yesterday night eating at the restaurant. Thank you to the port of Denaro also, and the Roomba. I mean, we told Roomba that if they had the transmission on, that's where we're having all our breakfast, lunch with all the guys of the ISA in the mornings. All the teams come in. It's the moment to sort of share together before the day. You see people preparing, getting focused, all the equipment being shipped in the boats. So thank you to Roomba. That's in the port of Denaro. Also want to thank Tourism Fiji. They're the main guys making this event possible. They've treated us like kings, made us feel at home. We want to thank everybody really on the Fijian islands. Also Fiji Water, everybody who's participated in any sense in this event. Really thank you. Vinaka, that's how you say thank you in Fijian. Vinaka Vaka Levu. That
Vaka
means
Levu.
Thank you very much. We're trying to learn one Fijian word a day. So little by little. So right now we're still waiting for the men to get prepared. Visibly it's taking a little bit more time. There you can see a bit of action and traffic on the tank. You can see also one of the Via de Escape guys on the left manning the camera straight from the tank where the competitors are getting their boards and equipment. They left them yesterday night after being checked by a Barrett tester, because just to explain to people who maybe surf and do not understand about racing, what we're trying to avoid, as this is a 12.6 class, that's the length of the board. If somebody tries to go on a 13-foot board or 14-foot board, they would go faster. So that's what we don't want to, that people that would switch their board very quickly after, you know?
Yeah, that would be called illegal. You get in big trouble
or
for
cheating
that.
Also.
Yeah. Hey, I just been notified by our control room. We're going to go to commercial. We're going to take a quick break, maybe show some highlights from the previous day's events, and take a little break here before we kick off the men's SUP technical heats. We got 4 exciting heats coming up, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with more action live from the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Drew with you and Philip Mueller calling it live for you. We'll be back.
Stay tuned.
Leave your phone off and start roaming.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
So welcome back. Here we are in the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championship from the world famous wave of Cloudbreak. In the water right now, we've got the first qualifying heat out of 4 for the SUP technical men. We've seen 4 heats in the morning, the semi-finals for the men's prone technical and the semi-finals for the women's SUP technical. We've already got the final set for those. We've got 12 women who will be competing in the women's prone technical final. So the 3 finals out of 4 are set. We've just got the technical stand-up paddle race to define the 16 finalists. It will be a lot more difficult. There isn't 8 paddlers who go through towards the final, but only 4 per heat. I'm Philip Muller here, live from Tavalua, and I'm joined by Drew Muren.
Yeah, look at that replay of that start. We missed it as they started off the race a little bit quicker than we expected, but that is Slater Trout on the Infinity out of California, the USA, charging hard there, extending his lead. So you saw Slater almost get sideways there and really pull it hard on that right-hand stroke. And look at this, Slater with an amazing hole shot right there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get to that first buoy. They'll be going down the line. This is heat number 1 of the men's technical. And you see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all kind of clumping up right there, Philip. And we'll start to see them spread out here once they get around this first turn buoy.
That's right. So Slater Trout taking a clear lead after 2 minutes and a half in this heat. Obviously, I think we're going to see a lot more sustained rhythm than in the previous heat we've seen today. They know that only 4 of the best paddlers of each heat will advance. So you can't take it as relaxed as we saw, the prone paddlers this morning. When they were in the lead, they were just having fun out there.
Oh, they were giving high fives. They were talking about what they're going to do when they get home. Hey, where are you going to be at tonight? They're having a good old time. But these technical SUP races, this is a whole different ball game. We have 10, maybe 12 of the top stand-up paddlers in the world, and they're all vying for 4 positions. There's Slater Trout coming right into your living room. You see this buoy turn right there. Nice buoy turns, a little bit of a chop on the water, making for a little inconsistent conditions. You just saw that paddler kind of getting a little wavy with that paddle going around that buoy turn, but Slater Trout looking in pristine condition right now and keeping that distance over 2nd place by about 3 or 4 board lengths.
That's right. So we are at the ISA 2016 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship. You have to know that the ISA is the world governing authority for all water wave sports, such as surfing, but also bodyboard, longboard, and in this case, the stand-up paddle and paddleboard. Here we see our competitors going around the 2nd buoy. You can see there certain groups, almost falling off the board there, as they're trying to get round as fast as possible that 2nd buoy, then heading straight toward the reef buoy. We're still waiting to see how the tide will affect this race course. As the tide will shift, that wave of cloudbreak that we can see in the foreground will also shift its position. We're still hoping to see a few competitors able to make some overpassing. thanks to the wave.
Oh, yeah, they're all looking for the waves, and you know these guys have watched the previous heats there, Philip. Watching what the ocean's doing, you start to see little runners come up, and those guys are going to be taking advantage of those. As that in second place right now, I believe that's Cormac McCullough from New Zealand, the 22-year-old from Auckland, charging hard there as he's going from right to left. But you're starting to see those waves get a little bit bigger here. And that is where it's going to get interesting coming around this buoy turn as there's Slater Trout free and clear from that buoy and now hard on the right-hand stroke coming cross from left to right.
That's right. We mentioned it before in the previous heat while we were waiting for these men to get ready on the start line. Slater Trout got really lucky on this heat draw. He probably has one of the easiest heats out of the four, and he will secure his passage towards the final. But as we said before, in the second, third and fourth heats, there's more than 4 favorites, and so a few of the world's top paddlers might not make it into this so much important final of these ISA World Championships.
And there's a big mistake right there by Canadian. That's Ryan Knish falling off his board, went off the left-hand side there, opening the door right there by, I believe, the South African racer, making the pass on him. So, yeah, you can't make mistakes in these tight heats like this. And like you said, Slater Trout drawing the best heat out of all of them. And it seems like they get more and more competitive as we go on. But a very fast heat so far. I mean, we're 6 minutes into this thing, so we could see 19 to 22-minute heats here for these guys as they're blazing through this course right now.
Yes, I still do believe that these heats are going to go a lot faster than the rhythm that we saw before. That we see the ISA official water cameraman in the water all day in Cloudbreak, getting the best shots of action. You can check all those images and also the video with the highlight reels of the previous days at isaworlds.com.
The ISA is 100-member nation strong and developing new programs more and more often. Newest members are Iran, the Cook Islands, and Sierra Leone. So some new members coming and jumping on board the ISAs. There's Slater Trout on the Infinity. Slater Trout, though, has an amazing year. I want to talk a little bit about this kid right now as he's starting to pull away even further, stretch his lead. Slater been training very, very hard this year. Talking to his coach, the U.S. coach, Dave Bainey, Dave was saying, hey, if there's one kid that's really put in the work since 2009 when he finished second in the Pacific Paddle Games in Dana Point, California, it's Slater Trout. Came in 5th this year at the Pacific Paddle Games. I know he was stoked about that finish, and he's looking at performing very, very, very well at this year's ISAs in Fiji, and it looks like there's not a doubt in his mind that he's going to pull away with this heat unless something tragic happens. And look at that big, strong kid. Stands about 6 foot 2 inches tall. His dad, a very big supporter, watching from home right now in California. A lot of family support, and just a very stout kid.
I love his nickname. He's known as Captain America. So what better person there to lead the charge for the stand-up paddle men for Team USA, trying to repeat the team gold medal from last year that they obtained in Sayulita.
And we got to talk about that for just a minute because their gold medalist from last year, Danny Ching from Redondo Beach, California, is not participating at the ISAs this year. So they had some huge booties to fill when you start talking about losing an athlete such as Danny Ching.
That's right. I was watching the results from last year. The defending silver medal from last year is Mo Freitas, for example. And if he is present here, he came on an 11th hour call because Kai Lenny had to go to the big wave event at PI, and he just jumped on a plane, came here with a back injury without knowing what's happening. He's been doing very well on the SUP surf part of things. He's got the silver medal, but this year he led his place. It will be Zane Schweitzer and Kai Lenny doing the technical race. So there also, you see some of the favorites not coming back to participate, just as you mentioned, Danny Ching, sorry.
Yeah, Danny Ching won't be back, but you can't. Mo Freitas, who made it out, has a potential of getting a gold medal in the SUP Surf finals. So, he had one of the highest wave scores in the first 3 days. So Mo just changing positions a little bit, going from more racing to surfing. So definitely representing there for Team Hawaii as there's Slater Trout coming back into your living room. You see him stand up, take a little breath there, hard on the right-hand stroke, and looking very, very, very strong in this first men's technical heat. There's Cormac McCullough behind him, the 22-year-old, and I think that's Chris Covey from South Africa rounding out the top 4 there. I see Ryan Knish also in that mix And Glenn Eldridge, I believe, is back in that pack too. But they're still following Slater Trout on that Infinity. From right to left there, Slater, just an all-around good guy. He's over there, always giving everybody high fives. Very strong member of his team there. But a lot of Infinity riders. Candace Apple will be another one for the women's team. So they're bringing a very large representation for their board class here.
That's right. Some of the best paddlers in the world in that Infinity team, as we see here, a collection of Starboard that are in the following pack. Also, Starboard, one of our sponsors. We want to thank also everybody who makes this event possible as the presenter, Tourism Fiji, also the support of Tavarua Island, where we are right now. Hello to all the girls at the bar who are listening to this live transmission.
Yes.
Also, thank you to Fiji Water, Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FCS, Blue Planet. We want to thank also our media partners, that's Surfline, Surfers Magazine, Pasión Extrema, Surfers Village, SUP International, Stand Up Latino and Stand Up Magazine. Here comes Slater Trout rounding that reef buoy, the third buoy of the course on that second lap. And as you said, they're going a lot faster than what we saw before.
Oh, Slater Trout taking it very conservatively around that buoy. Usually on that forehand turn, he gets back on the back of that board. That board comes out of the water like about 2/3 and he whips that thing around. But that one a very cautious turn. So Slater Trout playing it very cautious with this lead as here comes Team New Zealand now around the buoy.
So here comes the Kiwi Cormac McCulloch. Lots of support also for him there on the message board. Right behind him in third position. Who would that be? It could be Chris Couvet. We're going to try to confirm that information with the guys on the boat.
Down.
And he goes down there with just sort of a technical mistake. Remember, here the only 4 first ones go by. This could cost him the qualification towards the final. He had a solid lead. And here he's getting caught back. He's going to fall in third position and he'll be right on the bubble.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to fall into fifth because that's where it starts getting sketchy right now. And we're trying to get our camera to zoom in just a little bit closer so we can see who these athletes are. As you see them coming around that buoy, little sloppy there. A few little bumps coming in, getting those board sides when you're seeing another Starboard rider go down, trying to roll it over. And he'll try to jump back up top there.
So that was Sebastian Barbero right in front. He managed to not fall and ride it out, leaving in last position there. Another Starboard rider. We're going to try to identify that poor bloke who fell down the buoy.
I believe that was Jorge Zolica.
Could be
from Spain. I believe that was him that went upside down there on that buoy turn. And I know he's kind of bumming right now. Look at this backside turn there. Beautifully done as they charge it back out.
For him.
Yeah, that's an interesting story there, though, because I was talking to team coach and team manager Matty Schweitzer. It was kind of a last-minute call for Connor not to come to Fiji and really put the Team Hawaii coach in a weird position. He had to make some phone calls. He was scrambling as soon as he landed here in Fiji. And thankful enough, Mo Freitas was available, sitting on the couch, resting, and he said, hey, I'll surf for you. And you know, when you got Mo Freitas saying, hey, I'll surf for you, you're feeling good as a coach.
Yeah, you've got a good card adding it to your team. Titouan Puyol, we'll be seeing him later. I do believe he's in heat number 4. You will see him at the last qualifying. That's right. He'll be alongside Toby Cracknell, Kyle Lenny, Vinicius Martins, Itzel Delgado. That once again, we're going to see some of the favorites falling and not being in the final. So this is really difficult compared to other years. And then Casper Steinfeld, he was 4th last year, so a copper medal. That was the podium last year on the technical race for the men's side of things.
There's Slater Trout coming out the backside of that support boat off that buoy turn, looking very strong on the left-hand stroke right now. Slater, there, yeah, look at him. He's cruising a little bit, trying to catch a little bump there. You know, the conditions are kind of throwing him a little nugget here and there. He's able to just kind of jump on, carry him a little bit further. But let's talk about conditions here, as it's looking a little bit more of a rolly type, choppy condition out there. The wind seems to be picking up, Philip.
And we're seeing a lot more bumps coming in through the course. We didn't see that before. Remember, for Saturday, we're expecting a macking swell to come in and make history for the finals of the SUP surfing. But we're going to see it build up during these few days. So we're going to see the course, you know, sort of be rocked a bit by this swell coming in. And we start to see it. In the morning, it was like a Swiss lake in summer.
We love Swiss lakes in summer. You had bikinis, we're happy. And we do want to thank all of our folks here on the island of Tavarua tuning in live to this broadcast, and they've been oh so supportive. So if you're sitting at the bar right now with a cold one, we're jealous. And we tried to get them to set the commentary booth up at the bar, but supposedly they told us that was against ISA regulation, and I was a little bummed on that one, Philip.
Exactly.
You know, wouldn't that be nice? Just reach across and grab yourself a cold one.
Exactly. With the heat that there is here in Fiji, it's wonderful. In our Palapa booth, right? We're still seeing this first heat of qualifying. We're going to enter into the final line towards the finishing line for Slater Trout, who's going to take over this first qualifying round. It seems like Cormac McCulloch is still in second position. I mean, it's impressive when I see sometimes Slater Trout is relaxed, as already he knows that he's won the race, and Cormac McCulloch is just paddling as strong as he can behind him, still trying to close that gap with Slater Trout. You know, there he is on our screens.
Yeah, there's Slater, but just behind him, like you say, Cormac McCulloch from New Zealand, 22-year-old from Auckland. Finished third in the New Zealand SUP Nationals. So this young kid, a lot of experience under his belt and definitely a top contender in the ISAs this year. But Slater Trout now having to pull through there. A little bump coming up, maybe give him a little bit of help there. But Slater's got to be very, very pleased, not only with his seeding in the first heat, but also in his performance, also paddling through this first heat, Philip.
That's right. As we said before, it gives you a bit of confidence. Obviously, it doesn't matter if you finish third or fourth in the big scheme of things. It does change your seeding and where you will be positioned on your start line. And we saw that the start is important for your race. It sort of sets the pace and will define what will be your strategy for the rest of the race. But he's taking it relaxed, and just getting that psychological victory gives you a bit more confidence as you're going in towards the big final.
If we look at your top five right now, you got Slater Trout, Cormac McCulloch, and then in fourth and fifth, it looks like it is kind of between Chris Covey from South Africa, Glenn Eldridge from Great Britain. But, you know, if you're a paddler on this course, as you see some of our surfers trying to catch those little bumps. Yeah, there's getting to be a little bit more of a build-up out there. But, you know, how important and what are these, you know, what's Slater Trout? He's out in front right now. He's going to take this heat. What is he learning from the course? What's he going to take away from running this technical semifinal into the final later on this afternoon?
I don't know if he's learning much. I mean, the guy has got so much experience. I mean, representing United States, being in the PPGs and the biggest races in the world. It seems to me he's just cruising around. I mean, like I said, just taking the win, getting the job done, you know, making sure you're in the final for Team USA. You know that they've got high expectations to try to get that double gold medal on the team standings. But yeah, he's just cruising around. I don't know if he's learning much. He's not learning much about his competitors anyway. You know, he's just cruising in front and just nailing it.
Yeah, that's just the conditions could prove to be a little bit of a problem, as there's a nice up-close shot from Team USA paddler Slater Trout from California, bringing it home for Team USA. I know their coach, Dave Bainey's got to be stoked on this performance as they go into the next few heats there. Slater looking very strong. Support boat on the outside there. 19:05 as the Infinity Rider going to bring this one home for Team USA. So congratulations to him in this heat number one, as there is the next heat all sitting on their boards, and Slater will come across official time, 19:20.
Taking his time just to go past the line.
I think he was talking. You know, he was probably telling his teammates or whatever, hey, you know, that was fun. Did you guys see that?
So still some messages coming in. Jill from the UK says, I think Eldridge is second. And someone else says, can you believe Glenn Eldridge from Great Britain is 45 years old? Whoop. Yes, I can believe that. I mean, I've seen some great actuations from some older paddlers. It isn't everything for the young ones. Also, Fernando J. Carrillo. So there it is, 152.
That is Glenn Eldridge,
Glenn
yes.
Eldridge, 45 years old, coming in second position. Sorry there. Finally, we get to see the bib numbers up close. Also, Fernando Carrillo from the USA says, amazing tournament. Viva Peru, Sebastián Ríos Caravedo. And also Jill Eldridge says, go Glenn Eldridge, the Badger from the UK.
So Glenn Eldridge will come across official time, 20 minutes, 18 seconds. Big smile on his face, and we want to apologize. Got those numbers mixed up for you there on the live call. Guaranteed we won't do it again.
Here comes number 3. Going to try to read that bib number. They've also got body markings with the numbers normally on their arms and on their legs to see who it is there coming in, crossing the finishing line.
So our third paddle coming in, raising his paddle high as the rest of the team all coming through. And that'll put heat number 1. So your top 4 move on. So far it is Glenn Eldridge, Slater Trout from the U.S., Glenn Eldridge from Great Britain, and waiting to see if it's going to be, as we're being told, the New Zealander in that group as well. So we'll get the updates as they all start charging across right now. 21 minutes, 12 seconds, so very, very speedy heats. This actual course was cut down from 3.5 kilometers to 3 kilometers, which they could have gone either way. You know, they wanted it scheduled for 3.5, but Fernando said, hey, I just want it to be an even number. Let's just make it 3 or 4, so they decided to go with 3, and I think it was a good call on Barrett Tester's part.
That's right, making the course a bit shorter. I think the competitors will thank Barrett Tester for taking that decision instead of making the course a bit longer. And so here we see another competitor coming in, as we see the athletes from the second qualifying round are there, pretty anxious, waiting to start. We've got 4 qualifying heats, and
we got to go down to Dan. Hopefully Dan and Jody have a better look on the boat right now for us to see who those top 4 are. So we'll see if we can get that camera linked up and go down to the boat here eventually and capture an interview, as we're 22:09 in this ISA World Championship here from Fiji. Conditions not perfect, not exactly what the riders want, but it's making still for some exciting technical races, and it should only intensify coming on this afternoon. Let's talk about the next heat, who we've been seeing in the water right there, Philip. This is when the stacked heats start coming in.
That's right. So for the following heat, we're going to see Chuck Glynn, who finished in 9th position last year in Mexico Sayulita. He will be against, from New Zealand, Marcus Hansen. We're also going to see from South Africa, he finished 16th last year, that's Dylan Frick. We're going to see from Spain, Pepe Oltra. Also the French up-and-coming paddler, that's Arthur Aretkin, the protege from Titouan Pouillot. Mike Derbyshire will be representing Canada. Damian Warner for Great Britain. From Ireland, we'll see Peter Kosinski. The local talent will be for Leslie Navuwai. He will be defending the Fijian flag. And closing this qualifying heat number 2 is the Colombian Camilo Marmol.
And Camilo from Colombia. That's an exciting addition to this ISA World Championship.
A bit of spice and coming and bringing something in the mix, you know?
Yeah, no kidding. You have to get the Colombian flair out there. As you're seeing all of our paddlers on the water right now, they're staging there on their boards. Beyond that, they have to be standing up. They can't be sitting down, but they're staging there. Barrett Tester, their race director, has got them under control. And you saw how quick that start is. They're basically sitting on their boards, getting in line. Barrett calls them, you know, racers ready in 5. They pop up to their feet, and then the horn goes off.
That's right. And no false starts. After 2 false starts, you're out. Disqualified.
Yeah, you're having a beer.
Well, I'm not sure.
Disqualified is another way for saying you're having a beer.
Bewildered at the start line, and after 2 false starts, I mean, losing a race of this importance just for being over-anxious, you don't want to do that.
And I believe this is Johnny O coming across the screen right now on that boga. I believe that's him. We'll just double-check it. Johnny O'Hara from Team Ireland. He'll come across the finish line at 24:21, so everybody wishing him well, cheering him on. He'll go to the boat, grab himself a cold one, and we'll be getting ready to go for the second heat here. And we'll start talking about the second heat here in just a little bit. But also, we've been talking about the ISA all day long, and the ISA's huge importance in the getting surfing into the 2020 Olympics. And I think there's a lot more to expand upon there, as SUP surfing, stand-up paddling was actually attached to that bid and unfortunately did not make it as part of that inclusion into the 2020 Olympics. But still, very, very exciting times to have surfing going into the 2020 Olympics in Japan. And there's heat number 2 lining up. You see them starting to spread out. All the athletes. It's Drew with you, Philip Mueller in the booth, calling it live for you, play-by-play. And we have Jody Nelson, Dan Gavir down on the boat here. This is the second heat, SUP technical heat. Advancing to the finals will be 4 paddlers in this heat. We want to say a special thank you to Tourism Fiji. They're actually on our support boat here today, spreading the Fijian love, asking about how the stay's been and everything like that. We want to thank them. Also want to thank everybody making this possible, including Tavarua, the island of Tavarua, where we are actually broadcasting from. Fiji Water, keeping us hydrated. FCS, Digicel, providing all of our cell phone service, as well as this live broadcast to continue to keep going. Pura Vida, Waterways, Namotu, and Paradise Beverages. So lots and lots of people to thank here. And look at this lineup right here. Philip Mueller, second heat, getting ready to get underway. What a stacked one. Let's see what we got.
So yes, we're going to see who's there on that line before they get called. Right now we're going to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We've got heat number 2 coming up right now. So sorry, we're too close to the start.
Yeah,
so
we're not going to start a commercial. We got the lineup there going, Philip.
I know, I'm just getting indications. So here they are on the line, as you see, as you were explaining, and here is the start of this heat number 2. They are up and riding. This is the start, so 0 seconds on the clock and 3 laps to go to define the 4 top paddlers will advance to the grand final of this technical SUP race.
Look at Chuck Glenn on the outside for Team USA. Marcus Hansen in the middle there from Team New Zealand. Dylan Frick with some big old hair charging there for Team South Africa. And Arthur Arukin, the youngster from France, charging out in the middle there. We'll see how this field starts to spread out as this heat is stacked. And there we go. Team Starboard out in front to a fast one there, Philip.
That's right, with the boat following with the Beach Master on it. And we're going to see who comes in first toward that first buoy, trying to take that inside line. You can see the second one like trying just to drive right behind him. Here comes the other angle straight from the boat as they are heading towards that first buoy. So the names in this heat, we've got Chuck Glynn from the United States, from New Zealand, Marcus Hansen, Dylan Frick from South Africa, Pepe Ultra from Spain, Arthur Arutkin from France, Mike Derbyshire from Canada, Damien Warner from Great Britain, Irish Peter Kosinski, also the Fijian Leslie Navuai, and from Colombia, Camilo Marmol. So this is entering in the first lap. They are heading towards that first buoy. We have got 4 heats of this qualifying round. So this one and 2 more, and we will be heading towards the 4 big finals, defining the new 2016 world champions in women's prone and men's prone, and also the women's SUP and men's SUP technical finals. So that's going to be very interesting, very exciting, and see if our predictions become true.
Your predictions. I still haven't made my predictions yet, Philip. I'm holding back.
We're going to ask you for your
No, you're
predictions.
not.
I'm
going to defer. I'm going to deny and defer because that's too close to call this year. But there is the spread out field starting to spread out right now. There's Arthur Arukin currently in, I believe, 4th place there. It's hard to tell from this angle. As now some movement going on as Chuck Glenn now making his way up for Team USA. So a lot of talent on the water here. Lots and lots of horsepower as they're pulling through this chop and making quick work of it. You see those boards starting to slap down there.
Yeah, you can see a bit of chop coming from the noses of those boards as they're bumping up and down. Really, the conditions are going to get bumpier and bumpier, it seems, from what we can see on our screen. Right now, we want to thank also all our sponsors, such as our presenting sponsor, Tourism Fiji, as they are entering there towards that first buoy. One is trying to go on the side, opening up and winning 2 places, it seems. We also want to thank Vatuvara, also Waterway Surf Adventures, Starboard, Namotu, also Digicel and the Beach House, as well as our media partners, SUP The Mag, SUP Racer, The Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Vibras Magazine, Gravidad Zero, and the Outdoor Journal. Thank you to you all. 3 minutes into the second heat, almost halfway through the course on this first lap. They're coming in towards that second buoy, which is a right shoulder turn. The first one is on the left. Basically, the course, as we said yesterday, is 2 turns on the left, 2 turns on the right. So it's pretty fair.
It's a very fair course, only 3 kilometers, so it's a sprint race for most of these paddlers. As charging hard from the inside there, trying to make his way around that yellow buoy. Look at the blue race jersey. Carves it inside, not able to overtake first. But nice move there over 3rd place. That's Arthur Arukin without any shirt on from France. And Arthur almost gets blown off the side of the board there. Arthur racing for Team Fanatic. holding off third place, and now there's the back of the pack right there. But some exciting buoy turns around buoy number 3 and 4 here, Philip.
That's right. That's buoy number 2, as we can see. Also, I saw somebody fall there on the back of the pack, getting back to his feet, trying to get back paddling. It's going to be very difficult for that competitor to come back into a qualifying position towards the final.
Top 4 move on, so that's what we're watching for right now. Looks to be Dylan Frick in that mix, Arthur Arutkin. And we'll try to figure out the rest of them here as we take a look at those paddlers now starting to string out with about a board length in between each one. So this buoy turn going to be a hard right-hander, so they're going to be on the offside turn here for the starboard rider. As now, look at him drop to the back of that board, trying to carve it around to the outside. And he will hold off second place. Arutkin trying to cut to the inside. Nice turn by Arutkin. Now charging in. So some nice buoy action here. And that's what makes the technical race so exciting is, yeah, it's in and out of the surfs sometimes, but, you know, just those buoy turns. Like, we've seen a lot of mistakes at those buoy turns today, and it can make or break you.
Yeah, you can have... That's exactly what happened on screen there. Trying to make the most out of that turn. He was trying to take the further inside line on the guy that we see at the extreme right of our screen. And as you can see, he's lost all advance compared to the guy in the green jersey right behind him. And one simple mistake can make you lose a couple of places very quickly on these races. And it seems to me with the pack of 5 that we've got at the front is the top 4. We might see a few of these races where we get a bit of a sprint at the end, because until now we've seen a clear domination by 1 or 2 riders sort of playing it out or just leading the pack out, and it's been easy, you know, no stress, just coming to the finish line. But here, if you got a pack of 5, they're going to have to push a sprint until the end to try to get into those 4 qualifying spots.
And there we just saw the shot of Arthur Arutkin from France for Team France, now making a move for second place, now trying to push past first place. I believe we're trying to decipher if we get a little closer camera shot on it right now. I believe that might be Chuck Glenn for Team USA out in front there on the right-hand side there. But Arthur Arutkin with a nice angle to that buoy turn right there. And Arutkin going to be taking his offside turn here. Watch this kid make a buoy turn. As he slows down, pushes everybody a little bit wider. Now Arthur back to the back of the board, spins it around. Now he'll jump up front. And now look at this, Arthur Arutkin, the Frenchman. Chuck Glenn on the outside. Dylan Frick also in that mix. So we're starting to get a little bit closer look on him right now as Arthur Arutkin from France now out in front with clean water ahead.
And he was third, entering that second buoy on the first lap. And so finishing this first lap, he's already in first position. And it's what we've been talking about since early this morning. I mean, this strategy of where do you locate yourself and what line do you decide before going to the buoy. He's played it really well. Now he's leading the pack. He's being drafted by Chuck Glynn from the USA. He's going to try to separate and make a bit more distance there between him. So as we get in closer, so it's Dylan Frick in second position. We see Chuck Glynn in the mix trying to recognize the guy in the blue jersey.
And there goes your paddlers, Arthur Arutkin without the shirt on, showing off those muscles. As Chuck Glenn on the Laird board now going into 4th position, but a great battle here. As this is the tightest heat we've seen so far for first place, Philip.
That's right. So there were a pack of 5. That's the 5th competitor falling off the train right now, while the 4 leaders are in a tight pack. They're drafting each other, led by Arthur Arutkin from France, as we see one of the last riders on the course here going around.
And I believe that's Marcus Hansen from New Zealand also in that mix right there. If we stand corrected, if you can see it better than we can online, feel free to jump on our message board, shoot us a note, as there goes the whole train of paddlers straight off the top there. But Arthur Arutkin, remember, top 4 advance.
As we see a longboat there crossing the course. Might get told off by a certain Kelly French.
Yeah, don't mess with Kelly French. He's our beach master. He don't mess around. But look at this Arthur Arutkin on the back of that fin box, turning that Fanatic oh so nicely. Arthur Arutkin, only 18 years of age, finished 7th at the Pacific Paddle Games this year, 2nd in the ISA World Championships in Europe. So this kid definitely got some energy. He knows how to surf. He knows how to paddle. Very strong young man. and it comes with a very, very strong, supportive French team here. So a lot of horsepower there, Philip, as we get into 8 minutes and 49 seconds into this second lap here. So very blazing speed, a little faster heat than we saw in the last one.
It seems that this pack in the front is really pulling each other towards going faster. They know that they can't relax. Any mistake can make them lose a qualifying spot towards the final. I think the pressure is going to be a lot higher on these top riders as we saw before. The following heats are going to be the same dynamic, and I do believe that the last finals, the 4 heats, final heats of the day, the speed is going to be even higher. So we're just going to go increasing the speed slowly as we go through the day. But here, I mean, it's already been stepped up.
It's very, very valid argument there. But let's talk about Team Fiji. Team Fiji, Leslie Navoai, sitting right now back in the back of the pack now, but representing his home country there. We had a chance to talk with him on the boat this morning. He just had nothing but smiles on his face, and he was just even excited to be out there competing against the likes of Arthur Arukin and Dylan Frick and all those folks.
That's right, we're still trying to recognize number 2 there in this heat. Anyone on the message board? We're also receiving lots of messages from all over the place. Nick from USA says, go Chuck. Also, we see Le Grand 8 from France, who says, go Arthur, go. He was cheering on for Olivia Piana earlier on. Way to go, Mike Derbyshire. Your friends and family are all watching and cheering you on from Vancouver. We're all very proud of you. From Colin in the Canada. Pretty sure that is Marcus Hansen in the blue shirt. He has stocky build and rides an NSP. From Nick from the New Zealand.
So Marcus Hansen, that is the New Zealand. That's the Kiwi. That's who we were kind of thinking it was. It was hard to tell. There goes Chuck Glenn around on the Laird board, so a lot of support for all the athletes there. And right now, Chuck Glenn seems to be on that bubble.
That's right, almost getting off the train. As we see there, the competitor in 5th position. So thank you, Nick from New Zealand, for clearing that out. It is Marcus Hansen in 2nd position right now, while Arthur Arutkin is still leading this race. Remember, Olivia Piana won in front of Candice Appleby. France, it seems Team France is feeling strong and wanting to show it.
Oh, man. Everybody at home in France right now has just got to be stoked, having themselves a coffee and a biscuit, just loving life right now with 2 of their top competitors going so hot and heavy in this technical race. And the Kiwi, though, look at the Kiwi now making a move on the inside there, trying to take on Arthur. We're starting to see some swell come through the course there. You're starting to see him having to sort of ride that side chop out as Arthur Arukin kind of gets knocked off a little bit there, Philip. But look at the conditions start changing as we go deeper into these heats.
That's right, the tide is affecting how the wave is acting here on the reef. And look, there he is, riding that wave. That's the first wave we're seeing ridden, really, and used to separate himself from the rest of the pack. That's Arthur Arutkin. Now having 2 to 3 boards advance on the rest of the pack. He's going to leave those 3 paddlers, battle it out, and just go for the win for Team France.
Arthur looking very, very strong there. That's what we want to see, them catching those little runners, those little bumps. Let's watch the Kiwi, Marcus Hansen, working his way around on the forehand turn there. Hansen going a little bit wider than I think he wanted to, but still holding off about a 4.5 length lead as a big old set blowing through the course there for the back half of our field. There's a nice shot of Arukin, Phil.
Here he comes, clearly in the lead after that, managing to catch that bump, turned into a wave, and then he just took it, entering into that 3rd lap. I think he's got that 1st position, except of a major mistake. But as you say, 1st place here doesn't matter that much. You just want to make it through in the 4 first positions. All the other heats, 8 top paddlers went through, so it's a lot tougher. There's a lot more level for the men. And so only 16 spots in the grand final that would close this 3rd day of competition here at the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
This is Heat 2 you're watching, as the rest of the field now trying to make it around. There is the yellow jersey. Trying to get a number on him, trying to figure out who that paddler is. But right now it seems to be Chuck Glenn, Marcus Hansen, Dylan Frick, and Arthur Arukin. Your top 4 are going to move on to that final. And if we're wrong, we greatly apologize for that, as our camera angles are struggling just a little bit to find out who those are, but Arthur looking very, very strong here on the last lap to go, 13:41 into this heat.
That's right. Closing in this third lap, there should be under 18 minutes for this second qualifying round of the men. Let's see also who's coming up. We've got Lincoln Dews, Zane Schweitzer, Guillermo Reis from Brazil, George Cronset from Tahiti, Kiko Bustamante from Peru, Mariano De Cabo from Argentina, Casper Steinfurt from Denmark, John Erdstrom from Sweden, Eroni Fotofili from Fiji, and Sekar Pachai, the Indian competitor, will also be competing here. That will be qualifying number 3. Also, the top 4 paddlers will advance towards the final. Remember, we've got lots of social media where you can communicate with us, post everything you think about this event. We're interested to hear it. International Surfing Association, look for us on Facebook, add I like if you want to post comments or photos. Also remember to use the official hashtags ISA Worlds and also the hashtag Fiji, so that we can find all the information that's being posted about this great event, this ISA World Championship, that will be until the 20th of November, live from Cloudbreak.
There's Arthur Arukin get back to the action right now. Going shirtless in this event. Drives all the women in Fiji here wild. As the Kiwi getting pushed to the inside a little bit, but he'll take that backhand turn around that yellow buoy. There you go. Nice forehand turn. And the rest of the field, Chuck Glenn still holding on to that bubble position, so it looks like Chuck for Team USA will hold on unless something goes drastically wild. But here is where we start seeing things start to get a little bit interesting, Philip.
That's right, and so thank you, Ahmed. He says yellow jersey rider is Pepe from Spain. So Pepe Ultra is in 5th position on the bubble, trying to catch back Chuck Glenn. He's in 4th position. That's not an ideal place. So we've got 1st position for Arthur Arukin, 2nd position there in the blue lycra, Marcus Hansen from New Zealand, follows right behind him from South Africa, Dylan Frick in 3rd position. 2 boards apart is Chuck Glenn from the United States. He's still in a qualifying position, but in 5th is coming from Spain, Pepe Ultra, trying to get that 4th spot from him.
He's feeling that Spanish support. They're like, go, go, go. Don't talk, talk, talk. Go, go, go.
No, they say, vamos, vamos, vamos.
Vamos, vamos. Let's go, let's go. So, hey, special thank you to everybody online right now helping us out, identifying their paddlers as they're from left to right. Arthur Arukin from France. We saw him catch a little runner here, extending his lead even further, and we're starting to see that set build right through that line, Philip. This could kind of get a little exciting. It could help paddlers out, but also
if that's exciting,
well,
more exciting.
That's what I'm saying. If that set comes through on that buoy turn, though, that's where we start seeing all the issues, all the problems start transpiring there. There's Chuck Glenn from Team USA in the white jersey as we scroll forward. Nice positioning, nice stretching this out, the last leg, so they're going to take it home. This is the home stretch.
That's right, just Chuck Glenn must really be careful to not make any mistakes. Any mistakes if he falls now, I mean, could change the race. He could be caught up by Pepe Ultra and just, I mean, lose a spot for United States and the very precious points if they want to repeat the team gold medal from last year.
Yeah, Chuck Glenn from Carlsbad, California, just 28 years of age, riding that Laird board. Usually known for distance paddling, usually competes in a lot of the more distance events, such as like Molokai, you know, the distance races at PBG. So this technical racing, a little bit of a different mix-up for them, but I'll tell you, Coach Dave Bainey from Team USA, he said, hey, this kid's got it. You know, maybe he hasn't trained. He was questioning himself. You know, maybe I haven't trained enough going into the ISAs because it is towards the end of the season for a lot of the Americans. But looking very, very strong here as they all start just sort of strengthening out their strides and just bringing it to the home stretch.
That's right. They've just got to go round this buoy and head straight for the finish line. So we're going to see also where's Arthur Arukin in the lead. It seems he's already secured that 1st place. And we're seeing a few bumps coming in right there, a few waves, but out of reach of the paddlers. Maybe this one for Marcus Hansen. He falls behind. Dylan Frick also saw it, tried to catch it, but it will not be possible. Just keep on advancing. There we see the last buoy. That's buoy number 4, where normally you would turn back towards buoy number 1 of the course, the starting buoy as it's called by Barrett Tester. But right now they're heading towards the finishing line. So there we see in front, that's Arthur Arukin. He's followed very closely. There he is, the young Frenchman. He's followed by New Zealand. Then in 3rd position we have Dylan Frick from South Africa, and fourth, Chuck Glenn from the United States. And playing runner-up right now is Spain with Pepe Ultra.
18:39 in this heat. Second heat here, second technical heat. This is a fast heat, though. 18:39, that's fast.
Look
as
at that.
Arthur's going to take it. And yeah, look at him stretch the lead right now. But this is your top four. We're going to be moving on to that final later on this afternoon. You're seeing heat number 3 sort of stage there, and those guys will start erupting here and cheering them on as they come across the finish line.
That's right, and here he comes for the win. Second win of France, but I mean, it's semi-finals. It's in the final that you will define your position and if you get a medal. But here he comes, Arthur Arutkin, in 19 minutes and 15 seconds, crossing the finishing line and just cruising by. Here comes in second position, securing a qualifying spot, is Marcus Ansett from New Zealand, followed by Dylan Frick from South Africa. I remember seeing Dylan Frick 2 years ago. I was following the long distance race in Nicaragua between the 365 islands, and he broke his paddle in the middle of the race and no paddle to be found, and he lost that race when he was in the leading pack. It was terrible to see. And in fourth position then is Chuck Glynn, managing not to make any mistake, and the biggest disappointed of this qualify heat number 2 would be Pepe Ultra from Spain. He tried to maintain the rhythm, he could have done it, but I mean, there you are. He's coming in fifth position.
He'll still get a lot of support. People back at home will still cheer him on for out here competing in this ISA event in Fiji. But look at Pepe come strong on the left-hand stroke there. You know Pepe will be having fun the rest of the stay in Fiji. He ain't going to let this get him down whatsoever. He's going to cheer on his team throughout the duration.
That's right. Here he comes. We're seeing the paddlers from heat qualifying number 3 waiting to be called to the line by Barrett Tester as Casper Steinfart. He's the vice president of the ISA, the youngest vice president without a doubt. He's been elected last year after being submitted by Fernando Aguirre. He wanted a new vision to the sport, somebody involved in paddleboard, a good ambassador. He's also a good friend, Casper Steinfart. And so last year, Casper Steinfart was the copper medal, 4th position, but he's already had a gold medal on the technical race. That was in Peru in 2013.
There's Mark Derbyshire coming across the finish line for Team Canada.
6th.
Dragon, he just dives off the end of his board. He's like, I'm done. Someone throw me a life jacket. Damian Warner making his way through. Peter Kaczynski from Ireland. He's going to charge through 21:14 on that starboard right there. So he's going to be glad this race is over as well. As 3 kilometers, when you're charging that hard against some of the top paddlers in the world, it can feel like about 30 miles.
That's right. And in this sun and heat, and there he goes also, just falling off. I think they're totally exhausted.
Someone come get me. Rescue. 21:38. So that'll put heat number 2. For the official race results, go to isaworlds.com to see where your country ranks, where your country falls, and actually the official results, because these are all unofficial results we're announcing right now. The official results will be posted for that final coming up, and that final will be 16 paddlers this afternoon. Oh, baby.
It's coming.
Yeah, we start taking, some bets, you and me, as we take a look at the recap here. Let's talk about the start here, Philip. Everybody jumps up and boom.
So here comes the start. Takes a bit of time to get your balance, and then up goes the paddles, and you decide more or less the race. There we see in the middle of the pack, there's Marcus Hansen opening the line, and you can see he pulls away Chuck Glynn and Dylan Frick. Arthur Arutkin is more inside, and look at the beginning, that mistake of falling down on that last pack. And there they go. There's 8 competitors that just sort of separated from the rest of the pack, leaving 3 behind. From then, only half would qualify towards the grand final that we'll be having at the end of the day. And there you can see it. At the beginning of the race, Dylan Frick was leading.
Yeah, Dylan Frick with a great start. Also, Chuck Glenn on the outside, making his way into the inside from California. And this is Frick now with a good backside turn, as you see him whipping around with the Kiwi just behind him. The Kiwi Marcus Hansen with also a nice turn, but not quite as clean. And that allowed Frick to get a little more room on him moving out there. But this is what we start talking about, because this is where Arthur Arutkin started making his move right here, Philip.
And there the move is already done. He's in first position, and this is the bump. It seems to me that he managed to catch. No, it will be on the second round, and there he just took a huge distance between him and these 3 guys that are playing catch up with him. So you've got Dylan Frick now in second position, Marcus Hansen in first, almost shoulder to shoulder with Chuck Glynn, and there you see Pepe Ultra when he still had a chance, you know, like we saw Candice Appleby having 3 or 4 boards advance on Olivia Piana, but one mistake falling down, Olivia Piana sort of pressed the rhythm, took first position, and in the end Candice Appleby said, okay, you have it.
And this buoy turn right here is very instrumental for Marcus Hansen because he goes from 4th to 2nd on this little runner across here. So Hansen with a nice move, trying to push hard, and these 4 just battle out their time. But this is the wave you were talking about. Look at this. Arthur Arukin up riding tall, getting off the wave at the perfect time there, so not to get too far down of that buoy.
That's right, just pointing towards the buoy, making the turn, and that's where he took like 10 boards advance on the rest of the pack, and it's the first wave that we saw used in a useful way, you know, just that's more than a bump, and really used as we saw it in these technical race, and where you use it to your advantage to change drastically the situation.
Arthur Arukin knows it oh so well, kind of using some of that California BOP PPG style there. And there he is coming across the finish line to take one of the fastest heats we've seen between the two. So there's your recap. This is heat number 3 on the water right now. They'll start staging. Barrett Tester's got them under control. You're seeing the vice president of the International Surfing Association on the water right there. That's Casper Steinfeld. Unfortunately, Casper was knocked out of the SUP surfing event, Philip. I know he's really bummed about that.
That's right. But right now we're going to take a quick commercial break as they get set on the line, and we'll be right back for qualifying 8 number 3 in this technical men's race.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
And welcome back to the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And there is heat number 3. We've had 2 incredible heats already completed for the men's technical races here today at Cloudbreak. I want to thank all you guys for tuning in. Thank you for all your comments online. Thank you to all of our sponsors. And especially thank you to the production staff for keeping us live and well out here. We're Drew with you and Philip Mueller broadcasting live from the island of Tavarua. And this is all happening about 3 kilometers off the island right now on the Cloudbreak Reef. So there is our start official, Barrett Tester, our lineup here of heat number 3. In this heat, there is some talent, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't want to even step up and go grab a beer out of the refrigerator. Just keep yourself seated in front of your television or your computer. You got Lincoln Dews from Australia, Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, Guilherme Reyes from Brazil, the youngster, just 18 years of age. The only Tahitian competing in this event, Georges Kronstedt, who is a talent to be reckoned with, riding on Team SIC, finished 4th in the World SUP Racing Rankings last year. So you also got Kiko Bustamante. You got Mariano da Cabo, who is competing in the SUP surf events early on. As you see all the paddles up and high, we're just getting close to starting this, baby. You got ISA Vice President Casper Steinfeld from Denmark, the 23-year-old. We'll talk about his resume here in just a little bit. You got John Hirstrom, Aroni Fotofil from Fiji, and Sekar Pachi from India. So a pretty solid-looking heat here as they start to line up those boards. They're trying to get them as straight as possible. They'll get those guys backing up on the far outside here. But the start, we saw some tremendous starts. They're up, and here they go, Philip. The sound of the horn, and oh, we got some creeping. There it is. Firing off the gas. That's Lincoln Dews to the inside in the yellow jersey. What a start for Lincoln.
There you have it. So Lincoln Dews in first position. Right next to him is Zane Schweitzer. Who is that in first position?
Casper
Steinfeld. Taking that lead. Right behind him is Lincoln Dews in red, trying to recognize. That's George Kronstedt, it seems. Could it be?
George Kronstedt could be on the outside there, but right now it's Zane Schweitzer in white, Lincoln Dews in yellow, and now out in front is Casper Steinfeld.
George Kronstedt is 5th right now. Trying to recognize the rider in second right now. As we said, we're 3 kilometers from the break, trying to recognize everything on screen. But right now, the ISA Vice President taking a good start right there. Zane Schweitzer is going through the field, taking that second position, wanting to follow right behind Casper Steinfath. Remember, these two guys compete most of the time together during the Stand-Up World Series year-round. So trying to recognize as they're going towards that first buoy. This is lap number 1.
Let's talk about the start there of Casper Steinfath. I know he's been working on his starts oh so much, but Casper jumping on the back of that Nash board right there, digging in hard, and is able to get the whole shot. So Casper Steinfath, great start on his behalf, the Denmark rider out of the cold Hawaii area.
That's right, 1 minute and 30 seconds. We've already got a clear pack of 4 competitors in the front. Remember, only the 4 top paddlers will advance towards the final of 16. We've got 4 qualifying heats. As Harry from Canada says on the message board, love that someone from India is in the heat this year. That's right, Sekar Pachai from India is competing. Also, Rogério Cunha from São Vicente, Brazil, who says, please give a shout out for the Brazilians. Pra cima deles, Brasil. Está tudo dominado, cara.
Now, we're talking about Brazil. You got Guilherme, and I always pronounce his name wrong. Guilherme Reis, just 18 years of old, so a very young rider, but very talented rider coming out of Brazil. Used to the shore break, knows how to ride waves. Been training with Vinicius Martins, one of his teammates there. And Vinny talked to me this morning. He goes, "This kid is a stud." In Portuguese, of course, that's what he said.
That's right. He's one of the top paddlers coming from Brazil. Brazil has sent a very strong team. They've got 2 riders who were the world champions on the stand-up world tour. That's Leco Salazar and Caio Vaz. We saw them really riding well during the SUP Surf, the 2 first days of competition. It was a small wave. And
there goes Casper Steinfath on that front side turn, pushing Zayton Schweitzer far to the outside. That'll open up the gap for Lincoln Dews. Lincoln Dews trying to cut into the inside in the yellow, and George's Cronstead right behind them. So now we have a big shift in the standings there as Cronstead with a nice buoy turn for Team Tahiti. But Zane Schweitzer in the white jersey coming right into your living room right now, pushing it really hard for Team Hawaii.
And so thank you everyone here. Gabriel from Brazil, who says the orange shirt is Guilherme Reis. So there he is, Team Brazil in the top pack in a qualifying position. It's going to be difficult there. We've got a pack of 5, almost a repeat from the previous heat, qualifying number 2. Right there you see Casper Steinfath passing the second buoy in the lead. Going in, Lincoln Dews is in second. Zane Schweitzer is third. George Cronstead is taking over Guilherme Reis on that second buoy. So there's the 5 top guys. They're going towards the reef buoy to try to close as soon as possible this first lap.
Unfortunately for Guilherme Reis, he got pushed to the outside there, allowing the door to open for George's Cronstead. But look at this, Casper Steinfath on the left-hand part of your screen, going topless here on that Nash board, stretching the lead about 4 to 5 board lengths over second place Lincoln Dews. But we've seen Lincoln Dews in these contests before. This kid he's sort of a back-end paddler. His starts, they're okay, but he finishes very, very strong. And I know this is just a qualifying heat, but watch out for this kid. He's one of the top picks for many, many people out there that analyze these races. Here's Casper Steinfath on an onside turn, crossbow paddle there. Turns that Nash perfectly. Watch Lincoln Dews on the backside turn. Jumps to the back, 3 paddle strokes, drops it down. He'll pull away, and Zane Schweitzer, this kid is an animal.
George Cronstead just falling there on the buoy. He's in 4th position. That's not a good position to fall as we see a wave coming in. You must remember also the 5 paddle rule, that you cannot paddle more than 5 times on your knees or lying down on the board. And there we saw them falling again as the waves are starting to become a factor in these technical races.
Now back home at the Battle of the Paddle in the Pacific Paddle Games, we call this the hammer buoy because a lot of these athletes come paddling in there. They don't see those waves coming, and they take a hammering. And you saw there George's Cronstead going down twice for Team Tahiti, and he's right now on that bubble. Remember, we're only taking the top 4, so this is going to get exciting just in the first lap here. A lot of shifting around in the standings, Philip.
That's right. So this pack of 5 right now led by Casper Steinfatt. There you see him in the lead. He's followed very closely by Guillaume Reis and also by Zane Schweitzer. So that's the top 3 right now, and behind it is between so Lilkun Juice is in the front, and the fight behind for that 4th position, that's the critical point of the race. It's not the first position nor the last. Who is getting 4th and who is getting 5th. Right now it's between George Cronstedt and Guillaume Reis. They're fighting it out. You can see them shoulder to shoulder.
And George's Cronstedt goes down once again as that wave comes through and wipes out 4th, 5th, and 6th place. So that cross wave proved to be a little bit of a challenge as the surf's starting to pick up there. As there's Lincoln Dews around clean. Here comes Zane Schweitzer. He no stranger to waves. No wave scares this kid whatsoever on that starboard. And he'll charge back out. And here comes another wave pushing through the rest of the field, wreaking nothing but havoc. But now it's George's Cronstedt on the bubble with Guilherme Reis just in front of him. And Reis will reach the buoy turn first, but you're right. That is the positioning right now that we're paying so much attention to. And here comes Guilherme on his backside turn. And look at him. Look at how tight he gets to that buoy. He's not letting any room between him and the buoy. He's hugging that as tight as like a jellyfish on a dock piling. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. There's no space there for George Cronstedt to go on the inside, but still he had a 2-3 board lead. He's taking that 4th position. He's going to try to further his lead over George Cronstedt and just close that group of 4. Right now in the front we've got Casper Steinfatt is first, Lincoln Dews second, and Zane Schweitzer in the fight. Going through is this qualifying round 3. There we see another competitor being hammered by that wave. It's a small wave. We're lucky the swell didn't hit any earlier. You can see the competitors having a bit of problem there behind. I do believe that's the competitor in with the turquoise jersey from India.
Yeah, that's Sekar Patashi from India, just 31 years of age. Out here, he's an Indian national champion. So the kid has some skills paddling for Team India. And you see the surf starting to push out a little bit and build in that line, proving to be a lot of problems. We'll see if the race officials, Kelly French and Barrett Tester, make a buoy change here in between heats to sort of mix it up too much, because they will, based upon safety reasons.
That's right. That's what was defined yesterday at the technical meeting alongside the judges. The only reason that would warrant a change of buoy is for the security of the equipment or the athletes themselves.
And there's Casper Steinfatt on that front side turn. Nice turn by Casper from Denmark. Casper got kicked, basically got booted, not booted, but kind of fell out of the SUP surfing competition day before yesterday, not able to advance. The 23-year-old from Cold, Hawaii, both a 2013 and 14 ISA world champion in this tech race. So he knows how to tech race. And Philip, here's some action.
There we see 4th and 5th, George Cronstedt really trying to catch up to Guillaume Reis. They're doing the most he can when we see the 3 other guys in the lead comfortably going out towards this while they're doing the 2nd lap. And there we see the turn of the buoy. They're going to have to be careful. It seems like it's already been twice that they've been battered by the waves, as well as Guillaume Reis as George Cronstedt, and that's why they've lost so much laps on the rest of the crew.
George's Cronstedt. An interesting fun fact about George is he actually is a mail delivery, like a postal carrier, in his home country of Tahiti. He actually has delivered mail via stand-up paddleboard before. So that's what he does as his day job. He's so happy to be here. It took a lot to get him here. Kind of funded a lot of it on his own. So representing Team Tahiti very, very proudly there, as here he comes straight into your living room in the white race jersey, trying to catch up to the Brazilian, Guilherme Reis, the 18-year-old from Brazil.
Exactly. So coming in towards the 10 minutes mark, an interesting question on the message board from Ireland. Ola is asking, are leeches mandatory in the tech race? Yes, it seems to me that they are mandatory. It's also something that the sport wants to develop. People think they have a really good level in surfing or go on tours. You never know what can happen in the ocean. You can lose your board just simply falling down and the wind taking it down with you. But it is important that whenever you go in the water, you put a leash, not only in the technical race here.
No, leashes are mandatory in all ISA racing. Oh, there goes an athlete down. I believe that was Aroni Fotophili. He went down there on that buoy turn. But yeah, PFDs aren't required, but leashes are mandatory in all ISA racing. So a great question. I know there's a lot of debate. There's a lot of promotion going around about leash support and, support the leashes. Here comes Guilherme Reis on the dashboard right now. Reis, the Brazilian, nice couple of paddle turns there. He'll get around that yellow buoy nice and clean. Let's see a wave coming in on Guilherme. Look at him step to the back there. He's going to ride this one out. And the whitewater takes him down. You see, he's not swimming. That water's only about waist deep there, Philip. So that tide goes out, gets a little bit more interesting there.
Here comes George Cronstedt. Falling two is becoming difficult at that position. I do believe they are watching that. The officials, we can see them behind. They will be assessing the situation on the personal watercraft. Is Kelly French watching at the course? We might see them decide to bring that buoy a bit further out so that we do not see this type of situation.
I think I just saw Barrett or Kelly jump in the water there. Barrett and Kelly, your race director and beach marshal from the home country of the United States of America, reside in Dana Point, San Clemente, California there. And look at this, Casper Steinfeth on a big little bomb there. And he'll ride that one. Looks like going a little wide there, but we'll see him start to come back into view here. As here comes Lincoln Dews and Zane Schweitzer, and there's Casper. He almost took that one a little bit too far there.
That's right.
He was just kind of having a little bit of fun there. You can't be having fun in this kind of competition there. Lincoln Dews, an interesting story about Lincoln. Finished 10th in the PPG in 2015, just 21 years of age. He actually competed in Molokai at just 14 years of age. So this is a young gun in the sport.
Here comes Lincoln Dews alongside Zane Schweitzer. So Zane Schweitzer actually in second position, third position for Australia. Lincoln Dews there just going around that buoy. They're entering the third lap, so third and final lap. We're going to see who is coming in fourth position, and it is Brazilian Guilherme Reis, followed without a doubt by George Cronstedt. We just saw him fall down also close to the reef near the Hammer buoy or the reef buoy. And we're going to try to see who is coming behind them in 6th, 7th, 8th position.
But the cutoff line is right there between Guilherme Reis and George's Cronstedt. That's what we're paying attention to in this third and final lap here. 12:55 into this contest right here. As you see, the conditions getting a little bumpier out there for a lot of these athletes. There's the Tahitian, George's Cronstedt, but here is the man, Casper Steinfeth. Competed in the SUP surf, looks over his shoulder there, doesn't see anybody in remote distance to him, so he'll start stretching out his paddle stroke a little bit here and just trying to glide his way through this third and final lap here, Philip.
That's right, our copper medal from last year in Sayulita, Mexico, fourth position in the technical race. He's already won it in 2013 in Peru. That was a beautiful image. At the end of the technical race, there was just this huge wave coming in, and it was Jamie Mitchell, Casper Steinfeth on the same wave. Okay, this is the end. This is a gold medal at the finishing of this. And, they just shook hands. They were riding this wave. They just shook hands, and they said, okay, let the best win. And it was Casper Steinfeth who managed to run it to the beach in front of Jamie Mitchell.
There's not two better people in the sport there than Jamie Mitchell and Casper Steinfeth. And you're seeing Lincoln Dews. Used to be a team member of Casper Steinfeth. Used to be on the Nash team. Has since transitioned out. I believe he's on an SP now, but now making his way just in front of Zane Schweitzer for our Team Hawaii. And there you see Guilherme Reis right now representing Team Brazil. And if you're at home watching this in Brazil right now, you are fired up for the young 18-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. Guilherme says, Vamos Guilherme dos Reis pra cima. Loads of messages coming from Brazil. They must be on the edge of their sofa right now, shouting at their screen. Also from Ireland, Ellen says, well done to Zane Schweitzer. From Ellen, your Irish mammy. You and all the ISA competitors are always welcome in Dublin. You can sleep on the sofa. So, Ellen, we're all coming on the 25th.
Yeah, I'm free. What kind of food do they have in Ireland?
Lots of stuff. I don't know. Shepherd's pie?
I would love a shepherd's pie right now. Oh, 14:54 into this third and final lap here. Heat number 3 with one more amazing heat still to come. Casper Steinfeth from Denmark out there, out in the lead right now as you're taking a look at the open water. There is second and third place right there. Lincoln Dews in the yellow race jersey coming up to that turn buoy. Just behind him, Zane Schweitzer for Team Hawaii. In third place, Guilherme Reis for Team Brazil in the orange. Just behind him, followed up by George's Cronstedt from Team Tahiti in the white. Currently rounding out 5th. So that's the bubble. Top 4 move on. And Philip, these heats keep getting more and more exciting as we go along. They just keep getting more intensified, especially with what's going on at the hammer buoy and that last leg. Oh, boy.
Oh, yes. The waves are coming in. It's going to be bigger and bigger with the tide changing. And I think for the finals, it's going to be really interesting. We're going to see what they decide with the buoys, if they will change the location of the buoys. As we're seeing a few competitors with difficulties as they were going around that third buoy, the reef buoy, falling down. I mean, competitors with great experience, such as George Cronstead or Guillermo Reis. We'll have to ask them after, ask if Dan or Jody can ask them what happens. How is it to be like? Because, I mean, the water is so transparent. When you're 50 centimeters, you've got the impression of gliding over rocks.
Very true, and that reef is also shallow. You saw those racers falling off only into knee-deep water right there. It looks like they moved the buoy out just a little bit further there. Zane Schweitzer in the right race jersey digging hard, trying to carve that starboard around that buoy. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Heat 3. Drew with you, Philip Mueller calling it for you live here on the island of Tavarua. We got Jody Nelson, Dan Gavira on the boat. Hopefully we can go to them at the completion of this heat. Guilherme Reis going from left to right in that orange jersey. Little bump coming at him right there. Look at him get prepared for it as he paddles off screen. But this is some time just to take a look at the landscape out there, Philip. Look at that beautiful ocean of the South Pacific.
The blue horizon.
That was beautiful.
I would have loved to see that wave being ridden.
You know, you can't have everything, Philip. You can't have everything. Here comes George Cronstead. And George, the Tahitian, like we said, mail delivery back home in Tahiti. That's his full-time job. Trains as much as he can. And there's another shot at the ocean blue. There's that hammer buoy just getting blown up over there. Thank you, guys. Get back to the racing action there as we scan across from left to right. You see our official jet ski there.
That's Kelly French in the back.
Yay, Kelly.
Being driven all over the course. He's got the best view in the house.
Yeah, and you know, Kelly right now, he's looking for any kind, you know, being an official, he's looking for anybody that's making a mistake. He's watching that 5-stroke rule. He's watching the buoy turns. He's watching for interference. He's watching for good sportsmanship. There's Team India paddling out right there. There's Guilherme Reis right now.
And there's the lead of the race. So going strong right now. Casper Steinfurt keeps on advancing right behind him. So Casper Steinfurt is going towards the final, and it seems that they've taken a lap on the last ones of this heat.
Yeah, there's no joke here. This is a very, very fast heat. We've seen the heats progressively get faster and faster and faster. And Casper, with that heart monitor on, you know, that heart's a beating right there. And Lincoln Dews in the yellow race jersey taking a look over his right shoulder there and catches Zane Schweitzer. And, you know, Zane's not a quiet kid. You know,
I know that.
he's a loud kid right there. And, you know, he's just pulling hard and grunting on that starboard, just trying to gain any kind of position. He doesn't want to lose any positions whatsoever. And you got to give it to Zane. You know, this kid will go out and compete in every single competition, from relay to distance to water drinking contests as Steinfurt goes across the finish line.
Yeah, Zane Schweitzer, he won last year the Ultimate Waterman, which takes 8 disciplines. And, you know, that's in New Zealand. Daniel Kiropa, who's also here representing Team New Zealand, he won a previous edition. But you have to be, it's more and more in stand-up paddleboard, you see this expression of waterman. People that excel in all the water sports. And Zane Schweitzer is a fine example of a good waterman.
Oh, he's not good. He's excellent. Great family. I know his family's home in Hawaii watching him right now, so we want to give a shout-out to the Schweitzers. His mom, very instrumental in Stand Up with a Cure, raising money for breast cancer awareness. As there goes Zane diving in. And Guilherme Reis in the orange race jersey will come across. There's your top 4.
Fourth.
So, unfortunately, the Tahitian, George Cronstead, you're looking at him now on the right-hand stroke, will not make it onto that final. I know he's going to be bummed about that one, but he'll be going into the distance race coming up tomorrow.
That's right, so a bit of a deception there for George Cronstead coming in 5th on the SIC board. There he is about to pass the line, then we can see who comes in after that. We've already got 12 finalists of the 16, as you see there, the 8 or 9 anxious competitors that will be competing in the 4th and final qualifying heat of the SUP technical race for the men. After that, we're heading straight into the final. We're starting with the women's prone technical final. That will see 12 girls going around the 3-kilometer course. After that, we follow with the 16 finalists from This morning's 2 semi-finals in the men's pro and technical. Then we follow with the SUP technical finals. First the women, then the men, to end this third day of competition here at the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We want to welcome you if you're recently joining this webcast. We also want to thank everybody who makes this event possible, such as the presentation of Tourism Fiji, organizing also a big part of this event, and the support of Tavarua Island, Fiji Water, Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FCS, Blue Planet, also our media partners, Surfline, Surfers Magazine, Pasión Extrema, Surfers Village, SUP International, Stand Up Latino and Stand Up Magazine. There they are getting ready. We could see the names also of who's coming up, because this one also is going to be a tough heat to crack. We've got Toby Cracknell, with no pun intended, Kai Lenny from Hawaii, Vinicius Martins from Brazil, Itzel Delgado from Peru. I've seen some of his family there saying hello, especially his mom. Tituan Puyo from France, Kenny Kaneko from Japan, having won a race in Hong Kong recently in front of Casper Steinfatt and Kai Lenny, so he's coming in confidence. We've also got Andreas Svensson from Sweden, Joe Selders from Costa Rica, but who lives in Texas, for you who've been following the SUP Surf event the 2 first days. Then closing this heat number 4, we've got Sergio Rosa from Puerto Rico and his fellow countryman Luis Lopez.
This is got to be one of the most loaded heats as we've all had all day. So this heat's getting exciting here. But we're going to go down to the boat right now. We got Jody Nelson down there on the boat with a live interview. Jody, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with the winner of that last heat, Casper Steinfath. And Casper, they moved the course around a little bit before you guys went out there, just to try and get it to be more of a technical race setup. Talk to us a little bit about the course.
The course was pretty challenging out there because you have a bit of upwind, downwind, and then we put the course in the waves, which I think is a great addition. It is a great surfing spot here, and we should utilize the waves as much as possible. And actually, it mixed the pack up completely. Guys were catching waves, and I was thankful to get one of the good ones.
Now, you got off to a great start at the beginning of that race, and you had Zane Schweitzer and some really top guys in your heat. What was your strategy going into that race?
Looking at the heat this morning, I was definitely realizing this is one of the stacked heats of the first round. And, on a course like this with such good guys, you got to get off to a good start. And actually, if you look at the footage, I actually slipped on my start. I fell in the water, but managed to get it back up quick and just put all my weight onto the blade. And you got to get a good start. That's essential for the technical races.
What's your goal this week? I know you've been on top in this race in the past, but how badly would you like to get back up there?
There's no doubt. I really want to win the gold medal here. The technical race is the race I love the most of any race, and I'm going to do everything I can do. But this week, more than racing, I'm really happy to just see such good camaraderie and nations from all around the world. We're seeing the sport grow in a positive direction, and I'm really happy to be a part of that in one way or the other.
All right. Well, congratulations, Casper Steinfath, also the vice president of the ISA. So great performance out there, and we'll see him racing again later on in the finals. Back to you guys.
Thanks, thank you, Jody Nelson. Jody's having a whole lot of fun down there. You saw Casper Steinfath, the vice president of the International Surfing Association. Good to have him on board. And let's go. We got a bunch of vice presidents here. We got Karen Ciralta, we got Christy Coventry, we got Barbara Kendall, along with Casper Steinfath, though. But let's take a look at the recap here. Here's the start, Philip. This is when it got exciting. Lincoln Dews up on his feet. Looks like he's creeping almost past the line there. I know Barrett Tester looking at that oh so closely. To this angle, it looked like he was over, but he wasn't. Lincoln Dews charges out hard on the inside in the yellow jersey. Zane Schweitzer with a nice start. Gets kind of blown away, but the big move here was by the Denmark Viking himself. That's Casper Steinfath and all the multicolored shorts there charging out hard. And Guilherme, he's got to be happy from Team Brazil with that start as well. But Guilherme and Zane start battling out right here for second and third as the starboard to the inside and the Nash to the outside. And that opened up the door as those two start battling it out for the likes of Lincoln Dews. They come down this first line here with a very speedy heat there, as we saw them finish around 18 minutes, one of the faster heats of the day, and this is where Casper Steinfath really starts to pull away, Philip.
That's right, so Casper Steinfath taking the lead early during this race and then just leading it to the finish line. Here you can see Zane Schweitzer. We're seeing also the first heat where the waves have played a significant role. Look at them. There you see Guillermo Reis and George Cronstedt falling at the same time. The same would happen a few minutes later at more or less the same point. They fell at the same moment, which meant that they never really got far apart from each other.
But Casper Steinfeld was able to paddle a very, very clean race here. You see him go around that buoy turn perfectly, not making a mistake whatsoever. And here comes Zane Schweitzer now trying to make the move on Lincoln Dews, but Lincoln was able to hold him off.
That's right, as we saw also Casper Steinfeld almost lapping the last competitors there from the smaller nations, obviously. One of the big names of the SUP world, Casper Steinfeld, also a very common face on the Stand-Up World Series and a great ambassador for our sport. That's obviously why Fernando Aguirre chose him as one of the vice presidents, the 4 vice presidents on the ISA that all help Fernando Aguirre direct this great organization that is the ISA.
But congratulations to all 4 who move on in that heat. That'll be Lincoln Dews, Zane Schweitzer, Guillermo Reis, and Casper Steinfeld. That's unofficially. For all the official results, go to the ISAworlds.com website as they're getting it updated minute by minute with all the updates. We have one more semifinal heat here. One more quarterfinal heat, I apologize, and then we go to the final. So don't go anywhere. Don't leave your computer. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more of the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Fiji.
Leave your phone off and start roaming.
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world famous wave of Cloudbreak. All of you listening probably know of it by now. In the water is heat number 4, the qualifying round 4 of the technical SUP race for the men. Today is day 3 of competition. Yesterday was a lay day. Tomorrow we will be seeing the long distance race for the women. Friday will be the long distance race for the men. And on Saturday we will be finishing the SUP surf portion of the event in epic conditions, according to the forecast by Surfline. We want to thank our sponsors, obviously Tourism Fiji, but also Vatu Vada for their support, Waterway Surf Adventure, Starboard, Namotu, also Digicel and the Beach House. Our media partners are SUP The Mag, SUP Racer, The Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Vibras Magazine, Gravidad Zero, and the Outdoor Journal. The official website of this event is isaworlds.com, as we see some competitors falling off their board as they're waiting to start the competition. But if you want to know more about the ISA, it's this great organization that managed, after 20 years of a dream, to get surfing into the Olympic Games. That will be in 2020 at Tokyo. We will be seeing for the first time ever surfing being competed at the Olympic Games. We're trying to get stand-up paddle in the 2024 edition of the Olympic Games. That would be historical too. Have some real Olympic gold medals on live television global.
Watch out, ladies and gentlemen, because it's coming. And our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, said, hey, we're going to see it, and we're going to see it soon. So if you're a SUP fan, and if you're a part of the SUP community, hold on to your underwear, because it's coming. This is heat number 4 of the men's quarterfinals. Top 4 move on to the final later on. And we are getting underway. In case you missed any of this broadcast, if you missed anything, if you're just tuning in because you've been at work or been babysitting or whatever, go to isaworlds.com. Jump on all of our social media, on our Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook for updates, interviews, and more. And there we go, lining up. Here it is, the lineup. There's Kai Lenny from Hawaii out in front right there. Kai competed in Piahi, the big wave. Everybody's been seeing it all over social media. Just put on a show for the people of Hawaii.
Pulling air reverse at Piahi, just having fun in 6 to 7 meter waves.
you know, for most people, 6 to 7 meter waves are not fun. They're scary. They're like, oh my gosh. But Kai, he's just throwing these huge
Let's
airs.
see if he can throw an air.
So they're going to back Kai up just a little bit there. Barrett Tester on the line, and let's go through the lineup. Philip, take us through it.
That's right, so this is the last heat of this qualifying round for the sub-technical men. In this heat, we've got from Australia, Toby Cracknell, one strong competitor. We've also just seen him on the line, Kai Lenny from Hawaii. The young and upcoming Brazilian Vinicius Martins is there. Also the young Peruvian Itzel Delgado with his whole family on the message board showing their support. Then we've got Titouan Pouillot from France, the gold medalist in the long distance from last year. Kenny Kaneko from Japan. Andreas Svensson from Sweden, Joe Cerdas from Costa Rica, Sergio Drosa from Puerto Rico, and another Puerto Rican, Luis Lopez, will close this fourth qualifying heat in the technical men.
There is, I mean, all these paddlers are absolutely amazing and fantastic. There's going to be paddlers going home here that should be moving on to the final in any other race. But this is the ISA World Championships, and we're going to treat it as so. And what a stacked heat here. Did you see all the paddles in the air? Everybody getting in order here. We're just a few seconds away from the start of this fourth one. And what are your predictions here, Philip? I mean, you look down that line, there's some studs.
I do see in three first positions, I'd say Titouan, or the four. Let's see the four who'd go through. Titouan Pouillot, Vinicius Martins, Kai Lenny, and Toby Cracknell, I would say.
There's the start right there. On the inside, that's Kai Lenny. To the outside, Titouan Pouillot pulling hard through the water right there. There's Kai Lenny to the inside on the dashboard. Kai with an excellent start. And Vinicius Martins on the JP Hawaii board in the yellow race jersey just to the right from Brazil. A nice start as well. So off to a nice clean start there. But look at this, Kai Lenny. Hard on the right stroke. Nice start for both those athletes.
So just landed yesterday, I believe, and already up and going in this race, taking the lead. Vinicius Martins, very strong, is in second position. I do believe it is Toby Cracknell from Australia there without the T-shirt in third position. Trying to spot Titouan Pouillot. He should be in the lead pack and then define who is behind.
That's a nice start there by Kenny Kaneko from Japan. Like you said, the 23-year-old champion. This guy's done some damage. All Japan SUP champion in 2015, and he's definitely going to be one to contend to for Team Japan, as we've seen some of their athletes in SUP Surf. Absolutely fantastic young team coming out of Japan this year.
That's right, very enthusiastic, always smiling, the Japan team. But right now, after we have started this heat number 4, we are going to the boat with Jody Nelson, who's going to interview some of the previous athletes from heat number 3.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Sekhar Pache from Team India, and this is your guys' first time participating in the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. What are your thoughts?
This is my first other country competition also, so I'm happy with this. My board, like I'm paddling, my board now moving. Maybe next time, like I find it like any good board, like I'm paddling like a good level.
Yeah, and we saw your teammate. She competed earlier. She said this was her first time ever doing a technical race. You guys don't do much technical racing in India?
This is my first time. No, India only like a 1 kilometer, just like a one round, like a one round, second round, third round, fourth round. No, that's it only. Not like a technical, this much long. No, this is my first time.
Well, nothing like testing it out at Cloudbreak. What were your thoughts on the buoy positioning and having to negotiate those buoys on the inside where the waves were breaking?
You know, that is my first time in like wave also, like that place like a breaking also wave, not like a turning very difficult that place, like a buoy also like a moving in reef now. Yeah. Before like a go buoy in inside, now like a inside. Now I'm fall little like my hand also something happen.
All right. Well, you know, you finished 8th place. What was your guys' goal coming here this year? Like, what were your thoughts on coming, and what outcome were you guys looking for?
My finishing, I think 8th thing. Maybe like maybe recent race I'm try to like going like a top 10 something. I'm trying to my best.
Awesome. Well, congratulations and thanks for coming with the team India. You guys pretty.
Thank you, Team India.
Anybody you want to say hi to?
Yeah. Hi Arun sir. I'm happy with this because like you're helping this full sponsor TT Group and Kovalanka Point then Team India. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we'll see more of Team India later on today in the distance races, so good luck to you then. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody Nelson, the lovely Jody Nelson down there with Team India. You know, he didn't make it on. Sakar didn't make it on to the final, but he's still happy to be here representing the country of India.
That's right. You can see the stoke on his face. I mean, he's just happy to be there. I've seen him several times at the event dinners and at dinner. And I mean, it's just cool to see them walking around and, you know, discovering all of this for the first time.
And there's a look at your pack right now as we have 4, 5, 6, 7 paddlers all kind of piled up and bunched up there. This is the second, I think this is the second bunch. The first bunch just out in front of them was we're just 4 minutes into this race. And it looks like Kai Lenny, Vinicius Martins from Brazil, Toby Cracknell, Kenny Kaneko, I believe that's him in the red race jersey, as we'll start to see him spread out here as soon as we get a good camera angle. And, boy, that's all we got, paddlers upside down and all around.
Tree fell.
Oh, bummer there. That looked like the JM board. Us, Vinicius Martins from Brazil in the yellow, going down by the yellow buoy. So a big, big issue there for Vinicius coming around that buoy. That'll bump him down from 3rd, now on the bubble, to 5th.
Yeah, so he's right there on the 5th spot. Not enough to qualify towards the final. Messages still coming in from New Caledonia, Marine, who says, go T2, New Kai. Carl is on fire. Also from Peru, vamos Itzel, tú puedes. And then messages from India, all the best, Tanvi, go for gold, God bless. Incredible how they're writing from all over the world.
Oh, we love it. Keep them coming, keep them coming. We want to hear what you have to say. And here comes the group of paddlers around the bend there. So that looks like the NSP rider right there. Tichuan Puyo, Kai Lenny now in 2nd from Team Hawaii. So some movement going on. Toby Cracknell now putting a move on Kai Lenny.
That's right. They're trying to get the waves. Yes, Titu is in 1st position right now. In 4th position, it is Kenny Kaneko. And in 5th position, Vinicius Martins. So obviously we're going to look at that situation between Vinicius Martins and Kenny Kaneko as they're coming in towards halfway there, just right where the waves start breaking. You saw them go over that one just before it broke. I do think that one we see behind the personal watercraft, there it is, we're going to see some wave riding, and it seems that there's going to be some changes in position between Tituan Puyo and Kai Lenny coming in the end of this first lap into the second one.
And Kai Lenny to the inside there. Nice move. Kai Lenny, very smart racer. We've seen him at PPG oh so many times. He knows how to navigate around those waves. He gets to the inside of Tichuan and is able to assume a couple board lengths over, and watch Kai Lenny's backside turn. Look at him get that Nash way out of the water, spins it around, and now Kai Lenny overtaking Tichuan for 1st place. In 3rd place, here comes Toby Cracknell. Toby Cracknell, 22-year-old from Australia. 2nd in the Jamie Mitchell Survival Race in 2016. So this guy, if he's competing in that race, he knows a thing or two about racing. And there's your top 3. But right now, the big story is for 4th and 5th. Is Kaneko going really wide there, Phils? Look at how wide Kaneko's going, opening the door on the inside right there for the other 2 paddlers. So faulty air there by Kaneko.
Yeah, it seems so. He's still in 4th position. Obviously, now we see that Vinicius Martins is really hogging that buoy, making it as short as possible. I think he might have resolved a bit of the distance he had between him and Kenny Kaneko. So we're going to see while we check here the leading pack. So there goes Kai Lenny in 1st position, Tituan Puyo in 2nd position, and Toby Cracknell in 3rd. Everything here, the attention, we're going to see it. There's Kenny Kaneko on the left. That is Vinicius Martins coming in 5th position and trying to recognize surfer number 6.
Yeah, Kai Lenny looking very strong there, but I'll tell you, it is tight 1st through 3rd. I mean, it's tip to tail as they come down that leg there as they go into that next buoy turn. But Kai Lenny now pulling the rest of the folks along there. And like you said, we saw on that downwind leg towards the finish line that the chop and the wave is really posing a problem for a lot of these athletes, even though we saw both Tichuan and Kai grab a sick wave going into that buoy turn.
I mean, you having commentated several of the PPGs, you know this. I mean, there's a part of luck that comes into action once you've got the waves coming through the course, you know, and this is exactly what is happening. That's why they designed the course like this, using the force of cloud break, make it a bit more entertaining, exciting, and you get these changes of positions as we saw some people fall on the wave, some people, like we saw between Tito and Puyo, was in the lead. Kai Lenny just overpassed him without one single effort, just taking that wave, taking the inside, and now he's leading the race.
And looking very strong as he comes around that buoy turn right there. Here comes the lead pack. Kai Lenny in the center, coming from left to right now, trying to cut into Tituan Puyo's water there. Do you see him stand up, take a couple of breaths there? Tituan will pull right into the back of him. Kai Lenny's a very, very smart paddler, though. He knows the ocean. This kid's a water baby. I mean, he just knows. He's looking for any little bump that can help him from buoy turn to buoy turn, and he won't exert any more energy than he has to in order to get there.
Look at the fight between Kai Lenny and Tituan Puyo coming into this buoy number 2 on the second lap, and it seems that Tituan Puyo is in first position, but Kai Lenny taking the inside of this buoy. It seems that they're exactly, you know, at the same height right now in first position, and they're going to have to fight it out towards that third buoy, which is a left turn, you know. So this time Tituan Puyo, if he can maintain that inside position, get into that last straight line of the second lap, and then we'll see how they can manage to sort out through the waves.
Here comes Kenny Kaneko in the red race jersey. He's going to make his right-hand shoulder turn there, but you saw as they came across, Tituan put his board so tight to Kai Lenny, he couldn't go with the left-hand stroke and kind of had to take a couple strokes off to get back in the water there. So very smart racing by the Frenchman, Tituan Puyo, as now they go into that left-hand shoulder turn buoy, and there's Tituan to the inside. So nice turn there by T2. Look at Kai trying now to carve to the inside of T2. But Tituan will hold him off. So Lenny in second. Here comes Toby Cracknell. He's kind of staying out of it, which might be a smart move on Toby's part. Sort of let them hash it out and let them make a mistake.
I was thinking exactly that. It's probably a better idea to not fight it out at the buoy. Be alone, you know, just make a safe turn than trying to fight it out, because if both fall, it could be all at the advantage of Toby Cracknell in this case.
And that's a valid argument. I know Toby's a smart enough paddler to figure this out. Look at T2 grabbing a wave right now. Now Kai Lenny trying to go to the outside, looking for any kind of a bump. Tituan might have grabbed that a little early. He's going to try to ride that runner down. Lenny, unfortunately, not going to grab a wave, so that'll give T2. Look at him stretch his lead here, Phil.
Now he's got a good advantage over Kai Lenny. He's going to enter into that third lap in third position with a 2 or 3 board advantage, but be careful. There's Kai Lenny trying to ride that wave, but it was just the end of the shoulder. He still got closer to Tituan Puyo there with that little bump that he managed to ride, and obviously those two have separated a bit more from Toby Cracknell, and Toby Cracknell needs to be careful. Any mistake, Kenny Kaneko and Vinicius Martins will take advantage of it.
Very smart move there as you're watching Tituan as he hit the brakes there and stopped. Let that wave go by before going into that buoy turn. And now a big wave coming up as Tituan gets really low. Kai Lenny now trying to snap that backside turn. And Kai nice and clean around there. Cracknell also, but Tituan playing it very, very smart there. And there's your top 3 in this 4th and final quarterfinal heat in the men's technical SUP race as 11:56. So pretty quick heat here as well.
Seems one of the fastest until now. Toby Cracknell almost taking over Kai Lenny. He sort of had to close him out there to not be overtaken by Kai Lenny. They're still fighting at the top. Here comes in 4th position. That's Kenny Kaneko in 5th position. Still Vinicius Martins, it seems. No.
I think that might be Itzel Delgado, possibly. We're trying to make out 5th and 6th right now as Itzel Delgado. Vinicius Martins from Brazil also in the back of that pack. We've been following the leaders there as they start charging across there. And there's a nice look right there.
That's the Swedish, I do believe. Andreas Svensson at the back of the pack. I do believe he was SUP surfing too for Sweden earlier in the week. And there you see with the leash, as somebody asked on the message board, are they mandatory? And yes, they are mandatory at ISA events to wear a leash for security.
Probably the most important piece of safety equipment that you could wear. I mean, once you get detached from your board, that's where you start having problems. You got this giant flotation device attached to you at all times, and there's a nice shot of Kenny Kaneko from Japan. Very strong paddler on the right-hand stroke there, and we're going to scroll further back here on the 404.
That's Joseph Cerdas from Costa Rica, if I can recognize the lycra.
And the orange shorts, that is Itzel Delgado, I believe. Taking a look at, we're trying to make
that's Itzel Delgado, 168 from Peru.
Young kid.
In 6th position. So Vinicius Martins has fallen down behind in 7th position right now for Team Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil. He'll be coming up here in just a little bit as we scroll back to back. There he is right there. Vinny Martins, champion in his home country of Brazil. Competed in Battle of the Paddle Brazil in both years. Finished in the top 3, so a very strong paddler for Brazil. Unfortunately, making an error early on, which could cost him this heat right here. But taking a look as they start paddling in your living room, lots of horsepower behind these guys.
Paddling to the finish, here comes Tituan Puyol now in the lead. You can see Kai Lenny there behind, as we saw Toby Cracknell taking a small rest. They must be exhausted right now, and you have to keep going, get into those 4 first spots. And there comes Kenny Kaneko going around that second buoy on this final lap. Right behind him is from Costa Rica, Joe Cerdas, and in 6th position, that is Itzel Delgado from Peru. I've seen some message there. Lisinka Momevitzel from Peru. Vamos, Itzel Delgado. Peru is cheering for you. Le Grand 8 says, Tituan, the best one. Go, go. Anders Johnson, we are proud of you. We wish you very best in the final from Sweden, and tomorrow in time distance from H.O. Johnson. So keep on the messages. Also from South Africa, Maurietje, who says, well done, Dylan Frick. Good luck for the finals.
And Dylan, there you go. Kenny Kaneko right now on the bubble. He's going to finish in the top 4 if he can hold off for 1.5 more laps. The 23-year-old from Japan, 2015 All-Japan SUP champion. And like you said, this kid, a powerhouse, very known, competed in PPGs. Unfortunately, didn't make it in the top 10 at PPGs, but a lot of potential in that 23-year-old.
That's right. So closing in towards 16 minutes. That is Andres Svensson from Sweden. I do believe he is in position number 8, right behind Vinicius Martins. There behind is Itzel Delgado from Peru. He is actually a number 6.
Itzel looking very strong here. The young competitor always had a good smile on his face. Been trying to compete around the world there. And there is the shirtless wonder right there. Toby Cracknell going from left to right across the front of your screen. That's how warm it is. It's hot out there. And a lot of these athletes choosing to go without a shirt just because of the amount of humidity and the amount of heat there. But great camera work down there, boys. Our production staff down on the water making it real. And Tituan Puyol now in 2nd, Toby Cracknell in 3rd. There's Kai Lenny on the left-hand side of your screen on that Nash from Hawaii, competing for Team Hawaii in these race events. Catching some huge waves in Piahi. They wanted him in the surfing portion of the ISAs this year, but unfortunately he was competing at the Piahi event. And boy, oh boy, did he put on a show for everybody. But he was able to fly into Fiji and make it here to compete in the racing. So I know Team Hawaii is really happy to have him. I know Maddie might have had a heart attack. Maddie Schweitzer, the coach for Team Hawaii, he might have had a heart attack if Kai wasn't coming.
That's right, running everywhere. Matti Schweitzer, Team Hawaii, they're all located on a boat. They've got their own boat for Team Hawaii. They've been watching the competition from the sidelines. And so here we see Kai Lenny in the lead, taking this first straight line towards the finishing line. Going to finish in 1st position. 2nd is Tituan Puyol, and 3rd, Toby Cracknell. Let's check if Kenny Kaneko is still in 4th position. He would be the last qualified paddler for the big final. That will be later on today. First, after this qualifying round of the technical SUP for men, we're going to have the women's prone technical final with 12 girls taking part in this final.
And there's a look at Kai Lenny from Maui, now paddling his way across the finish line. 24 years of age, won PPG, finished 2nd in PPG this year, 7-time SUP World Champion. And I mean, a lot of people saying, hey, you're looking at the next Laird Hamilton right here on the water. I mean, that's how much belief they have in him as a surfer and as a stand-up paddler. He's been a great ambassador to the community of stand-up paddling, and his parents are so funny when you ask them, like, where did Kai get all of his talent? They're like, we don't know. He's got gobs of it. we don't know, but he keeps going out there and doing it. So he'll come across the finish line, 8 minutes, 18 seconds, so a very fast heat there, Phil.
Yeah. One of the fastest heats. There goes Titouan Pouillot, second position. Toby Cracknell is third. And let's check if Kenny Kaneko kept that fourth position. Being the last qualified paddler for the final of the technical men. We will see that at the end of the day, this third day of competition. We are at the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship live from Cloudbreak. We're going to give a bit of time for the last competitors to finish. We're going to probably see an interview of Kai Lenny. I'd also like to hear a few words from Titouan Pouillot. And also they're going to prepare. There's several of these guys, like we saw George Cronstead. I do believe Titouan Pouillot too would be doing the long distance race. That would be Friday.
That's a long distance race, 18 kilometers. So we'll be watching that come underway on Friday, and there he is, Kenny Kaneko coming across the finish line. He'll move on to the finals this afternoon, the 23-year-old from Japan, so congratulations to him. And unfortunately, the rest of our field will not move on, as I believe that could be one of the the Peruvian riders, or Puerto Rican riders. That's either Sergio Rosa or Luis Lopez coming across the finish line there. We'll get the updates. And there is Itzel Delgado making his way across the finish line. So congratulations. He's a youngie. He's got plenty of years. He's got plenty of ISA competition still to come. So I'm sure we'll see him again very shortly.
There goes the 20-minute mark. So we've got all our finalists set for the 4 next heats. We've got 4 finals coming up. We're going to define the new world champions, obtaining gold medals for their countries and the precious 1,000 points towards the team standings. Obviously, a gold medal helps a lot your team to go up on the team standings. There is 27 nations taking part in this event. It's the 5th edition of the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. The first event was in Peru, the second one too in 2013, both in Lima. After that we went to Nicaragua, where it was the first time the event was separated between the ocean and the race part was taking place in a lake. Last year we went to Sayulita, incredible surf town in Mexico.
You guys had way too much fun at Sayulita.
Imagine. And with Pepe. Pepe, the judge, was our host. I mean, wonderful people of Mexico. It's a really it's more a stand-up paddle village than a surfing village, you know. And this year, here we are in Fiji, and right now we're going to go to the wave of Cloudbreak on the boat with Jody Nelson for an interview. Take it away, Jody.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Kai Lenny, Team Hawaii. Kai, tell us a little bit about that course. You had a great start, but you know, some of the buoys are a little more challenging on the inside.
Yeah, you know, from here the course looks a lot bigger, but when you get out there it's pretty tight, which is nice because it's supposed to be a technical race and a lot of maneuvering. And you know, with the tide dropping, the buoys are starting to dry dock a little bit. So during that heat, a couple times Victor on the jet ski had to come and move them a little bit. But that's what makes a fun race, truthfully, you know, and it's always nice if they move the buoys a little closer to you as you're paddling towards them.
Now, this is your first time competing in the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. You know, what are your thoughts? And you just finished surfing Jaws, right?
Yeah, you know, I was really, you know, I committed to coming to ISA this year. The last few years I've wanted to go, but it just didn't work out scheduling-wise. And, you know, how can you turn away coming to Fiji, of course? Cloudbreak's one of my favorite places to come in the world. And so, you know, planning on training really hard for this, and then all of a sudden it was Jaws swells, windsurf events back home, and ended up getting a different type of training, you know, in 50-foot surf. So this is like as opposite as I could do in water sports, is paddling flat water, but it's still fun and equally challenging. So, you know, I'm just stoked to be here.
Well, it seems like the swell is going to be coming here Saturday, Sunday, and what are your thoughts on watching the stand-up paddlers compete out here at Cloudbreak, big Cloudbreak?
Oh man, I was just hoping that the event was going to run until I could come, but I missed the first day, and so I lost my spot in the wave event, and that's what I've been dreaming of, is getting 8 to 10 foot barreling Cloudbreak. But I'm going to try to be the first one out in the morning and just, you know, get a couple under my belt, and, you know, I'm going to support my teammates for sure, But in between, I'll be at restaurants and swimming pools and all those other rigs.
All right. Well, you just qualified for the final, so I know that we're going to be seeing more of you later on today. And anybody you want to say hi to at home?
Yeah, you know, I'm just stoked to be here. Thanks to my parents and, you know, my family and, you know, all my sponsors for making this happen. And, you know, Team Hawaii especially, everyone back home, you know, we're trying to represent where we come from as top-notch as we can. And, you know, in the final, I feel all warmed up now and going to just, you know, pull the arrow back and let it fly.
Well, congratulations. We'll see Kai Lenny later on today and the rest of Team Hawaii. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody. I love Kai Lenny. Just a great, great person. And he gave thanks to his parents. And you saw those Sweetwater wear jerseys that Team Hawaii is wearing. A good friend of mine back there. We want to say wish everybody well back in Hawaii, cheering on Team Hawaii as they had a little bit of a scare going into this year's ISA event, but they got it all squared away thanks to Maddie Schweitzer. So Team Hawaii looking great with Kai Lenny at the helm here, taking top honors in the men's technical heat 4. And coming up, we're going to get into the finals right away. Coming up, we're going to have the women's pro technical with 12 finalists in that. Then we're going to go to the men's pro. We're going to see if Jack Barr can come back and defend his title from last year. And then we get in the women's and men's SUP technical finals. So 4 amazing races still to come, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't want to turn that dial or turn away whatsoever. There's a live shot of the start-finish line, the red buoys right there. And you're seeing everybody out there. I know the athletes right now are on the boats, getting relaxed, getting hydrated. And we got a lot of racing action still to come. Let's sum up these qualifying heats. Any people that got knocked out of the event that you thought would be in there, Phil?
I think from the last heat, Vinicius Martins, George Cronstead, you know, deserves a spot on the final. But right now I'm being told that we're going to see the heat recap of this 4th qualifying heat in the technical race for the men. This is the start. Here closest to your screen is Kai Lenny, winner of this 4th and final heat, getting that spot in the final that will be later today. We saw Vinicius Martins really taking a good start, taking 2nd place, ending up in 7th or 8th place later on.
Yeah, Vinicius Martins from Brazil on the JP Australia board there, charging out. Great start for him. But Cracknell, that's where it was. Cracknell with a great start and was able to hold on to that 3rd place, playing it safe throughout that entire heat there. But conditions, like Kai said, started getting a little tight, a little lumpy out there. They keep having to move that hammer buoy back out and out and out. But overall, pretty fair and even race out there.
That's right. Some are using the waves to their advantage. We're going to see this during the recap. Kai Lenny used it well alongside Tituan Puyol, exchanging places several times during the race. Look, here Tituan Puyol was in the lead. Here we've already got another shot where it is Kai Lenny in the lead. And I do believe this is now when we saw Tituan Puyol pulling away from Kai Lenny with this wave.
And there's Kai and Tituan on the same wave. Kai to the outside, or actually inside on his positioning over Tituan, was able to take that buoy turn a little bit easier. But it was Kai Lenny the entire race from Hawaii, from Maui, just charging it right there. Now here's where Tituan started to get a little bit of a break. Tituan thought he had him right here as T2 rides that runner all the way down, takes it all the way to the yellow buoy, jumps off the backside there, almost goes down, gets a little unbalanced, but was able to stretch his lead about 4 or 5 board lanes over Lenny.
But just later on that next buoy, Kai Lenny on a small bump will reduce that lead taken by Tituan Puyol thanks to that wave. Here we see the 3rd and final lap. Tituan Puyol in the lead going around that first buoy. Kai Lenny coming on the inside. And as you've seen, Toby Cracknell securing that safe 3rd place, letting the Frenchman and the Hawaiian battle it out and just following them from a safe distance. Always, he's been the whole race at 5 or 10 meters from the second competitor.
No, Toby paddled a very, very smart race there. You see him just taking about half the amount of strokes as the 1st and 2nd place paddler, just staying within reason there. There was the positioning, or the red race jersey, going from right to left. That was Kenny Kaneko from Japan, who was just trying to hold on to that qualifying spot for Team Japan. But Kai Lenny right here out in front now, trying to overtake Tituan, and it starts extending his lead by catching that little bit of bump and was able to take it all the way home. So a nice, smart race by all of our racers, and a special congratulations going out to the Hawaiian from Maui. And Piahi just rager, that guy right there. There it is, Mr. Kai Lenny from Maui. So Congratulations, Kai.
There it is. That was a recap of the fourth heat, and as you were mentioning it, Drew, I do believe that was one of the most intelligent strategies by Toby Cracknell, but now this is not the type of strategy you can apply in a final. You know, just make it safe. I need to be in the four third positions. When we are going to come back from this short commercial break, you're going to see that all the competitors are going to be all out.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live here at Cloudbreak. If you've been following since this morning, you know that this is the day of the technical racing with a 3-kilometer course right next to the famous wave of Cloudbreak. We've seen all the semi-finals. We've got, for the rest of the day, 4 finals. We're starting with the Women's Prone Technical Final with 12 finalists that are ready by the Marshall buoy. You can see them there behind the boats with the Danish and French flag. Also, we've got the Brazilian boat. They're waiting to be called to the line by Barrett Tester. He is the technical director. Let's see the names of the 12 girls that will be starting the finals on this third day of competition in Fiji. Abby Brown will be competing for the USA. Australia will be represented by Harriet Brown, very young paddler. Leon Darling came for Team Hawaii in New Zealand. It will be Daniel Mackenzie stepping to the start line. Candice Murray from South Africa. We've also got Itzial Abascal. She was the bronze medal, third position last year for Team Spain. A new participant, she will be representing Peru, is the young Vania Torres, a well-known surfer there in the Peruvian country. Flora Manciet from France. Aixa Sanchez will be representing Argentina. From Japan, we've got Mao Ito. Canada will be represented by Alison Wood. And closing these 12 ladies for the prone technical final is Ella Jane Rasso from Fiji, the local defending the host country's flag. So we're going to wait. There's still a little bit of time before they get there. I guess Barrett Tester is giving a few base rules. This is the only category, which is the women's prone technical, that didn't see semi-finals. They went directly to the final due to them being less than 16 in the field. So probably getting a few instructions right there by Barrett Tester. We've got Kelly French, the beach master. He is on the PWC roving on the course. I'm Philip Muller, and I'm joined by Drew Muren here for this third day of competition.
Third day of competition, and boy, oh boy, it has not disappointed us whatsoever. And the International Surfing Association, we can't say enough good things about him, Philip. I mean, Fernando Aguirre, the entire staff there. There's a look at Barrett Tester, our race director, as well as some of our on-course judges there. There's Pat. He's one of our race officials. He's watching the buoys, making sure everything's clear. They're actually right now adjusting the buoys due to the way the surf is kind of, the tide's going out, making it a little sketchy on that outside hammer buoy. It was only like a couple feet deep there, so they're trying to move that buoy out there. So special thank you to Barrett Tester from the San Clemente, California area for keeping all of our racers. You see Harry from the ISA right behind him there, sort of directing traffic as well. So, but the ISA, you know, it's tremendous what they've done in such a short period of time. Yeah, this is the 5th edition, like you call it. I mean, we've had 4 previous ISAs. The one in Fiji. We're going to Denmark next year, so we'll be in Europe. And
in wetsuits.
Which is going to be a little bit different for a lot of these racers, you know. You're a Fijian, and you're going to Denmark. Yeah, let's just say it's a wake-up call.
Yeah, but it's the same thing, really, for the Danish team or the Swedish team to come here.
Well, I'd much rather go to warm than cold.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, I've been surfing in Chile, and when you go first from having years surfed in a wetsuit and you go to not having a wetsuit, it feels different.
Good point. But when you're paddling into the finish line area and everybody's in puffy coats, bundled up with beanies, yeah, I'd much rather look at bikinis. I'm just saying. But the ISA will be in Denmark next year. That's Casper Steinfest, the vice president's home country. So, Philip?
Yeah, the ISA Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboards World Championship is the biggest growing sport in the world, but also the biggest growing event for the ISA. I mean, normally the biggest event of the ISA is the ISA World Junior Championships. You've got 2 stages, you have to have a backup plan that doesn't have a webcast, and then you've got 270 kids running all over the place, you know. It's under 16, under 18, but stand-up paddle this year, if I do believe, there's 244 competitors. It's almost getting bigger than the World Junior Championship, which is the biggest event for the ISA right now.
Yeah, like you say, 246, that's no joke. There's a lot of competitors, a lot of logistics involved, especially coming to Fiji. So you got to give it out to the ISA staff and personnel and Tourism Fiji for making it happen for all those competitors, all their support staff, all their coaches, all the medical staff, all the referees, all the officials. I mean, there's a lot of people involved in this overall production.
That's right. So, as we're still waiting for the start of this race, after the women's prone technical final, we will go straight to the men's prone technical final with 16 finalists. We saw the 2 semi-finals in the morning. The first semi-final in the morning, opening this 3rd day of competition, was won by the Australian Matt Poole. Second position was for Jack Bark. We will be seeing them so right after the girls. This is the first appearance. They didn't have any semi-finals. During the second semi-final in the prone men technical, Lockie Lansdowne took the win in front of Lockwood Arms from the United States.
Yeah, a lot of talent in this men traditional prone paddleboarding series coming up here. And a new addition that not a lot of people saw last year was Matt Poole. Matt Poole from Australia is definitely one to watch coming up in that men's heat. So those are all and the SUP heats coming up. But we're going to go to break. We'll be back with more from the Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, broadcasting live from the great island of Tavarua.
Yeah.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Leave your phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. phone off and start roaming. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world-class wave of Cloudbreak. I am Philip Mueller, and I'm joined by Drew Muren, and we are live from Tavarua doing the webcast of this third day of competition. We saw 2 days of incredible SUP surfing at the wave of Cloudbreak. That's why today we're doing a little transition. We're using the waves, starting the race. Tomorrow is the long distance. Friday is the long distance race for the men. Tomorrow will be women. And Saturday we're expecting a lot more swell to finish in an epic manner the SUP surf competition. Sunday we'll see the final of the relay race by teams and the closing ceremony, and then with lots of we'll have to leave. We'll have to go back home, and that's going to be sad.
Nobody wants to leave Fiji. I'm thinking about getting my Fijian license and citizenship.
That's right.
Although they probably won't take it.
No.
They're not going to allow people like me here. They're too nice.
I like the slogan from Fiji.
What is
Fiji, where happiness finds you.
Well, happiness finds you and you never want to leave. That's what they should just add that at the end. Well, you never want to leave.
That's right. Just one-way tickets. So, still some message coming on the message board from the United States. Kathy Brewer says, Bula. And what a better way to say hello.
Kathy Brewer, Bula to you.
That's right. Bula
Como
means
estás?
hello in Fijian. So, Binaki, Kathy Brewer. That means thank you.
Ah, hi, Kathy. Thanks for tuning in to isaworlds.com. That's where you can go for all the updated information. If you missed any of the previous heats, ladies and gentlemen, just go to isaworlds.com, jump on there. It's got all the updates. It's got the heats going into the finals, which we're about to get underway with the women's prone paddleboard final. There were no preliminary heats like Philip was talking about. We're going straight to the final on this one and keeping it rolling all afternoon. You see as our prone girls started getting warmed up right there. There's a shot of the start-finish line. So water start, water finish, a little bit different than most of the previous ISA events that we've had here. So most of the time they're from the beach and they finish on the beach. But here at Cloudbreak, there is no beach. It's reef, coral, and water. So this has been the safest thing. We want to thank all the race officials. We want to thank Barrett Tester, Kelly French for conducting very clean races so far. But it is about to get down and dirty. These last 4 heats coming up. You don't want to turn your dial because we got some amazing stand-up paddle and prone paddle racing action for you. As there's our support boat getting back on the water, so we're getting closer to the kickoff of these final events here, Philip.
That's right. So we've got 12 women that will take part in this final of the prone woman technical race. We're going to see the first medals today. Who is going to be the new 2016 champion in this prone women's technical race? The defending gold medal champion Jordan Mercer from Australia, the most medaled athlete at the ISA. I think she's got 15 or 16 gold medals. She's got her mantelpiece probably full of just ISA medals. She got an injury, so she won't be coming to defend her title. In her place will be the young Harriet Brown. And I mean, Australia has probably got enough competitors of a similar level to field the whole final.
You know what? Yeah, they got probably 12 of the best paddlers in the world. So there's no doubt that Australia's deep when you go to the bench. So even though she's out, Harriet Brown, 26-year-old from the Gold Coast of Australia, world Iron Woman champion in 2016. So she's got to be in some of the best shapes she's ever been in, Philip. And I guarantee that you and I would not call her anything but beautiful because we won't want to face the wrath of Harriet.
That's right. So we're still waiting for them to be called to the line. Messages still pouring in. Good luck, South Africa. It is 2 a.m. in the morning here, and we are watching you and wishing you a good race. That's Mom, so probably...
Candace's mom?
Candice Murray's mom, exactly. Also, go Candice. South Africa is awake and watching from Tyrell and Lucia, sending some cheers. Go Abby Brown, aka Krabby Frown from Brandon Smith in the United States. And a short message, PA message. Brody Weld from the US says, if you see Kalama, tell him to get back to work.
Yeah, Brody Welty chiming in there. They're having Kalama camp over off the island of Namotu.
That's
and
right.
Everybody was over there. We got Jimmy Terrell here from Quick Blade Paddles. We got Tom Carroll. He's over there. So there's a bunch of legends over on the island over there. But if we happen to run into Dave,
We can send the bottle with a message. It's the next
I'll
island.
take the bottle personally. I'll go hang out with Dave and Jimmy and all those guys. So
That's
yeah,
right.
They're over there enjoying the surf. So we'll pass along the messages to them. But I think the story here coming up, just real quick, since we're on the topic, as the girls all still getting loose out there, is Abby Brown comes in after winning Molokai and the Catalina Classic this year. 19-year-old out of Santa Barbara, California. Last year it was Carter Graves. She was competing for the U.S. This year it's Amy Brown. Those two have been going back and forth. They've been competing in Santa Monica against each other. They competed in PPG, the Pacific Paddle Games in California, against each other. And Abby's taken Team USA in the women's prone technical race this year. But either one, there's a shot of some dolphins. I've been looking for those guys all week long, and now they're on the water, and I'm not there.
That's right. The local fauna there.
Say local farmer?
Fauna.
Oh, I thought you said farmer. I was like, what?
No, mate. So we're still waiting on the start. Speaking of absence, and I think looking through this list, because one of the familiar faces of these prone paddle racers was Anna Norton from South Africa. This year she's not there. For South Africa, it is Candice Murray, a family there on the message board. And I think we're seeing the new generation starting to pop up after 5 events. Some girls are just stepping down, sometimes for various reasons, for work, for other commitments, sometimes just the cost of coming up here to Fiji. And some new young paddlers are coming up. We're seeing 20 years old, 24 years old, 19 years old, and coming up and winning contests and here trying to get these gold medals. We're getting also the names of all the finalists for the men's prone technical final. That will be 16 paddlers taking part in that second final. Then we're going to the stand-up paddle section of this technical finals for this afternoon with the women, 16 girls there taking part also, and then we will finish with the last final of the day, the men's SUP technical final. We are at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship presented by Tourism Fiji. We want to thank you a lot for everything you've done organizing this event. We also want to thank the support of Vatuvara, Waterways Surf Adventures, Starboard, Namotu, Digicel and the Beach House. Also our media partners, SUP The Mag, SUP Racer, The Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Vibras Magazine, Gravidad Zero and The Outdoor Journal.
And look at those dolphins right there. There's the start-finish line. Still waiting for our women's prone paddleboarders to take position. And I do want to say, Philip, you got a nice-looking shirt on there today. Nice
You
looking
too.
shirt.
I like yours.
Every day I come out of my room and we got the same shirt on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these are good-looking shirts too. Scoot over a little bit. Give me a little bit of room. Gosh, Philip's hogging the room around here.
Hogging the space.
But no, I mean these shirts are fantastic, and when everybody
thank you Visla
wants them, and thank you Visla for providing these fabulous shirts out there. And we want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in and following us here on ISA Worlds as we continue to bring you the action live. And congratulations to all the countries competing in this year's ISA and moving to Denmark next year. We want to see the rest of you. If you're at home right now watching online, come compete. Be part of it. And I know that's what Fernando wants to stress is the ISAs is about the whole. We need everybody involved, everybody to kind of commit, and everybody to give their suggestions and whatever to help support and push the ISAs to the next level.
That's right. Global participation, show variety of everybody taking place in the sport. And I mean, stand-up paddle is one of the most varied sport that we've seen. The typical countries we're seeing here, we're seeing participation by India, for example, in this event, Slovenia. Imagine how long that trip must take to get here to Fiji. And those are nations you would never see on the respective Pro Tours. You know, it's basically Hawaii, Australia, USA, a bit of Brazil on the Pro Tour for surfing. It's probably more or less the same representation on the Stand-Up World Tour, the Stand-Up World Series, except for a few surprises, you know, like Casper Steinfeld from Denmark that we've seen here, also ISA Vice President. And so, yeah, like we said before, Fernando Aguirre trying to get everybody included, sharing the stoke, and getting the sport of surfing all over the world. And already we've got it in the Olympic Games for 2020. That will be in Tokyo. We'll get more information about that, also the selection process. Saturday we've got the portion of SUP surfing, so we'll go a bit more deeply on that subject. And I've got an interesting bit of news also. You need to stay tuned for Saturday. We've got an 8 to 10 foot swell coming to Cloudbreak with a 19-second period. That's going to be impressive barrel ride waves that we're going to see all day on Saturday with the finals and defining the new world champion. But also Fernando Aguirre will come and join us in our Palapa booth. He is welcome here, and he's going to be talking with us a bit directly on the webcast.
And Fernando basically took over on the opening ceremonies and was having so much fun running around, interviewing all the countries and all the athletes. So if you've never caught Fernando on camera, he's absolutely a stellar individual and a huge ambassador to the sport of stand-up paddling and surfing, and you'll have a lot of fun with him on air on Saturdays. So we're seeing our safety skis kind of move around and get in position. Hopefully we're getting ready to get underway. We got Dan Gavir and Jody Nelson down on the boat right now, so they're catching all the action live from the water. I'm in the booth. I'm Drew with the U. Nice chatting with y'all. Philip Mueller here on my right, and we're trying to call the action these last 4 heats. You don't want to go anywhere. You should be calling your moms. You should be calling your dad, your cousins, aunts. Call them and wake them up. I don't care if it's 2 in the morning like it is in South Africa. You want to get everybody tuned into this webcast and supporting your countries. Because the more viewers we have, the more excitement, the more stoke we build for the sport. And you're seeing the flags come across the front of the screen right here. You see Brazil off on the back on that long boat. We've seen all the different flags flying, as we should start to see those girls get in position anytime here.
As people are also asking on the message board, what are the names of the finalists? We've got the names of the finalists for the upcoming final, which will be the pro and men technical right after the women. In that heat, we've got first Matt Poole from Australia, Jack Barg from the United States, Scott Cowdrey from New Zealand, Hunter Pfluger from Hawaii, Brandon Ribbick from South Africa, Jeremy Camgrand from France, David Briel from Spain, Sebastian Rios from Peru, Lucky Lansdowne from Australia, Nick Malcolm from New Zealand, Julien Lalande from France, Carlos Alonso from Spain, Kurt Lager from Hawaii, Lockwood Holmes from the United States, Anders Johnson from Sweden, and Marino Kobayashi from Japan. Those will be the 16 men that will participate in the final of the sub-prone technical race in more or less 30-40 minutes right after the women. And we've also got the names of the 16 women who will be taking part in the sub-technical race. That is Olivia Piana for France, Candice Appleby for the United States, Lina Agautis from Canada, Penelope Strickland Armstrong from New Zealand, Mary Buchanan from Great Britain, Alejandra Brito from Mexico, Brisa Malaga from Peru, Tanvi Jagadish from India making it to the final, Carla Gilbert from Australia, Laura Ketglas from Spain, Taryn King from South Africa, Takayo Yokoyama from Japan, Mansa Notar from Slovenia, Nicolene Rasmussen from Denmark, and Juliana Gonzalez from Argentina, and finally Annie Reichert from Hawaii. She finally made it into the final.
Yeah, Annie Reichert, we saw her get tangled up with her leash there, unfortunately, and she was putting on quite a performance there. I know Team Hawaii was really excited to have her on board and was considered one of the dark horses in this race. So we'll be excited to see her kind of get a fresh start in that final and see what she can do against some of the top talent in the world.
So there you see the 2 buoys, that's the start line. We're still waiting on these 12 ladies, the prone paddleboard woman division, to come up to the line.
Okay.
But right now we're going with Dan Gavir on the boat. He is right next to the start line, and see if he can give us more information about what is going to happen. Dan, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Dan Gavir reporting to you from the boat out here at the infamous Cloud Break, getting ready for the women's technical final. I'm here with Aixa from Argentina. And what are you thinking right now? What's going through your mind?
Do you understand?
Negative.
No. She's so excited to be here. Yeah, she's so excited. And yeah.
She's excited to be here representing her country.
And we're gonna put all the.
She's going to put all of her strength and commitment into this race because she knows it's the final race. So anything you want to say back to your friends at home?
Muchos saludos, abrazos a todos. Gracias por el apoyo. Y bueno, aguante Argentina.
Back in the booth.
Back to the booth with you guys, Drew and Philip.
Thank you, Dan Gavir. Great to see the Argentines out there. I was just in Argentina about a month ago. Great country, always happy, always willing to share a meat lunch with you. You know, one thing about Argentina, they love their meats.
That's right. Una parrillada.
Is that what they call it? Una parrillada?
Parrillada.
Exactly. Oh, boy, Philip. Hey, it's been fun calling these races with you, I have to say.
Yeah, me too.
You having fun?
Yeah. And tomorrow is the long distance race. It's going to be even more interesting. We're going to follow on the boat. We're going to see. Hopefully, there's no technical problems. I think Carlos Gallardo and his incredible team of Via d'Escape have got the stuff pretty well down, you know. Every day has been working. But tomorrow we're going to be traveling between these islands, you know, and it's an 18-kilometer race. We're going to start more or less here where we are right now. And it's going to be beautiful. Imagine probably most of the people watching right now from home. But you go paddling between the island of Tavarua and Namotu, go towards a buoy, and you finish at Musket Cove in Fiji. That's the course.
And Musket Cove is absolutely beautiful. I took a boat in there the other day. 3 great resorts, nice little channel going through there. I had lunch. I mean, it's just absolutely stunning. So you're going to get some great shots and get to see a lot of what the Fijian Islands have to offer in tomorrow's distance race. 18 kilometers for a lot of these athletes. They kind of changed the course a little bit. So if you're on the website earlier, you saw what the course was. They're not going around the island anymore, Philip. It's just basically a straight downwind shot. So should make it a little easier if conditions are like they are today.
Yeah, easier for you. 18K still. Yeah, in a grueling race.
A little easier.
Yeah, exactly.
You and I are sitting here in the booth. That's why.
In our Palapa booth. So Annie is 15, the youngest out there from Hawaii, USA. Sarah, also from Spain, the Basque Country. Zulaika Aramburu Oana, who says really proud about our son, Georgi Zulaika, reaching final in SUP technical race. Best for all competitors and organizers. Thank you so much there for watching us from the Basque Country. Also from Puerto Rico, Carlos Clinton, who says, Cintron. Carlos Cintron, who says, greetings to the Garcia brothers representing Puerto Rico. Wepa! And so go Vania, vamos Peru from Sylvia. Lots of people writing in. Keep on sending the info. Also, all the family members. It's really interesting when you send extra bits of info that we don't necessarily have here in the booth. Obviously, it's trying to get the info. But I see that the girls are slowly being sent towards the start line for the first final of the day. We want to thank also our other sponsors. Obviously, the presentation for Tourism Fiji setting up this great contest, also with the support of Tavarua Island, where we are right now, Fiji Water, Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FCS, Blue Planet, and our media partners, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Pasión Extrema, Surfers Village, SUP Internacional, Stand Up Latino, and Stand Up Magazine.
And we couldn't do it without the help of the ISA. The ISA's mission is to create a better world through surfing. The ISA is part of holding annual World Surfing Championships, also developing national federations around the world, all to pursue the Duke's dream of Olympic surfing. Programs and certifications of surf instructing, judging, adaptive surfing, and international surf schools, and awarding yearly scholarships to the underserved to to the under 18 surfers. They believe in surfing as a sport with incredible youth potential and appeal, and it transcends within the barriers of wealth, status, race, creed, gender, and physical ability. We're on the island at Tavarua, bringing you all the play-by-play live, and we want to give a special shout and a special hello to everybody watching on the Tavarua bar down there. So if you guys are watching, how you guys doing? Hopefully you're having a cold one, getting ready for these finals that are lining up right here, right now. We hear Barrett Tester in the background right now on the bullhorn, getting all of our girls lined up. And we're going to go down to Dan Gavir, our sideline reporter, who's on the boat right now, giving us the update from the start line. Dan, what do you got?
Welcome back to the on-water action. We have our women's prone technical race women's final lining up here, checking in with Barrett Tester at the boat called the Tank. This is our official boat where all the starting and finishing is happening. We've had a little reset on the course because, as we can see, the tide has really dropped out here. The lowest I've seen the tide since I've been here in 7 days. Here at the infamous Cloud Break, it's got about a 1 to 2 foot swell coming in. We've got about a 10 to 15 knot wind coming out of the south-southwest. It's going to make for a challenging course here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 turns per lap, 3 laps. Look out for the 2 Browns, Abby Brown from USA and Harriet Brown from Australia. Also, Leanne Darling from Hawaii, Danielle McKenzie from New Zealand, Candice Murray from South Africa, Itzal Absco from Spain, Vania Torres from Peru, Fiora Manciet from France, Aixa Sanchez, we just talked to, from Argentina, Mao Ito from Japan, Allison Wood from Canada, and Ella Jane Rasau from Fiji. So great to see some of the local talent coming out here in the prone paddling women's technical race final. All of these lovely ladies will be on 12-foot stock paddleboards. There's 2 distinct techniques you're going to be seeing them using, either laying down and prone paddling or up on their knees and knee paddling. Kind of a little bit of a newer technique that we've seen being developed over the last 15 years or so. Of course, Jamie Mitchell, one of the most renowned prone paddleboarders. I know he's got maybe 1 or 2 boards here in the final. Looks like quite a few barks. I see some of the new 1 boards out here. So it's going to be a very competitive final, but I think you need to look out for the ringers that usually come out of the Southern Hemisphere. Harriet Brown out of Australia, Danielle McKenzie out of New Zealand, Abby Brown also looking very strong from USA, and Leanne Darling from Hawaii. So basically they are going to come up to the line. They'll be just about a board length behind the line. Barrett Tester will say racers to the line. And after Barrett says racers to the line, he can start the race any time after that within a few seconds. And he doesn't like to do a countdown in this sport because we tend to get a lot of creeping at the line and false starts. So this doesn't allow anyone to creep over the line or have a false start. Right now, we're calling our top-seeded athletes to the line. So it looks like USA has the top seed right now. So they had the fastest qualifying time. USA lining up first. Looks like Australia and New Zealand lining up. And then the following ladies taking the farthest downwind position at the buoy for the start of this race. Certainly something you're going to want to get out in front and establish a bit of a lead. You're going to have a bit cleaner water. The water's already a bit rough, but you don't need to add to your challenges by having to follow 5 or 6 other competitors. That's going to add quite a bit more chop and a lot more challenges. There's not going to be a lot of wash riding and drafting here as much as you might see in a dead flat water race because it is mixed up. There's quite a bit of current. We've got the buoys now on the just off the outside of the break, so I believe if there's set waves coming in, those will affect the overall placings a little bit. So we'll have to see who has got the skills, not only the fitness, but the skills to surf the waves and to not get flipped or rolled over. Looks like some of these ladies, actually all these ladies are wearing leg ropes or leashes, which is an important part of technical racing. So the last thing you want to do is lose your gear in the waves, especially here where it's most likely going to go all the way into the dry reef. And that's going to be a very challenging thing to recover from. And they are being called to the line. So this will start. And it is started. And we will have to see. We will give you the up-to-date. Looks like Hawaii, New Zealand, USA surging for the lead. I'm going to sit down before I fall in the drink here. So we're staying just outside of the course here. We are about 50 meters from the action, maybe even a little bit closer. But it looks like our top 3 women up on their knees, digging and trying to surge those hips forward. I believe that's New Zealand out in front. I can see the green nose just about a half of a board length out front. Hawaii, USA in the mix. USA, Angie Brown has been down on her stomach for the whole start here. Doesn't go for that kneeling sprint start that we see is very popular to get off of the line, maybe conserving a little bit of energy, kind of just pacing out the other ladies to see, kind of size up the condition, see where she's at, make her surge a little bit later in the race. And our top 3 women still up on their knees. That takes considerably more energy on your knees to paddle in that position. A little bit faster though, as we can see those 3 paddlers now surging out in front. And we're gonna try and get a little better vantage point, try and get in front of these women. All the women looking good, a nice fair start as we head towards, we're about halfway to the first buoy. It's probably about a half of a kilometer to that first buoy. They're going to make a left shoulder turn, double back, almost a full 180 degrees. The next buoy turn will be a right shoulder turn, and then just a short distance, maybe only about a half of a minute, and then they're going to take another left shoulder turn, and that's where the waves are going to start to come into play here at Cloud Break. And those waves could be the difference between a podium finish. Certainly our top 4 now starting to put a little ground on the rest of the field. Our top 4 in a tight pack. I believe we have New Zealand, Australia, and USA up in there. We'll try and get some IDs on these ladies as we come around this buoy. And let's check out this buoy. We'll get some IDs and then we'll send it on back to the studio. But right now, looks like our first place paddler now dropping down onto her stomach, getting prepared for the turn. This will be interesting to see the different techniques. And here they come to the turn, very tight on the turn, side by side, 2 wide. It looks like 129, 127. Your first 2 ladies, Team USA going very wide on the buoy. She's going to lose a little bit of ground there as our top 2 ladies very tight on the buoy, very efficient. That's allowing some of the rest of the pack to catch up and contest for a possible podium finish. See Team Argentina coming around the buoy. Team Canada coming up to the buoy, the first turn here. And we're going to try and stay on the outside, and we're going to send it on back to the boys in the booth.
Thank you, Dan Gavir. Dan Gavir with some live play-by-play from the boat down there. Some good coverage. As you saw this women's final just off to a great start right there with a big surprise. You got Itziel Albascal from Spain out in front. That's rider number 129. Followed by 127. That's Danielle McKenzie from New Zealand. So 2 names we weren't really talking a lot about going into this. Now 1-2. Now Harriet Brown and Abby Brown making out the top 5 right now. And there's a shot of the gray and green board right there of Itziel from Spain. And then right on her back, fin box there, that's Danielle McKenzie from New Zealand. And these girls charging hard. But you're seeing a lot of chop, a lot of roll as they try to circumnavigate all these buoys, Philip.
We're seeing a lot more SUP right now during this first final. And yeah, as you say, Itziar Abascal and Danielle Mackenzie, we didn't see them there in that lead pack at the beginning. But Itziar Abascal is the bronze medal from last year. She got in third position behind Carter Grace from the United States. She's got the silver medal and Jordan Mercer gold medal. So she's the highest one from last year that got that position of a third. And here she is leading the pack visibly with a lot of experience, getting like almost 3 boards advance on Danielle Mackenzie. We're going to try to identify who is the third one. Remember, this is 3 laps like before when we saw in the semi-final for the men in pro paddling and also the stand-up paddle divisions. So they are finishing, rounding off this first lap, as you see, entering into this section of the waves. We still got some good waves coming in here. You see behind Danielle Mackenzie is going to be able to take that wave and maybe reduce the distance that separates her from from Itziar Abascal, sorry.
And remember, this is for the gold medal. This is the medal round. We ain't joking around right now. There is everything at stake right now. If you're a women's prone paddleboarder in this contest, big shout out going to Danielle Mackenzie from New Zealand, currently in second place overall, the 22-year-old from the North Shore of Auckland. This girl been riding off for about 5 years. He's out there currently in second place over the likes of the USA member Abby Brown and Team Australia Harriet Brown right now. So let's see if those two can hold off.
So they are back at the shot of the 2 leaders. As you can see visibly, Itziar Abascal has taken a good wave there, separating herself from Danielle Mackenzie. They are still in the lead. As you were saying, Drew, this is totally a different ball game. It's another strategy. You're not trying to just be above that cutoff line. You'd have to give it your everything just to try to get into that first position. You do not come into this race trying to be top 3 or top 5. You want that first place.
And there's a nice shot of the Kiwi right there. That's Danielle Mackenzie trying to get some good, or sorry, my bad. Itziar Abascal from Spain trying to extend her lead even further, as now she's stretching it out to about 30 yards or so over second place Danielle, but nobody else in the rest of the pack even touching these 2 girls, as they're just seem to be pulling away, Phil. So not much to really talk about here. They started out in front, now extending their lead even further, but I guess the worry right now, or the battle right now, is for 3rd and 4th place.
That's right. Bronze and copper medal. They're going to be defined. Those are going to be our first medals to be distributed in this 5th edition of the Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship, the 2016 Fiji edition. There we see them rounding that 3rd buoy, starting the 2nd lap for most of the girls. Most of the field coming around there are water photographer and water camerographer. You can see all their pictures each and every day posted in the afternoon on isaworlds.com. If you want to check more about the International Surfing Association, please check out isasurf.org. You can see all the different programs that are realized and produced by the ISA. It isn't only the ISA World Championships. We've spoken about the scholarships, also the training programs and setting standards and defining the rules and being the governing body for all the sports related to wave, like surfing and also paddleboarding.
Nice technique right here. As first place, Itziar Abascal from Spain.
So I'm going to say a big thank you there to Michael Booth from Australia. He will be competing on Friday. He says first place is Harriet Brown from Australia.
Dan gave us the wrong info.
Wait, and Danielle Mackenzie is in 2nd position from New Zealand. Floria Massiet from France is in 3rd position. So thank you, Michael Booth.
Welcome back to the boat. Looks like we have a commanding lead right now after the first lap. Danielle Mackenzie from New Zealand leading by about 5 or 6 board lengths, but a wave could change anything here in this technical course race for the Prone Paddleboard Women Finals here at the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships here in Fiji at the infamous Cloud Break, coming up on this key turn right here, the most outside, deepest water turn here. Very choppy, wind coming over their right shoulders First place with a nice clean turn. First and second had some good turns on that first lap. Really helped him out. You see second place sparing no room there. 127 with a nice tight turn. You can see she has a little bit of a knee brace on there. And as she gets up onto her knees, as did New Zealand, trying to sprint out of those turns and really turn on the acceleration. Every time you turn, you basically come to a stop. So you need to sprint to get back into that cruising pace. Most of these women will be cruising at about 4.5 to 5, maybe 5.5 miles an hour when they're on a glide, maybe a little faster if they're on a wave, they'd be surfing. And I wasn't able to see the surf portion of that last section to see if anyone made some waves, but certainly there's a bit of distance now being set over the third place rider. So we have actually a pretty good race here going for a third place finish. Could be between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women, depending on what happens in the surf zone. First place already around that second buoy, that right shoulder turn. Second place up on her knees, but it looks like our third place rider contending for that second place spot, making a huge move right here as the front of her nose dips down between the swells here. Doing a good job of catching some runners here and actually catching up to second place with now only about 1 board length between them. Oh, I'm sorry, that's contesting for third place. Second place, trying to chase down Danielle Brown from New Zealand, who has put on a commanding performance ever since the start buzzer went off. Here at a key portion of the course, first and second have entered the cloud break zone where waves can actually mix it up here. That could be the difference between finding yourself on the podium or finding yourself on the reef, which is not a place you're going to want to be here at cloud break. It is very sharp on the bottom and not very forgiving. You're not going to find any sandy beaches out here. We have a rising swell, a little bit of a building wind, and some clouds in the distance, maybe a little bit of a thunder shower later on in the day, but right now it's beautiful sunny skies. And as they head downwind, certainly the heat and exposure will be a factor. So those who have practiced in the wind and trained in the hot and the heat and have been well hydrated and kept themselves in the shade will certainly have prepared well for this race. And we're going to head back to a different vantage point, and I'm going to toss it back to the boys in the booth with Philip and Drew.
We do want to thank Michael Booth for chiming in there, Philip, as he corrected us as we were reading a bib number wrong. It's kind of hard to read these bib numbers from the backside on these prone paddleboarders. Out in front there, that is Team Australia. That is Harriet Brown, 26-year-old from the Gold Coast, taking the place of Jordan Mercer, who's out via injury this year. So there's your shot of her on the water right there. Now paddling from left to right. And boy, oh boy, she started out in front and has not looked back here, Philip, extending her lead even further. Now we're told that Danielle McKenzie from New Zealand, the 22-year-old, is in second. And then Flora Manciette from France is in third. The 33-year-old from France is in third. So here comes the Aussie. Nice tight turn there down in the swimmer type fashion on that prone board and just going for it, Philip.
Yeah, so there she is, initiating that third and final lap for the young Aussie Harriet Brown. There we see a bit of a problem trying to go around the buoy. So also go Danielle McKenzie from Team New Zealand riding the Jamie Mitchell 12-footer. That's Troy Andrew from Australia. Thank you for that information. Also the Basque Country, Zuleika saying Vamos Itziad. So there we're seeing other competitors rounding that buoy, entering into the final lap. This is a final.
Pretty fast laps here, 14 minutes. So we're going to go back on down to Dan. Dan's got another update from the water. Let's see what he's got. Dan, what do you got for us?
Jane Rassau, jersey number 135. Looking good on that yellow paddleboard. Proud to represent her country here in the happiest country on the planet, Fiji.
Here comes New Zealand.
And as we look past our media boats down towards the judges' tower, our first place paddler into view. I believe this is Danielle McKenzie, but I'm not absolutely certain that it's also not Harriet Brown from Australia. Certainly with their surf rescue life-saving skills that's taught since a young age in the southern hemisphere of these countries, it's no surprise that they've been a dominant force in the prone paddleboard races over the last decade. And you can see her just surging that board over the swell, her equipment working very well for her. She looks quite comfortable. I haven't seen her look back once yet, so she's just charging ahead, focusing on what's in front of her, not behind her. Like they say, drive the bus, don't worry about what's in the rearview mirrors. And let's see how she does. She's been very, very good on these turns, and she's been catching the downwind runners better than any of them. And you can see that distinct technique difference now, kicking with her legs as she sits down, trying to create some more power, as much forward drive as she can get out of that prone paddleboard. Looks like she's got a sticker called Deep on there, maybe one of her sponsors. She's got her leash actually attached to the back of her bikini, so that's an interesting place to attach your leash, but I guess they don't want that leg rope dragging in the water, creating any extra resistance, looking for the most amount of forward speed as possible. Second place just coming to the buoy now, so first place will almost be to the second turn buoy before second place even gets to the first. And as we see her up on her knees, so I do believe that I can just barely make out the jersey, so I don't want to call out the wrong results, but I'm fairly certain we've got Australia and then New Zealand, your top two. We'll try and get an official update on our placings here, and until then, we're going to toss it back to the booth with Drew Murin and Philip Mueller.
Cheers, Dan. Dan, trying to spot out the riders there as they are almost heading into the last straight line in this first final of the day. We are in the women's prone technical final with 12 finalists, and right now it is still from Australia. Harriet Brown taking first position. She's got a firm lead right in front of Danielle McKenzie from New Zealand. And it seems that third position is for the USA, Abby Brown right now. 18 minutes, so almost closing this circuit. And thank you, Dan, there for trying to give us the positions. Also to Michael Booth, sending a message, no worries, boys, enjoying the coverage from Australia. Boothy, one of the greatest revelations on the stand-up world scene, you know?
Oh, man. Michael Booth, who'll be competing in the distance races. I mean, just a powerhouse. And him and his dad actually were both here checking in their board the other day, and definitely a force to be reckoned with. Put on a great performance in California Pacific Paddle Games this year. It was a name we called a lot, and a lot of people started to recognize, like, who is this kid? And then they saw him come in, they see his physical being on the beach, they're like, oh, we get it now.
But a bit the same thing as Danny Ching. He's got a background in OC1, sort of, okay, I've won enough competitions here in Australia, he told me, and just tried out stand-up paddling and ended up winning most of the long-distance races. That's his forte, so for Australia, he will only be competing on the long-distance race. That will be Friday for the men, it will be Thursday, tomorrow, for the women with an 18K circuit.
He's another one, like you say, you compare him to Danny Ching, it's so true. You can put him on a piece of plywood, give him a toothpick, and he'd probably still come in the top 5. I mean, that's just how powerful this kid is. So definitely one to watch out for in this final. But we're 19 minutes and 19 seconds into this prone championship right here. This is for the world title. There's going to be all kinds of press going out tonight on the new prone women's technical champion and earning some valuable points going into the team totals at the end of the week, Philip.
That's right. Team Australia trying to take back that gold medal. They had a 3-year winning streak during the 3 first editions. Last year, USA took that pleasure from them, taking the gold medal. Australia ended up in 2nd place. And so the first gold medal seems to be going, if everything keeps going like it is right now, to Team Australia, adding 1,000 precious points to their team standings.
There's Harriet Brown there on the gray and green board. Nice positioning around that buoy turn, lapping one of our Fijian riders. That's Ella Jane Rasso right there. So here comes Harriet Brown. This girl is incredible. 26 years of age, from the Gold Coast, World Iron Woman champion in 2016. We talked about her earlier. Yeah, Jordan Mercer, last year's gold medalist, out of competition due to injury, but boy, the Aussies just have a bench that doesn't stop when it comes to watermen and waterwomen. And you see her big, long, pulling strokes there, just ripping that prone paddleboard through the water, Philip.
And I would guess Jordan Mercer is watching this race live if she is in Australia. And so a big hello to her. She's such a sweet girl when she comes out she's such a beast during the races. She won't give a chance to anyone, and then she just comes out with this sweet voice, giving the sweetest of interviews. And right now we've got our first world champion for Team Australia, Harriet Brown. Takes the gold medal. We're going to check that Danielle McKenzie comes in 2nd position. It seems she would be taking silver medal with 810 points for Team New Zealand.
Yeah, the 22-year-old from the North Shore of Auckland. You see her pulling hard there, but boy, oh boy, the new world champion, Harriet Brown. What a performance. And now, what do you do for next year in Denmark? You got Jordan Mercer with a gold medal. You got Harriet Brown with a gold medal. Who wants to pick that team? Not me. You're not going to see Drew with you picking that team for Team Australia. I'm going to call in sick that day.
Okay. You'll probably have a cold by then in Denmark.
But congratulations to both those. Congratulations to Danielle McKenzie. She'll take home the silver medal there. And here comes Flora Manciette from France, the 33-year-old, pulling hard on the way in there, 21:58. So the medal round proving to be fun and exciting there, Philip.
So we're waiting for the 4th position. Remember, here at the ISA, that's one of the slight differences with the Olympic Games that we're trying to emulate, obviously, now that we've got surfing in the Olympic Games. But there is 4 medals. In the Olympic Games, there's only 3, gold, silver and bronze. In the surf events and stand-up paddle for the ISA, we've added a 4th position. As you know, as most surf events will do, the 4 finalists get a medal or a trophy, and this is the copper medal.
So that's the copper medal right there, looking for 4th place. And the rest of the crew coming through there. Looks like Candice Murray from South Africa, Leanne Darling, also rolling across the finish line there from Hawaii. So Team Hawaii, not going to be on top of the podium there, but going to get some valuable points. And congratulations to all the ladies in that contest. You see
just being stoked on finish
Hawaii.
This race.
That is such Team Hawaii right there. Throwing the shakas. That's Leanne Darling at the center of your screen. You know, she's having fun competing here in the land of Fiji.
Trevor from Australia says both Team Australia and New Zealand are based in the Gold Coast of Australia and race each other regularly. These girls know each other, you know, and that's why I guess they'll be pushing each other, you know, all the time.
Oh, definitely. You're absolutely right. The Aussies and the Kiwis are constant in both the men's and women's. I mean, they're constantly going back and forth. They actually support each other at many of these different races, cheering each other on. And you see them, even the guys now in the water, cheering on their local competitors from the women's heats. So congratulations once again to Team Australia, taking home some valuable points. These are all unofficial. Remember, tune into isaworlds.com for the official results of all the races here today. There's Mao Ito from Japan coming across the finish line there. So that was a nice finish for her. And still a couple more competitors still to come. But great racing by all. We want to wish them all congratulations. Philip Mueller, Drew with you, calling it live up here on the island of Tavaroa. We got Dan Gavir down on the boat giving us some play-by-play action. Jody Nelson also down there. Want to thank them for all of their help today. And you hear the sideline just erupting right now, as I think that was the Fijian competitor coming across the finish line.
And I like to think of one thing. I've seen several opening ceremonies for the ISA. I know this is one of your first events. But Fernando usually says at the beginning, you know, we're looking for the world champion. We're looking for the gold medals. But all of you, for just participating in the world championships, is a champion in his own right, you know. And it's so true. The effort it takes of being the national champion, to be selected by your team, making the effort of making time, coming over here and giving it your best shot. And I think it's nice that they're sharing on each and every one that's crossing this line in the final.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fernando, thank you again for all the work you do with the International Surfing Association. The president, like I said before, if you ever have a chance, if you're ever in the gracious direction or vicinity of Fernando, give him a high five, shake his hand, and tell him thank you for all he's done for the ISA. So I hear Jody Nelson down there. Hopefully we'll be going down with her and catching up with our new world champion here in a bit. So I'm just getting word that we will be going down to see Jody. So Jody down there with one of our athletes from that last event. Jody.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Harriet Brown, Team Australia. Some big shoes to fill. Jordan Mercer not here this year, but you seem to handle yourself just fine out there. Tell us a little bit about that race.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that Geordie can't be here. She's an amazing athlete, and I think she's raced every one of these and won. So there were some big shoes to fill, and I know that Geordie was really disappointed she couldn't be here. So it's unfortunate to her, but we wish her a speedy recovery.
Now, I saw you talking to your teammate Matt Poole, and talk to me about what you guys were telling each other out there.
Yeah, so it's so great being here as part of a team. A lot of what I do racing at home is all individual, so it's awesome to be here for Team Australia. And I just had a little chat to Matt, to Pooley, and also to Lockie, just telling them a little bit about the course, because it's pretty tricky out there. It's if you pick a good line, I think it can make a big difference. So I told them off first can, just catch the runners as quick as you can.
And you guys are sharing equipment as well?
Yeah, I borrowed the New Zealand team's deep board that came over here, and then I've just lent it to the French guy, Jeremy, so he came and didn't have a good board, so we're just all sharing around here, which is pretty cool.
It's all about the ISA spirit, and Fiji's not too far from Australia, but still being in a different country. What are some of the challenges?
Yeah, I love it here. It's so beautiful, but it has been pretty challenging just being out of our routine. 2 nights ago I got a tummy bug and was pretty sick, up all night and pretty dehydrated. I seem to have bounced back well. Good team here looking after me. So there are some challenges always when you're out of your country, eating different food and sleeping. But I mean, we're in paradise, so it's not too bad.
Well, last question I got to ask. There's always a big rivalry between you and Team USA. Last year they overtook Australia. You guys have always been so dominant. What's the plan this year?
I think the plan is for everyone to just go as hard as they can. So go Team Australia.
All right. Anybody you want to say hi to at home?
Hi Mum and Dad, and hi everyone at Northcliffe, and I'll be back soon.
All right, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing the rest of your team do well. And we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody Nelson. Congratulations, Harriet Brown. As big shoes to fill for sure. I know Jordan Mercer's probably home hobbling around with that hurt ankle, just like totally cheering on Team Australia right now. And you heard Jordan say that, come around that hammer buoy turn, that inside reef turn. First thing you got to do is try to jump on that little runner and take it to the end. And it seems to be proving more and more significant as we go along in this contest. Let's take a look at the recap here. Look at that start, Phil.
So there they go. Very tight group at the beginning. We're going to see this during the finals. And there you see her in the middle, Harriet Brown taking that lead. You can also see Daniel Mackenzie on the Jamie Mitchell 12-footer there. And from there, it was almost a done deal. I mean, those two girls just took the lead. We got some wrong numbers at the beginning, and it seems to make more sense, like Australia and New Zealand taking that lead. And there you see them. They were, during a long time of the race, really shoulder to shoulder.
No, it really was. And Abby Brown from the U.S. never jumped on her knees. You see her there on her belly trying to keep up with those two paddlers as they start pulling away from Abby Brown. I wonder if Abby, she's known more for distance, hasn't really paddled a lot of technical races out there competing for Team USA, taking over for Carter Graves this year due to her Molokai and her Catalina win. And I wonder if that experience of technical racing proved to be an issue with her. But there's Harriet going around that can right there. As she said, left-hand shoulder turn, just kept pulling further and further away. This girl can straight up paddle this prone traditional paddleboard.
So there you see her keep advancing in first position. I mean, what a serious lead she had over Danielle McKenzie. Also, her father writing messages on the message board. Colin from Australia. Harriet Brown is my daughter. So proud she gets it from her mum. That's a question.
Oh, well, that's honesty right there. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And you've got good reasons to be proud. This is the new world champion 2016 for the women's prone technical racing, you know?
Oh, it's very true. And I know her dad seems very excited. I'm sure her mom is too. And here she comes across the finish line. And right now she's saying, I'm the new world champion. There it is. You see the shock in her face right there. We'll see her on the podium getting that gold medal. So congratulations once again to the new world champion, Harriet Brown from the Gold Coast of Australia.
That's right, so first gold medal of these 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're going to wait a little moment, as you saw before, taking the time to place the riders. The paddlers seat them correctly on the line. Barrett Tester is giving the last indications. While that happens, we want to thank everybody who makes this event possible, such as the presenter, Tourism Fiji, but also the support of Tavarua Island, Fiji Water, Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FSCS, Blue Planet, and our media partners: Surfline, Surfers Magazine, Pasión Extrema, Surfers Village, SUP International, Stand Up Latino, and Stand Up Magazine. As we see the last competitor, she is the local from Fiji coming in, Ella Jane Rasso. You must remember, this is the first participation of a Fijian team in the stand-up paddle and paddleboard championships. They had already participated in the World Surfing Games a few years ago, but this is the first participation in stand-up paddle.
And we had the honor of being here on the island of Tavarua with Arietta, one of the SUP technical racers. She's been just a sweetheart. She was out there racing earlier. And it's been great just to get to know all these Fijians. And I mean, we're going to be friends for life. Hopefully they'll come see me in California and visit me. Maybe they can come see you wherever you're living at that particular time. You transient
never know.
Commentator, you.
Citizen of the world.
Yes, you are. But here comes the men. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. It's the men's prone technical final lining up right now. And Philip, why don't you give us the breakdown?
Exactly. So we saw the two semi-finals this morning. It seems that right now we're going to a quick commercial break. It's going to be very brief. We do not want to miss these men starting the race. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
And we're back to the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and thank all of our sponsors for making this happen as we are about to get in to our Men's Pro Technical Final. They're lining up on the water right now, but we'd like to thank the island of Tavarua, Vatuvura, Fiji Water, Waterman's, Pura Vida, Digicel, FCS, Namotu, and Paradise Beverages. Thank you guys so much. The men are lining up, and ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be a good one. Philip, I know you're excited about this as much as I am.
That's right, Drew. So we're going into this second semi-final. Last year, the gold medalist was Jack Bark from the USA. As I said before, I mean, the paddleboarding is the most famous in Australia and New Zealand. Those are the two favorite nations, but here Jack Bark is on the starting line. Let's check out who will be taking part in this race. We've got the We've got the breakdown. This is Matt Poole from Australia, Jack Bark from the USA, Scott Cowdery from New Zealand, Hunter Pfluger from Hawaii, from South Africa is Brandon Ribbink, Jeremy Campgrand will represent France, David Bourg from Spain, Sebastian Rios from Peru, Lockie Lansdowne, silver medal last year, will represent Australia alongside Matt Poole. From New Zealand it is Nick Malcolm, Julia Lalanne from France, Carlos Alonso from Spain, Kurt Lager from Hawaii, Lockwood Holmes from the United States and Anders Johnson from Sweden, as well as Marino Koyabashi from Japan. Several nations have got 2 competitors in this race. I don't know if we will see some sort of strategy establish itself in drafting, because I mean this race is short. It doesn't, as you say, it doesn't give you exactly the same time to think about things as the long distance race. It's very short, you need to get to the buoys. It depends if you're on the inside, the outside, leading or in a pack. But several nations such as Australia has got 2 riders, New Zealand 2, USA and Hawaii for example, and South Africa doesn't have 2 riders. Then it's mainly, you know, France has got their 2 riders also in the final, Jerry Campgrand and Julia Lalanne, and we'll have to see how they interact, you know?
No, that's a good point. And, you know, we've heard all the athletes, we've heard the interviews with Dan and Jody, and this is an all-out sprint. 3 kilometers is a sprint race for these guys. They're going to launch off the line. We're going to see these guys come in under 18 minutes, and they're all seeing who can make it around that reef or that hammer buoy first, because the first one to go around that buoy has the best chance of catching that runner wave that can help extend their lead further on. So that first lap is oh so crucial here, Philip. And we see them up on their bellies and knees, and there's the sound of the horn by Barrett Tester, and there's Matt Poole from Australia off quickly.
So lots of splashing and water there at the beginning. Right now we're going to go down to the boat with Dan to see if he can read some bib numbers and give us some positions. Take it away, Dan.
All right, and here we are on the water in Fiji for the men's final in the prone technical race at the 2016 ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. And it looks like Nick Malcolm on the far outside, taking quite a different line, has got a nice line to the outside of the main group, but it looks like Matt Poole just with a slight lead, but Malcolm charging on that deep paddleboard up against Poole. Jack Bark, New Zealand, Australia, and USA in the mix here. And we're going to try and keep you up to date with everything that's happening here on the course. Certainly some rough conditions as we head into about a 10 to 15 knot breeze, a lot of crossed up chop. We've got about a 2 to 3 foot swell, and it's extremely low tide, so the waves are going to come into play as they get towards the 3rd and final marker before they have to turn and make another lap. 3 laps, 16 men. You've got about 7 men in one group, and the rest of them all clumped together in the second group with only about 2 board lengths between them. The Japanese paddler leading out the second group. Right now, Matt Poole out in front, but not by much. As we have a horse race, all 4 of these top men have been on their knees sprinting towards that first buoy. They've been on the course for about 2.5 minutes now. Their heart rates have to be hitting like 150, 160, so they're going to have to start reeling it back in here a little bit, trying to find their cruise control and setting their line, looking around, pacing themselves out. As we can see, that's already happening. Another paddler getting out in front of Matt Poole here. I believe I think that's Lincoln, but I am not sure. On the deep paddleboard there is going to take the outside line, so it'll be very interesting to see. In the women's division, we certainly had some separation at the buoy. Matt Poole surging for the inside line. They're trading paint, trying to shut the door on Poole, but Poole takes the buoy on the head. The Red Bull paddler around and back into the lead. Looks like 104 in second place. Jack Barr currently in 4th. 103 in the top 6. The Japanese paddler starting to close the gap between the first and second group. Now things will start to spread out here as they head straight downwind for only about 25 to 30 seconds before they take a right-hand turn at about, I'd say, 110 degrees. Then they're going to head out to a big left-hand turn and into the surf zone. But right now, it's Matt Poole out in front. Matt Poole literally punching the buoy out of the way. He's still got competition. Second and third place right there in his rear view mirror. He isn't looking back. This Red Bull paddler, Matt Poole, has been so dominant, coming off a big win at the Pacific Paddle Games. Can he keep it together and pull down a gold medal for Team Australia? Certainly looking strong in these ISA World Championships. They've only been defeated once, which was last year by the USA. Can they keep it together? They've got strong paddlers in every single class in both the men's and the women's SUP with, I believe, 2 men's paddlers. So it's going to come down to a very tight finish between Australia, United States, and New Zealand right now. Let's send it back to the booth with Drew and Philip.
That we heard so much about, trying to catch any kind of a bump here, Philip, to push them down that line.
As you can see, the tide is getting pretty low. The reef is totally exposed at Cloudbreak. We're closing in towards the lowest tide and we'll start filling in. As we see the lead of the race, they're still on their first lap right now. So still in the lead right now.
In the lead right now, Matt Poole, the 28-year-old from the Gold Coast of Australia, 2014 Molokai champion, competes in a ton of the Ironman surf competition. We'll be competing in Iron Mana coming up here in just a short while. So there's Matt Poole looking for another gold medal for Team Australia, coming off Harriet Brown's gold medal.
That's right. So trying to repeat this gold medal for Team Australia. That would give them a serious advantage going into tomorrow, the long distance races, and especially before Saturday for the SUP surf. They're trying to get back that gold medal that Team USA took from them last year in Sayulita. There you see them trying to ride those mini bumps as they're advancing and just drifting and controlling with their hands as they're coming in towards the close of the first lap. As you remember, this is 3 laps. They're going to head back towards the first buoy, the starting buoy, and obviously being in first position can help you a lot, as you said.
You haven't seen Matt Poole hit his belly except for the buoy turns. And that time he doesn't even hit his belly. Jumps to the back of the board trying to whip it around quick. And there's Matt Poole from Australia. He was trying to get a little fancy there and almost fell off the back of his board there. So almost a huge mistake, but he holds on. Here comes Jack Bark from the USA. There's Nick Malcolm with the white hat on now, making his way across from Team New Zealand. Jack Bark just on his fin box there, currently in 4th and 5th place at 6:37 into this first lap, Philip.
That's right. So 6:30 more or less for the fastest paddler to finish this first lap. As you see some of the teammates there cheering on directly from aboard with the flag. Obviously they're cheering for the 2 Frenchmen. That's Julien Lalanne, and also second Frenchman is Jeremy Camgrant. So as they're passing by, and there they're all finishing this first lap. 16 competitors trying to find that first position, or at least be in the 4 first positions, those who give a medal to the competitor.
Come all this way. You don't want to go home without any hardware, so these guys are giving it their all out there. As there is a shot of Matt Poole from Australia just charging hard on that Kraken prone paddleboard right there, just pulling. Look at the length on this kid. Like we said before, stands about 6'5", 6'6", big, long arms, really skilled and knows the ocean oh so well, and you see him just slicing that board through the water. Nicely done there by Matt Poole.
Very consistent, lots of flow, just going with it, dealing with the bumps, taking that lead. There you see the pack right behind him, more or less 20 meters separate the number 2 and number 3. Then you've got another 30 meters before finding 4th and 5th. This is the second lap. They're entering toward this first buoy. Lots of messages from Colin, who says, I really feel for you guys, very hard to call the competitors. We're trying to make the most. Michael Booth, if you've got a bit of help here, trying to identify still number 2 in this race.
I believe we're going to go out on a limb here. That might be Lucky Lansdowne from Australia, as well as Poole now hitting his stomach right now in the overhead position. That's the first time he hit his belly the whole entire race. So about halfway through this race right now, approaching the 9-minute mark, and if you can help us out, like he said, but I believe that's Lucky Lansdowne from Australia, currently in second or third there as they start to charge their way away from your screen right there, as Matt Poole now making a left-hand shoulder turn around there. You know him because he's got that Red Bull hat on backwards. Here comes second and third. Oh, in third place, kind of slowing down there. Looked like he missed a stroke. And here comes Jack Bark and Nick Malcolm. Don't rule these two out of it. Jack Bark and Nick Malcolm, they've been known to be in third, fourth place, then turn it on in the last lap. So we'll see what happens here, Phil.
So thank you there to Troy Andrew from Australia calling the positions. So it's Matt Poole, or Pooley as they call him in Australia, in first position. Nick Malcolm on this deep board is second. Lucky Lansdowne is third. He is on also a cracker board. And Jack on his bark board obviously is in fourth position. That would be our podium up until the moment, as we hit almost the halfway during this race. So 1 lap and a half as they are heading straight away there for the reef buoy. That's getting lower and lower. We've seen Barrett Tester pulling it back slowly and slowly with the help of Kelly French as the water is sort of going out.
Yeah, we should be approaching the lowest of low tide here pretty quick, so should start to stabilize a little bit. We got our patrol boats, we got water safety out there, and then they go from right to left right there. So there's the new order. Looks like Nick Malcolm threw us off by taking his hat off on that race right there. As there's Matt Poole making his way around now, heading towards that beach buoy. And now he'll look for that little runner to carry him in for that next little leg. 10:16. And these paddlers just charge it. It's all about the medals here, Philip.
That's right. Here comes Jack Bark going around the buoy. Here we've got competitor in fifth position. No, that's not Nick Malcolm. Nick Malcolm is in third position right now. We just saw him go by. Lansdowne is second right now. Pooley is still in first position, Jack Bark in fourth, trying to find out who is the fifth competitor right now, rounding out that lead group. Then we've got a big pack clumped together. It's thought that they've seemed to have separated a bit on that second group.
There's Lucky Lansdowne on the outside trying to catch that little bump. Fell off the backside of that one, but Poole will catch this one. And watch Pooley as, takes it for about 10 or 15 yards there and then backs off the back of it in order not to get blown too far in on the reef, and Matt will have to pull his way back in, and now Lansdowne on a wave, and he'll catch up to Pooley, and now look at this, it's Pooley and Lansdowne. Lansdowne on the inside, he'll have to drop off the back and slow it down as we break away from that action for just a little bit, and now we miss it. Lansdowne might have gone too far, and here comes third place, trying to make a move.
That's Nick Malcolm.
That a baby Nick Malcolm, charging hard on the outside, but it is still all Pooley. Matt Poole from Australia. It looked like he was going to get some competition, started feeling a little bit of pressure there, but we missed it, a big mistake. And Pooley now pulling hard into that third and final lap coming up here, Phil.
That's right, as you see a beach appearing there right behind them, you could walk on that reef. Jack Bark is rounding out the podium right now as they are entering, as you say, in the third and final lap. They have to give it everything right now to try to nail that gold medal. So here comes in first position. This is Matt Poole, still leading the race. He's done it since the beginning. There's a bit of a fight between second and third position. That is Nick Malcolm and Lucky Lansdowne, fighting for that second place, that silver medal, and they've managed to break away from Jack Bark there, falling behind in that fourth position, but still well in advance of fifth.
God, I just don't see that. I don't see that as Nick Malcolm in the top three there, but I could be wrong. As Jack Bark now in fourth there, you see him coming into that final buoy turn, going out for their third lap. But conditions getting a little bouncy out there as you see these guys getting thrown around a little bit, Phil. How can these conditions start shaping up for the SUP events coming up?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the stand-up paddle events. We've got the final for the women's technical race coming up right after the men in the paddleboard prone category that we've got on screen, and then we'll be rounding off this perfect third day of competition with the finals of the SUP men's technical race. And as you say, this little wind, this sharp, also the waves that really now are in the middle of the course, and we've seen a few falls like this and really affecting the results and having big changes during a race. Obviously in this prone paddleboard, you've got lots less chances of falling. You're already on your knees or lying down on the board. But on a stand-up paddle, and with the 5 paddle rule, you need to get on your feet. You cannot paddle more than 5, otherwise you get a 1-minute penalty, and that can cost you your whole race.
Yeah, that's all coming up here. We got to be standing up with a paddle for that one. And we are still underway. This is our medal round right now for our men's prones paddleboard racing. In case you're just joining us, Drew with you, Philip Mueller in the booth right now on the island of Tavarua. We got Jody Nelson and Dan Gavir down on the boat, and they're giving us the play-by-play down there. And definitely want to thank everybody for chiming in with all their thoughts, all the parents, all the
And
family
the
support, and the help in a lot of cases, because these athletes have been switching boards so much. They switch hats, take a hat off. It's so hard to identify them, especially from our location, but there's no misidentifying out in front right now for Matt Poole.
Yeah, that's right. As we're seeing also that it might be Scott Cowdrey in third from New Zealand. That's from Jake Cowdrey, probably somebody from his family. Troy Andrews seems to be saying something else. We're trying to recognize them. We're going to try to get the bibs number through WhatsApp with Dan as they go past him.
I want to say he's right there, Phil. I think that is Cowdrey now battling out for second place, as I think that is Nick Malcolm back in 5th place right now for Team Australia. I know it's hard to tell. I mentioned that earlier. I said I didn't see it, but look at this little battle here as these two proners going way under them. It's like Cowdrey almost went underneath the buoy to keep to the inside there. So a bit of a paddle battle for the silver medal right there between Lansdowne and Cowdrey as the boats are rocking out there here at Cloudbreak on the island of Fiji. And we're coming to a close. Closing this one out. Who's going to be on the podium? Second place still up for grabs, Phil. Who do you pick?
It seems that it's Cowdrey, Lansdowne, and then Jack Bach right now. Trying to confirm that information. It seems to be the 4 guys that will be getting the next set of medals. We're still getting the results from the first final. That was the paddleboard prone technical race. We're waiting for the results to be validated by Barrett, tested, and sent to us. We will announce it as soon as we have the official results.
And there is Matt Poole from Australia, charging hard, going into that last buoy turn, the 28-year-old from the Gold Coast. He's 1 buoy turn and about 50 meters or so away from a gold medal, and we have a new world champion.
That's right, we are almost there. There you can see Matt Poole going straight towards that finish line. He's in the lead. He's got more than 10 boards advance. That's Troy Andrews seems to be saying that it is definitively Nick Malcolm from New Zealand who competes for the Surfers Paradise Surf Club on the Gold Coast. Nick has headed over to the USA Lifeguard Nationals for the past couple of years and either won or second in the board finals. Cheers, Troy.
Thank you, Troy. We'll get it updated. We'll get a little closer camera action here. Here's Matt Poole up on a little bump there, trying to catch that little runner to take him down the line there. But the last thing you want to do, Phil, is get blown too far and get stuck up on that reef, because it gets shallow and it gets shallow quick.
Yeah, you could get stuck at any moment, and that could cost you a few positions. Right now, in the lead, you do not want that to happen, having to step back out to a bit further out, but trying to make the most out of these waves. There, this is closing out. He is going to close that line and head straight toward the finishing line. Here we see the back of the race. This is a field of 16, so there are quite a lot of guys. We saw both semi-finals. Most of them are really good paddlers. Right now we're concentrating on the lead of the pack, obviously wanting to know who is going to be the new world champion and also the runner-ups.
What would it mean for Team Australia to go 1-2 with Poole and Lansdowne? Gold and silver medals. That's a lot of points moving into the team final there, and that's making a statement for Team Australia right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure, and that would be a bad blow for Team USA, you know. But obviously for Team Australia, they want to secure that gold medal. They're not going to mess around and play cat and mouse. If they can secure these gold medals early like they are doing, like I told you at the beginning of the day, paddleboard for Team Australia is one of the main parts, you know, and they want to make sure to try to get these results. Last year, you can see that Jack Bark was in first position, got the gold medal, got those 1,000 points. Carter Graves was in second position for the woman, and obviously that participated a lot, getting the gold medal for Team USA with Danny Ching, Candice Appleby getting their wins, you know, and so as the week progresses, we're going to see how the team gets defined. We can try to see maybe tomorrow morning what are the team standings, knowing that they can shift a lot with a few days of competition left.
Good point. Lot of paddling still to come there, Phil. You're absolutely right. And you're looking at Matt Poole coming into the finish line area at 18:45. And ladies and gentlemen, there he is, your brand new world champion, the 28-year-old from the Gold Coast of Australia, Matt Poole, on the Kraken. So congratulations to him, a gold medal for Australia.
Second of the day. So first we got Harriet Brown from Australia winning the prone woman technical paddle race. Instead taking the place of Jordan Mercer, having won the 4 first editions of this race and also the long distance paddleboard race. Lots of pressure on the shoulders of the young Aussie. This time it is Matt Poole taking it in. We're going to confirm as soon as we can second, third place and fourth. Fourth is Jack Bark.
And Jack diving off the left-hand side of his board there. Paddled a heck of a race. Third place in Santa Monica, finished behind Nick Malcolm and Matt Poole in that contest. But out here today competing for Team USA, and I know Team USA is happy to have him. I know his family's at home supporting him, so congratulations. Unofficially, a copper medal for Team USA. And we're now, the rest of them, they'll just sit around and watch.
That's right. As we're going to wait for the next competitors to come in, we're still getting the results of that first final, the complete results of the 12 women taking part in the final of the technical woman prone race. We're going to start writing down this men's race as it's still got the competitors coming in. It seems that this is 5th position. That is a wise Unterflüger coming in with only 17 years old, taking 5th place. There's a message from Shauneen Schweitzer. Yeah, Team Wise Unterflüger. 5th place. So a big hello to Shauneen Schweitzer.
Hi, Shauneen.
And also Connor David from the USA. I'm predicting a win for Slater Trout in the SUP technical. He looked the strongest in the first round and was very impressive in the PPG.
There's Nick
Go
Malcolm right
Slater.
there. There's Nick Malcolm going across the finish line.
So that's Nick Malcolm in 6th position.
I believe that's Nick. Looks like his board, his hat, his everything. So we'll get the official results. For all the official results, go to isaworlds.com and catch all the action there and updated results as they come in.
As soon as we receive them, we try to post them directly from the HQ boat, that big catamaran you can see in some of the shots where also most of the riders are positioned. You see some of the boats have, some of the teams have got their own boats rented all over the place, like Namotu 1 comes from Island Namotu. We've got several Tavarua boats here also, and a couple are right alongside the race, following all the action live from Fiji at the famous wave of Cloudbreak.
21:32 the time on the clock right now, and there is your unofficial medalist. We'll have that announcement here momentarily. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thanks for your comments. Thanks for your questions. As we're going to go to the replay here in just a little bit, we'll have the updated replay. We'll be able to see all the action as more paddlers charging their way through in this men's final. And coming up, like Phil said, we're going to have the SUP technical women's and men's finals. So 2 more contests still to go. So a lot of racing action still to come. And we're bringing it to you live here from the island of Tavarua. Special thank you to everybody watching at the bar, all the staff here on the island of Tavarua for keeping us hydrated and fed. And I do have to say, I don't know about you, Philip, but I think I've gained about 15 pounds since visiting Fiji. They're just so nice, and they want to make sure you're well fed. I know that would make my mom at home happy to know.
That's right. And thank you, Danny, and all our staff for lunch, for breakfast, for coffee and juice during the whole of this day. We're a bit alone here in our Palapa booth. We're very cool, managing the webcast, and they've treated us so nicely. Thank you so much. Vinaka Vakalevu.
That is, thank you very much in Fijian, the only thing I know. And on the water right now, there's some guys, or girls actually, for the women's SUP technical. That's coming in here. And the official results are in, Phyllis.
You're too excited, Drew.
I get excited.
This is the heat sheet for what is coming up, which is the SUP Women Technical Race Final. We've got 16 competitors. As you're going to see, they are going to come towards the line. Get ready, as the paddleboarders are still there. But right now, we're going with the interview of the new world champion in technical paddleboard prone division. So, Matt Poole with Jody Nelson. Take it away.
Jody Nelson down here with Matt Poole, our winner from Team Australia, Lucky Lansdowne, runner-up there in that finish of that final prone technical race. Talk to us a little bit about Team Australia. You guys have a lot of maybe big shoes to fill. You guys are always dominant at ISA Worlds, and I know this is your first time competing here. Just your thoughts on that race.
Yeah, look, it was a really tough race. I knew that I had to try and get the inside line. I was fortunate to get that, but me and Lockie had a plan to try and get to the front early and try and gap the field, but on the starting line we were kind of split up, so it wasn't until about halfway through that he pulled up beside me, and we were trying to sort of work together to break away from the rest of the field, and it was a little bit hit and miss. Sometimes we're getting some really good bumps, and then sometimes it was just a little bit funny, but I mean, to come over the first and the second, that was the goal for us.
And Lockie, what was the toughest part of that course?
I'd have to say the climate, the heat here is just out of control. Trying to hold like a high heart rate in this kind of temperature is, really difficult. It's hard to breathe, especially with that humidity. But flat water course, minimal bump, it's always going to be tricky for almost anyone, no matter how good you are. So.
Well, you guys have 2 golds now. You had a gold in the women's prone technical, and now a gold and a silver in the men's. What are your thoughts on Team Australia's chances this year to take away the overall gold?
Yeah, the Americans snatched the title away from the Aussie stronghold for a couple of years there, so certainly it put a bit of fire in the belly, and the Aussies are out to take that gold and nothing less. So we've had a cracking start with 2 finals, and we've got a gold, a silver, or 2 gold and 1 silver. So we need to keep that momentum going. We're going to, everyone's here supporting the SUP surfers and SUP racers. We're working together, and I'm pretty confident we'll get it done.
Well, congratulations, you two. First and second place in the prone technical. Are you guys also doing the distance?
We're both backing up tomorrow for the distance, and I think what we experience then will be about 50% of the pain of tomorrow. Tomorrow's one's going to be brutal, so I'll be worried sleeping.
All right. Well, anybody you guys want to say hi to at home?
Can I just give a little shout out to one of my mates, Liam Toohey, who had his second child this morning. Congrats, Liam. Have a good day, fellas.
Just all the crew back at Curra Surf Club. I missed your training, but I'll be back in a week's time, so looking forward to it.
All right, well, congratulations. It's a great start for Team Australia. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jody Nelson, and congratulations for Team Australia, Matt Poole and Lucky Lansdowne. Wow! 2 gold medals, a silver medal. Australia's off to a blazing start, and you heard Matt Poole there like, hey, we came back, and we're going to get that gold medal back.
And nothing less.
Yeah, nothing less.
Stomping the ground.
Ho, Team Australia. So congratulations to them, taking 1-2 in that men's prone paddleboard final. Wow. Holy cow. Let me say, yeah, that's when you say, oh, mama, back home. As things starting to get exciting here from Fiji with 2 more great contests. We're going to hand out some more hardware here in the women's SUP technical and the men's SUP technical. So you don't want to turn the dial. You want to keep it tuned here to isaworlds.com. And ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the 6 o'clock hour on the west coast of California, they're all going to be tuning in here. Everybody from San Clemente, Dana Point is going to be tuned in to watch defending gold medalist Candace Appleby coming up in this Women's Tech Pro. So she's got a lot of support. You're going to see the message board blow up probably. It's going to shut down the internet. Hopefully Digicel, our cell phone sponsor, has enough bandwidth to take what's coming up. But we're going to go to a quick break here. You're watching the Fiji ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championship here on the beautiful island of Fiji. Drew with you and my man Philip Mueller calling it live for you. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back.
Leave your phone off and start roaming.
And we're back. Welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world famous, world-class wave of Cloudbreak. I'm Philip Muller. I'm joined by Drew Muren here on the beautiful island of Tavarua. We're 3 kilometers from this literal water world that's right next to the wave of Cloudbreak, where we've had the technical races since 8 o'clock this morning. It is now almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we've got 2 exciting finals. We've got the finals coming up. They're there in front of the line. They're going to be called up by Barrett Tester. First will be the turn of the women's with their sub-technical final, and then we're going with the 16 finalists of the men's sub-technical. To see that start, we're going to go down with Dan Gewehr, who's right next to the action on the boat. Take it away, Dan.
Welcome everyone, here with Dan Gewehr in Fiji at the infamous Cloudbreak for the women's final in the stand-up paddleboard technical course race. This will be a truly insane event we're about to witness here with some of the fastest women in our sport. Looks like the pole position was given to the fastest finisher in the qualifying grounds, Olivia Piana from France, taking that pole position far to the inside. Next up was Candace Appleby in that second place spot, followed by third place Lena Agaitis. So those will be the ones to look out for on the Starboard Infinity and SIC board, but plenty of excellent paddlers out here. Look out for Taryn from South Africa. Look out for some of the Hawaiian paddlers, as well as other paddlers from Australia, New Zealand. Certainly going to be a tough race with a lot of different variables here. We've been out all day at sea, exposed to the sun, the wind, and the racers now having to deal with the waves. They're up, and it will start any second. And they are off. So there is no holding back right here, ladies and gentlemen. Taryn out into the lead from South Africa. Right now, South Africa in the lead. On the outside, the Hawaiian, the young Hawaiian on the Nashboard into second. Just pulling out in front of Candace. The Australian now surging into third place. I believe that's Caroline. Olivia Piana gets buried in the pack a little bit with not the start she was looking for. But it's Taryn out in front with that orange jersey. And you can see as she's choked down on that paddle, she has her top hand off the handle, trying to get a little more leverage. She looks like a regular footer. Our top 4 paddlers looking like regular footers in that staggered stance, which is giving them a little bit more power and a lot more stability. And you'll see this quite a bit in the technical course racing, where that staggered stance is giving them a little more stability. Here we have Candace now making a run up. It looks like Taryn's backing off. Olivia Piana right behind Candace. She knows that she doesn't want to let her get too far out to where she can't catch her. Candace almost going over with a nice catch on the Infinity Blackfish. Taryn Kite to the outside. Olivia Piana, Australia in the mix. Canada in the mix with Lena Agaitis on the red board. I see another starboard on the inside there. I'm not sure who that is. Second line, third line, all these women, very tight competition here. Oh, Olivia Piana going down on a little bump. That's actually going to cost Lena Agaitis a board length as she got caught up in Olivia Piana as she falls off her board there. So right now, Candace out in front. It's very rough out there. Now the starboard surging into second, trying to make a play on Candace Appleby on that starboard ace. We've seen that board excel in these types of conditions. So having the right equipment along with the best conditioning is going to be what it takes to pull down a medal here. And now we've got a new leader of the race in the all black, just pulling ahead of Candace Appleby with about another 30 seconds at the most New Zealand out in front. I believe that's Penelope Strickland Armstrong now surging out in front on the starboard. Candace looking straight towards the buoy. Olivia Piana now working her way back up into 4th place. Lena Gaitis there pacing out Candace Appleby. So right now it's New Zealand, United States, Canada, France, Australia, South Africa, Japan up in the mix in the top 10. New Zealand going for the turn here, and this is where some of the other boards might be a little bit easier to get those quick turns. Let's see what happens. The regular footer back on her board, Candace Appleby, known for her prowess in turning. Lena on her backside, the goofy footer's not going to get around quite as quickly and probably let Olivia Piana from France into that 3rd place spot. But right now it's Penelope Strickland Armstrong surging out in front of the pack. And Olivia Piana and Lena Agaitis still in striking distance for the gold medal, but we are early into this race for the ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard Championships 2016 here in Fiji. The infamous cloud break. Women's finals for the technical stand-up paddleboard race. We see a lot of paddlers have already gone down, and they haven't even made it to the first buoy. A lot of racing left, and we're going to send it back to Drew and Philip in the booth.
Calling it live for us. A lot of position changes right there, Phil, as another paddler in the water right now. And boy, oh boy, this women's final, it is getting rolly and rough out there, Philip.
That's right. As Dan was saying, we're feeling more and more wind. Even here on the island of Tararu, we can feel a bit more wind. And there we see it under conditions in the sea. So right now, it seems that in first position...
First position, I believe, is Penelope still, correct? We're trying to get it caught up here on... There's Penelope in the black, pulling away.
Then Candace Appleby.
Then Candace Appleby from
Olivia
St. Clement.
Piana, Lena Augaitis. And then it would be... Penelope is in first position. Carla Gilbert is in 6th or 7th.
And it's everything everybody wanted. Here they come down the line right now. Candace Appleby in the white race jersey, just on the right side of your screen there, trying to catch any kind of a runner she can find. And Lena Gaitis just right behind her, looking for a little bump as well. And the rest of the field all going into that hammer buoy, that reef buoy. And you start to see them bouncing around, getting tossed. Just 5 minutes and 40 seconds into this women's final medal round.
That's right. So as we're seeing some of the competitors further down the line in this field of 16 women taking part in this final of the stand-up technical racing. Here on the 3rd day of competition, we're seeing them entering in this last straight line of the first lap. We can already see some of the other competitors coming towards that 3rd buoy, and let's see if some waves are coming the way of the competitors. We might see some change in positions as we're going up the field. Here we're arriving towards the first positions, and it is still Penelope Strickland in first position. Last year she got the bronze medal, 3rd position, behind Terrine Black. Here Terrine Black is a bit further behind, and the defending gold medal champion Candace Appleby, wanting to take once again that gold medal, is actually in 2nd position right now.
But look at Piana try to make a move on that starboard on the outside, now overtaking Appleby. Appleby getting stuck on the inside, not catching any kind of help. And now Strickland being challenged right now by Piana. So, and there's Strickland catching a little bump, leaving Piana behind her, but Piana will catch right back up to her. Let's see if Piana can cut to the inside as Strickland goes to the outside, opening up a gap. And look at this. Piana tats into the back end of Strickland's board, just making enough of a gap there to get around Strickland. Now these two challenging each other back. Piana from France, Strickland from New Zealand. Now Strickland trying to pull away. Philip, that's a buoy turn. That's what we're looking for.
That's right. Going straight into it, taking that inside line and just going to the contact of those boards. No unsportsmanship, attitude right there, just trying to get around that buoy. You'll see sometimes a few contacts as they're going down. Some of the girls and boys go down due to these too many people at the same time going around the buoy. We're seeing the rest of the field go around. Olivia Piana aggressively trying to take the lead in this final. She is the European champion. Obviously, she would like to have the world title, and there you can see them exactly at the same point, shoulder to shoulder, trying to overtake each other and getting that lead. Obviously, they're going to have to wait, I think, at this point, get to that second buoy, and then I think it will be defined when they get in that section that is behind them. There, you can see it in the background when they get back to the waves. But visibly, it's Penelope has got a stronger paddling than Olivia.
Yeah, start to pull a little ways away from Olivia right now. We're going to go down to Dan Gavir. He's on the water with a little closer look. Dan, give us the update.
And we're back out on the course here for the ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard World Championships here at the infamous Cloud Break in Fiji. Some epic racing here in the final for the women's course racing. Right now, New Zealand's Penelope Strickland Armstrong leading the pack, with Olivia Piana having an early fall in the race, has recovered quite nicely into second place, actually took over the lead momentarily, but it looks like that starboard ace actually just cranking up wind, and Olivia Piana digging deep, trying to keep Penelope within striking distance. She was able to make up a lot of ground in the wavy section of the course here, but it seems that the wind has cranked up a notch and the seas have become quite rough. These paddlers are bending their knees, using their quads and their lower body much more than they would in flatter conditions. This is taking greater cardio and taxing the body and the heart much harder. So the cardio is turned up. These athletes working very hard, averaging probably 140 to 160 for a heart rate. Very well conditioned. We've got hot conditions. It is nice going against the wind. You're going to get extra cooling on the body, but it's those downwind stretches that tend to be the hottest. As you go the same speed or similar to the speed of the wind, you're getting less of that evaporative cooling on the skin. Penelope Strickland extending her lead on the upwind section by 3 to 4 board lengths over Olivia Piana, but it's Penelope who struggles with the turns much more than... And it's Olivia Piana coming around this buoy turn here. The regular footer should have a nice tight turn along with Candace Appleby. They should be able to make up a little bit of ground on Penelope Armstrong. Let's see how they can do on this downwind section. She's going to be hard to catch on that board, but if anyone can do it, it's Olivia or Candace. We also have Hawaii in the mix, and I believe South Africa's Taryn Kite. So let's take a look here at this buoy turn here, because this has changed things up. Lena Agaitis also up in the mix there, I believe, with Carla. We've got another starboard paddler here coming around. Looks like she's from Spain. I believe that's the Spanish paddler, Taryn Kite from South Africa, just coming into view here. And some really tight racing here for the top 10. All of these women within a few minutes of each other, or maybe even 1 minute. So the waves can really change things up, but I'm already starting to see a bit of slowing in the pace. So those who are most conditioned are gonna excel here in the latter part, the second part of this race, where they're going to be able to surge ahead and keep their strategy and be making smart decisions and using those quick small twitch muscles to make small adjustments so that they're not falling off their boards. We've already had several people hitting the water. I'm sure the men's final heat is also looking on to the women to see if they can glean any type of strategy hints that might help them in their race. Right now, Penelope still out in front by about 4 or 5 board lengths, but now they are into the infamous cloud break zone, and it's Piana catching a nice little runner there, catching up to Penelope just a little bit. Let's see if Candace can close the gap between our potential gold and silver medalists here. This is going to be a huge win for New Zealand if they can pull it down, certainly in the running for the overall title. Right now, it's Australia with a clear advantage in that overall team standings with gold medals in both the prone races. We'll have to see where Australia, I believe, sitting 1, 2, 3 in 4th place right now, just in front of Lena Agaitis on the red SIC board, tracking out at 5th place, which is pretty amazing for a gal who just gave birth less than a year ago. But right now it's Olivia Piana who's closed the gap on Penelope once again in this wavy section. She did manage to get around the buoy turn before Penelope on the last one, or just overtook her on an inside line. Some exciting action here. I believe we see Peru heading up towards that, completing her first lap. Some epic action here as Olivia Piana surging into the lead now by just about a half of a board length. She's going to try to close the door here on this left-hand turn. Since she's the goofy footer on the board with a smaller tail, she's going to be able to whip that board around quite a bit faster. And the big question will be, can she get a big enough margin before heading up into the wind where we've seen Penelope being so strong? We'll send it back to the booth, boys.
And there you have it. Thank you, Dan. And it's Olivia Piana now entering that 3rd and final lap in 1st position. Penelope Strickland is still in 2nd position. She's got a lot stronger paddling in that straight line compared to Olivia Piana. Olivia Piana has got a better buoy turning technique, but then every time she's in a straight line, Penelope Strickland just, closes that gap, and as you can see now, she's overtaking her. There's the fight between the two starboard boards. One's on the All-Star. She's Penelope on the Ace, and right behind there you've got the gold defending medal champion from last year, Candice Appleby. I would have thought she would have led this race from start to finish.
Well, don't rule Candice Appleby out whatsoever. The San Clemente, California native, knows how to ride in weather like this and conditions like this. Look for her to really turn it on in this last lap, but you got to give it to Strickland and Olivia Piana right now, as they are just pushing hard there. And you mentioned Piana losing positioning to Strickland each and every lap on this leg, but always seems to gain it back there. As there's a shot of Tareen in the orange race jersey going around the buoy there. But once again, it's all Penelope Armstrong from New Zealand. This girl can go, and she finished 3rd in her qualifying heat. What's interesting about this, 4 out of the top 5 paddlers in this final are all in heat number 1 in the semifinals. So heat number 1 was a stacked heat, judging by this final, Philip.
That's right. So they're still taking the lead. We've got the 3 first girls. So Penelope Strickland taking 1 board advance on the French woman Olivia Piana, the European champion. Right behind them is Candice Appleby in 4th position. Who did we have right there? It seems like, let us check that information, as we're seeing that some of the riders, that seems to be like Tanvi Jagadish from India, being lapped by these 2 competitors. It's already a great feat for her to be able to get into the final. I mean,
these conditions aren't favorable for Tavi. I mean, she said if it got a little rough out there, that it was going to be a struggle, and it's proven to be so, Philip.
That's right. So I do believe in 4th position is Lena Augaitis from Canada, if that is still the case. We don't have visual right now. We're still following Penelope Strickland and Olivia Piana in the lead of this race. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. They're heading towards that 3rd buoy. The first buoy on this last lap, you can see the buoy number 2, and then they're going towards that infamous cloud break zone, as Dan is calling it, and we'll see if they can manage to change positions. We've seen Olivia Piana very good also on trying to get those waves, maybe come from the back and overtake Penelope Strickland. It might be a sprint to the finish line right there, and as you said, you mustn't rule out Candice Appleby. She's maybe just staying right there behind, a bit like Toby Cracknell. We saw him in his qualifying round in 3rd position, and almost on the end coming back towards the 2 leaders of the heat.
There's Strickland going around that buoy turn in the black race jersey, getting a little off balance there. But Piana from France, the 25-year-old, finished 4th in the Pacific Paddle Games this year, 2016 European champ, 2nd in the ISAs in Peru, still pushing hard, trying to catch her. And here comes Appleby on her backside turn right here. from San Clemente, California. Candace, 31 years of age, 6-time Battle of the Paddle champion, 2-time PPG champion, 3-time SUP surf champion. So she knows conditions like this. And the last 2 buoy turns here, she's really got to turn it on right now. There's your race leaders, your podiums, gold, silver, and bronze, coming paddling right towards your living room, Philip.
That's right. So in the middle of this third and final lap, we are still having this duel between the 2 leaders wanting to try to find that position. Obviously, they going to want to enter into the final buoy. That's the last one they're going to go around right now before heading towards the finish line. You want to be on the inside. Try to get the inside. As we said earlier this morning, the person that's most on the outside of the wave controls the rest of the pack that's on the inside. So that's what both of these girls are going to try to do as they are arriving there. That's the third and final buoy. Then it's straight to the finish line, going towards that gold medal.
And that's Strickland going into that final hammer buoy turn. We'll try to get our cameras over there to show you that turn. Oh, so crucial. We've seen a lot of people have a lot of problems with that buoy as Strickland is around, and we saw just a brief glimpse of it around cleanly. Now we got to look for Piana to make her move right here, as well as Candace Appleby trying to make her move right here. So this last leg is going to prove also crucial, and we're down to probably the final 60 meters or so in this women's SUP technical final. And so far, it looks like we will have a new gold medalist and a new world champion. 1915, Philip.
That's right. I see it difficult for Candace Appleby to get back to the 2 leaders, Olivia Piana and Penelope Strickland Armstrong. There we can see the rest of the pack going around that second buoy recently. Then they have to head towards the third buoy, the reef buoy, that heads into that wave action. We're going to go back to the leaders of the pack, and there you can see Penelope Strickland has really taken up the lead, as we saw the Spanish Laura Ketglas go right in front of the camera. Let's see, because Olivia Piana is following really close by.
There's Tareen in the orange race jersey going across the front of your screen, currently back in like 5th or 6th place. There's our rider, Tanvi Jagadish from India. We're 20 minutes, and we're down to the final 25 meters in this contest. So we got to get back to the front of this pack, see what's going on there. There she is right now, Penelope Strickland for Team New Zealand. Out in front right now, extending her lead on Piana, but now Appleby trying to catch a little bump, trying to push past Olivia Piana. And now Candace, I know she's a smart racer. She's always trying to look for those bumps. You see her look over her left shoulder, look over her right shoulder. She's looking for any kind of help she can find, but Philip, it might be too late right now because Strickland, with such a huge lead, I don't think anybody's going to catch her.
Right now we can see that there's no more waves coming the way of these girls. It seems Penelope Strickland has already secured a gold medal. Let's check.
Left-hand shoulder turn there by Strickland from New Zealand. Here comes Piana. Piana on the outside. Both of these girls heads down hard on the right-hand stroke right now. Little bit of a bump coming in. Appleby from San Clemente, California, now going to make her buoy turn. 21:04, so a little slower heat here than we saw in the earlier rounds due to conditions. But now Piana's got to turn it on, and as we saw before, she made up most of her time on those buoy turns. So it's going to be up to Strickland to out-paddle Piana in this final leg. And there's the finish line, and no, it won't happen. And ladies and gentlemen, coming through the finish line and a brand new world champion and gold medalist, it's Penelope Armstrong Strickland from New Zealand. So congratulations to her.
That's right. So the first gold medal for Team New Zealand, silver medal for France, Olivia Piana, and a big surprise there with a bronze medal for Candace Appleby, defending gold medal champion from last year. She couldn't repeat the feat. She'll have that bronze medal. She's visibly pleased all the same. We're going to see who comes in 4th position. I do believe it is Lena Augaitis. As there we see a starboard coming in. We're seeing the men getting prepared, as you can see, close to the Marshall buoy. And here it is on a nice board. Could be Carla Gilbert, and here comes Lena Agautis. Lena is in 5th position. I do believe we're going to ask Dan if he can confirm if that was Carla Gilbert for Team Australia. getting that 4th position and an extra medal for Team Australia after the 2 first gold medals in the prone paddleboard division, men and women.
And congratulations to all those paddlers right there as the rest of them all starting to make their way in. There is the Spaniard.
That's Laura Ketglass. She finished in 8th position last year. It seems she's going to repeat that position this year.
Just a nice lady, too. Just super nice, always smiling, giving you a hug, invited me over to her house for paella one of these days. I got to get
paella.
I got to make the trip, yeah, Philip. I got to make the trip for that.
That's right.
There's Tareen. So Tareen now making her way across the finish line in the orange race jersey there. Tareen King participating for Team South Africa, so she's stoked to come across 23:19, but conditions played a huge factor as we saw there. Bumping, moving. We saw even Olivia go down, which pushed her back into 6th, 7th place, and then she was able to come back. There's Team Japan rider coming across.
That's right, so 9th position for the rider from Team Japan. And as you said there, Olivia Piana falling and managing to maintain that 2nd position. Maybe if she didn't fall, you know, she could have had the gold medal. Obviously, with ifs, you could redo the world. I mean, what happened has happened. The new world champion is from New Zealand. So congratulations to Penelope Armstrong. Guys, what's happened on the message board? You've gone silent.
Everybody's too encapsulated in the racing, Philip. They're all just sort of they can't tear their eyes away from it. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in to this live webcast. Remember, you can go to isiworlds.com for more updated information on everything pertaining to the International Surfing Association in this contest in Fiji. And thank you all for being a part of it. We want to thank Tourism Fiji, the proud presenting sponsor of the ISAs. As we take a look at the recap, let's watch this start. The sound of the horn blazes right there, and out in front, charging hard on the outside, that's Tareen from South Africa in the orange race jersey. Tareen King pushing hard, and Candace Appleby really turns it on in the back half here in the white race jersey to try to paddle it out with Tareen, but it was Tareen and Candace right out of the start. Then we saw a little bit of a problem with Olivia Piana just about 50 to 100 yards off the start, didn't we?
That's right, Olivia Piana falling right before arriving at that first buoy, nearly taking down with her Lina Agautis from Canada, our previous gold medal winner here at the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. She couldn't repeat that feat. I do have the impression, no, she finished in 5th position, so she doesn't get a medal here. That must be a disappointment for her. Here we see that arrival on the buoy. As you see, Penelope Strickland was already in 1st position. Candice at the middle of that first lap was in 2nd. You saw her like sort of nearly falling down, having to catch her balance with her hands. And Olivia Piana really made the most out of it, paddled hard, and look at how she made that turn.
That exciting turn right there. That was rubbing is racing, ladies and gentlemen, as Piana just puts the nose of her board on the side of that SIC board, tries to push out Strickland to the outside, but Strickland held her ground and said, no, I'm going to take this all the way home. So Strickland, not the best start, but definitely a strong paddler overall and is able to overtake. Now this is Candace Appleby's chance right here. Candace Appleby, if she could have sort of capsulated on this and take that little runner wave, which Candace is known for in every Battle of the Paddle, every PPG event, that's where she needed to gain her ground, but unfortunately the ocean didn't give her the wave.
Here comes the other round the buoy. I mean, really impressive by Olivia Piana. She's the best one out of this field of 16 women to apply this, and it's weird because several times she was in the lead of the race, and each time, once you've got a long straight line, Penelope Strickland would just eat the advantage that she got on those buoys and take it back. And then on that final run, it seems that Penelope Strickland, and this is exactly the case, we're going to see how she just gets her back and then just overtakes her. It's impressive.
Strickland very strong on those straight leg paddles there. Not real strong in the buoy turns, but I'll tell you what, she did it well. She played it smart and was able to succeed coming around that final buoy turn right here, starting to pull away from Piana, and Piana knew it. And unfortunately for Piana, she's not going to be able to take that gold medal away from Strickland. But congratulations to Strickland. Penelope Strickland for New Zealand, taking home New Zealand's first gold medal this year, and she comes across the finish line super happy with Olivia Piana from France in 2nd, and Candace Appleby taking home the bronze.
So right now we're going to see Penelope Strickland on the boat. She's at the time to arrive, and we're going to see the wonderful and beautiful Jody Nelson doing her interview. Thank you, Jody. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Jody Nelson down here with Penelope. Used to be Strickland, now married and Armstrong. And Penelope, you just won gold for Team New Zealand, and you beat Candace Appleby. How did you prepare for the last year?
Prepare. I haven't. That was a whole lot of good luck, really. I've switched codes recently. I had a terrible run of bad health. I had a massive tumor removed from my stomach earlier in the year, which wasn't benign. And just to try and mix things up a bit, I started Surf Lifesaving. But I kind of had given SUP away, and they called me up a week ago and said, would you be in the New Zealand team? And I was like, okay, I'll come. And I'm fit, but I definitely wasn't race ready. So it was a lot of luck that I managed to take that race.
Well, everybody around have been talking about, wow, Penelope looks like she's put a lot of work in. So congratulations. Talk to us a little bit about that race, where your mental game was at the start line and how that played out for you.
Well, at the start line, I was really just thinking I just want to stick with the leaders like for the first lap and see how long I can hold on with them. And then when we were going upwind, I realized that I was actually going to go faster than them. So I tried to gap them. And then that last lap, I knew that Olivia was doing really well in the downwind legs, and I just gave it everything I could. So, hey, there's my team captain.
I mean, Candace, one of the best paddlers in the world. She won last year for Team USA. I mean, what does this win mean to you?
Oh, this is everything. This is the biggest achievement of my life to date, and it feels amazing. Candace is a hero of mine, and you know, when you come up against your heroes, it's great just to race them, but to take a win, that's huge. To beat Candace, I think, is like any female paddler's dream. She's the hardest person to beat, hands down.
And I know you have some teammates that are getting ready to start racing in the men's SUP technical race. What should we look out for from your other teammates?
Marcus is on the start line for the final for the men's tech, and he is an amazing paddler. He's got a lot of sailing knowledge. He used to be in the New Zealand sailing team, and he's put on like heaps of muscle this year, and he's strong. He's like a workhorse. So, yeah.
And then I just have to ask you, these conditions are brutal right now, but everybody's paddling in the same conditions. What was the worst part of the lap?
Oh, for me, it's the turns. Like the dugout board is really hard to turn. You can't pivot turn it. But I mean, this is like paddling at home. Like these are the kind of conditions you get in our races. So I probably had like a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the girls out there.
All right. Well, congratulations. You want to?
I just helped me get here. I had a GoFundMe page. And so everyone who contributed, thank you so much. Thank you, Mum and Dad, and my brother is the best. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Penelope. Gold in the women's technical race for Team New Zealand. Incredible story. This is what ISA is all about. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody. And once again, congratulations to the 38-year-old from the North Shore of New Zealand, third at the ISAs in prior years and second in the Unlimited at Molokai in that same year. And you saw her, she kind of turned that, like she talked about, my turns aren't my strongest, and that gave Olivia that little bit of an edge. But she's a strong paddler, and she probably gets that from paddling that Unlimited board. You saw that crossbow turn each and every time. But again, enough to hold off and take gold for Team New Zealand. And you said it, Team New Zealand, Penelope Strickland Armstrong didn't need the help of any other in the women's category. So congratulations to them. You're watching the Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live. We got one more amazing heat still to come. Drew with you and Philip Muller calling it live for you. We got Dan Gavir and Jody Nelson down on the boat. We got more action coming to you from Cloudbreak, so stay right here.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
So welcome back. We are at day 3 of competition here in Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world famous wave of Cloudbreak. I'm Philip Mueller, calling it live alongside Drew Muren, live from the island of Tavarua. Thank you very much to the Tavarua Island Resort for receiving us. We've got one more final to round off the day. We've already seen 2 gold medals going to Australia in the paddleboard men's and women's division. The last medal just went to New Zealand with an impressive ladies SUP race won by Penelope Strickland in front of Olivia Piana, leaving the gold defending medal champion Candice Appleby from last year in 3rd position, taking a bronze medal. As Nikki Rakeman from Canada is saying on the message board, what an amazing race. Congrats, ladies. We love you. Lena, I think that's a good resume.
It's a great resume. That's a great resume. We want to thank everybody for all their support, rooting on their teammates on the message board. We try to convey those messages and get them across to all the athletes and all the supporters, and it was a race to watch, ladies and gentlemen. And we got another one coming up for you, our final contest of the day. And I know a lot of people are tuned into this one. I know Team Hawaii, Team USA, I know Team South Africa, Team France, Team Spain. The Spaniards will be tuned in. The Tahitians unfortunately did not make that cut, but Team Australia is also tuned into this one because it is gonna be a battle. We got 16 of the top male paddlers in the world all lining up on the start line, and we were talking about conditions. You heard Penelope talking about the conditions out there. It is a little brutal out there, Philip.
That's right. So the wind has lifted up. We've got a bit of bumps. The wave is very difficult, affecting the course already. As you saw it, you've got complicated buoy turns also. So we're going to see how this develops. We've got one more race, as you just said, Drew. This is the final of the men's SUP technical race. We had 4 qualifying E's, very tough compared to the rest of today's competition, as only the top 4 advanced. That was the only division, men's SUP technical, where the top 4 would advance. All the rest, the top 8 advanced, and even for the women's prone technical, you went directly to the final. Right there, we've got the names of the competitors that will be in the water right now. We've got Slater Trout from the United States, Glenn Eldridge from Great Britain, Nico Schenk from Switzerland, Georgie Zulaika from Spain, Arthur Arutkin from France, Marcus Hansen from New Zealand. For South Africa, we've got Dylan Frick. Chuck Glynn will be representing also the United States. We've got ISA Vice President Casper Steinfat from Denmark also taking part. Lincoln Hughes repeating his participation here, representing Australia. We've got for the first time James Schweitzer from Hawaii, Guillaume Race from Brazil. We've got Kai Lenny just arrived. He won his qualifying race, also representing Hawaii. We've got long distance gold medalist from last year, from 2014 in Nicaragua. That's Titoine Pouillot for France. We've got Toby Cracknell from Australia, and closing the 16-man field is Kenny Kaneko from Japan.
If that doesn't say stacked heat, I don't know what. I mean, one of these guys is going to walk home with a gold medal. One they're going to walk away with a silver medal. We're going to have a bronze medal and a copper medal, and the rest of them are going to be like, oh, man. Top paddlers in the world. Oh, baby. I'll tell you, this world championship is proven to be everything everybody talked about, as we're still waiting for a few of our female finalists to come in, and that is the young lady from India. She is absolutely a delight. Tanvi Jagadish. Lots of support out there as she makes her way in. Her first ever international competition. Trained so hard with her team, and just an all-around sweetheart, Phil.
That's right. Really a pleasure to watch her. I mean, we're going to share her, and without a doubt, everybody that's there, we've seen the men preparing. Most of the women are still around the finishing zone, but just give her a huge share. You must remember, this is the maiden participation of an Indian delegation. They've just joined the ISA, rounding up the number of federations under the ISA authority to 100. And here she is finishing her first world championship in the technical race.
And, you know, we got one more race still to go, but we want to just extend our thank yous to all of the support we have for this event, especially Tourism Fiji, taking care of us, finding us accommodations, the local organizing committee, all the local vendors here taking care of us, finding us lodging, getting us transportation, getting us boat transportation in and out of Cloudbreak. Also want to thank Tavarua, the island of Tavarua, for hosting the live webcast and allowing our production crew to sit here and sleep here every night, which, I mean, I'm totally jealous of. Fiji Water for keeping us hydrated. Want to thank Digicel for providing the local internet service, because internet's not easy to come by out at Cloudbreak, and they're doing a great job. It hasn't broken away whatsoever, so those Digicel guys, they deserve strong accolades. FCS, the island of Namotu, Paradise Beverages, Pura Vida, and Waterways, plus the Beach House, and we could just, the list could go on and on and on and on and on.
So remember, the official website for this event, the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship, is isaworlds.com. You might be watching the live transmission on one of our media partners. Thank you very much to all of them. If you want to send messages, we've got 2 iPads in the booth connected directly to this message board right below the live tab on isaworlds.com. You can send messages such as Kei from Japan, who says, "Go Kenny, we are watching live from Ayama, Japan." Also, Troy Andrew, thank you for all your help from Australia. He says a big shout out to Team Australia and Team Jamie Mitchell. Lincoln Dunes, go you, good thing. Exactly. Also from Brazil, Flavia Ilavela, that says, Ilavela Brasil na final com Guillermo dos Reis. That's exactly it. And here we see the competitor from India finishing a world championship, and you can see everybody cheering on. There she is, finishing next to Kai Lenny, Zion Schrater, and some of the biggest names in the SUP racing world.
She just went by a bunch of guys cheering her on that are probably her biggest fans, and she doesn't even know. So, you know, she was saying earlier how much of an influential person April Zilg was to her. She was talking about April, how April got her into paddling in India, helped her find a board and a paddle, and she wants to give a big thanks out to April. And if you're tuned in right now watching Tanvi go across the finish line, you got to be oh so happy with what you were able to do to spread the love of SUP into India. So thank you so much. And we're just going to get back to the action here, as those are the guys, finals, lined up right here, right now, sitting on their boards. Our race director, Barrett Tester from California, the US of A, giving all the last-minute instructions here. And we're going to go through the lineup one more time, and then we're going to call the start. 3 laps, bringing it home, 1 gold medal. And now we're going to go down to Dan Gavir on the boat for an update on what's going on the line. Dan, what you got for us, buddy?
Welcome back to the action live here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships from Fiji. World-renowned Cloudbreak, the last event of the day. We've had some amazing racing action. Now to the final event, the men's technical final. 16 men. 4 of them will be receiving medals here in just under, I would say, 30 minutes approximately before they finish. We're just a few minutes out of the start. What we have now is Barrett Tester, our race director, is calling the athletes to the line, and they are getting their pick of pole position, all based on how they placed in the qualifying rounds. So it looks like we've got quite a few athletes lining up on the most downwind portion of the course. So not too many have come out here to the upwind side. They do have to sit down on their boards. Once the race director says racers to the line, the racers may then stand up and get ready for the start, which should happen just 3 or 4 seconds after he makes that indication. Here we have New Zealand lining up on the outside here. New Zealand with a strong finish in round number 2. Kai Lenny there paddling for Hawaii just came in from Piahi. The strong finish there. I don't know if you saw some of the footage of him doing some toe-in surfing after the competition. Some pretty amazing action. Look out for Slater Trout over there at the far end, paddling for USA. Lincoln Dews lined up there for Australia. Australia currently leading the medal count, so the Australians are certainly looking to him to help improve their standings in the overall team competition. Some of the other paddlers to look out for: France's Titouan Pillot, certainly been a contender out here on the NCP paddleboard, made a name for himself. Now each of the paddlers is checking in with the announcer. We've got Kevin on the big boat there announcing for the majority of the spectators. Friends and families have come out on that large vessel out here to Cloudbreak, so we are very fortunate to be sitting out here in the middle of the ocean with some pretty nice creature comforts. Right now we're on the boat from Coral Coast Board Riders, so if you're out here, want to take a trip out to Fiji, make sure you look them up and book a trip. Doing some stand-up paddling. We've got virtually every eyeball in this area focused on this race. Don't forget, Casper Steinfath was the #1 pick by SUP Racer, Mr. Bossman, to win this event. Can he make that prediction come true? Well, we will find out here in just a few moments. Casper Steinfath, also the vice president for the ISA Surfing Association. So it's great to have that representative also out being so competitive in the world of stand-up paddleboard racing. My name's Dan Gavir, bringing it to you live right here from the boat. Got to send a big shout out back to everyone at home watching from United States, North America, and Canada, all the other countries. We sure do appreciate everyone tuning in to the live action. And they're up, and it should start any second. And they're off and going. Looks like Lincoln Dews with a bit of a nod on the start, but it's Titouan Pillot and Lincoln Dews. Oh, and Casper Steinfath surging into the lead. Casper Steinfath with an amazing start. The goofy footer with that big staggered stance. The other Nash rider on the outside from Hawaii, Kai Lenny, who caught a last-minute flight and has showed up to represent Hawaii for the technical and I believe the distance race. So right now it's Steinfath out front. Casper starting to close the gap, looking to take over the lead. Slater Trout in third place. Looks like fourth place is between Giorgio Gomez, or I'm sorry, that's the rider from Australia on the Infinity board. I believe that's Cracknell, Toby Cracknell. Yes, it is. Right in that pack, side by side. I also see Arthur Arukin on the Red Fanatic board up in the mix. Down there at the end, Lincoln Dews in the mix. Titouan Pillot right there. Dylan Frick in the mix. Very early on into this race, setting a very fast pace coming out. Casper Steinfath still out in the front. Will he be able to maintain this pace all the way through the race? Time will tell, as we're about halfway from the start to the first turn. The first turn is a left-hander, so I believe that will favor the regular footers, as we saw in the women's class. Let's see if that holds true for the men's class. I know that Kai Lenny is a regular footer, Casper the goofy footer. I believe Slater Trout's a regular footer. So it's going to be interesting to see. We've got New Zealand coming up the outside with a nice charge here for the top 5 position. Digging hard off the top of his handle, surging that board forward, pushing forward with his legs. We've seen so much development in the new techniques of paddling. Way more legs being put into it. And let me tell you, if you came out here and you didn't condition your legs, it's going to be a long, tough race. This bump really takes a lot of lower body articulation to keep the board steady and stable and keep you from tipping over. So it looks like Kai Lenny losing a little bit of ground as Slater Trout moves into second, Arthur Arukin into third. The New Zealand paddler just neck and neck with Frick Cracknell, Dews, and they come up to this first buoy. It's going to be Casper Steinfath with a nice clear line. The goofy footer, how is he going to do here? Oh, he starts his turn a little early, a little bit off balance. Does a good job of recovering. Slater Trout with a beautiful turn, and they're trading paint, and it's Lincoln Dews around the inside, but Arthur Arukin isn't giving him any room to breathe. Kai Lenny on the outside now looking for some bumps as they go downwind. Looks like Zane Schweitzer making a surge into the top 8 now. Zane Schweitzer there with Kenny Kaneho from Japan. Right here looking at the buoy, and a strong performance also by, I believe, our oldest rider out here. I believe that's Glenn on the starboard, paddling for Great Britain. Now looking over to the lead, Steinfath, Denmark, Trout, USA, Arukin, France, New Zealand, Hawaii, Australia, Hawaii, and Japan up in the mix. So that's a quick rundown, the best I could give you. Casper Steinfath with the heart rate monitor going, the VP of the ISA, leading this event from the get-go with a beautiful sprint. He doesn't have a lot of room to breathe as he goes into this turn. Another left-hander here. Beautiful turn by Casper, followed up by Arthur. Little bit of paint being traded between the Kiwi and the Hawaiian. The Australians getting around clean. Zane Schweitzer sneaking around the buoy clean, but he's got a bunch of company on his back door, looking like Tituan Pio, and Kenny Kaneho with a nice save there, almost going down. Chuck Glenn coming around the buoy on that Infinity Blackfish representing United States. So that's a quick little up-to-date on what's happening here at Cloudbreak from the 2016 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're going to send it back to the booth. Drew?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. And we want to thank Dan for his extensive coverage on that start call. I mean, Dan Gavir, good job down there. Jody Nelson, once again, thank you so much. We're in our last event here, Philip, and it's been what everybody has expected. Conditions getting a little wild down there. You're seeing the boats, the cameras shaking around, but a very, very strong start for Casper Steinfath.
Yeah, that's right. Respecting the predictions of Bossman, Christopher Parker.
Don't give him that much credit yet.
Yeah, but I mean, he's getting there. We have to check the complete predictions also. I mean, he had George Cronstedt in the top 5, and George, unfortunately, didn't make it to the final. So right now we've got Casper Steinfath in first position. Right behind him, there is Slater Trout, Captain America, going around that buoy right behind Casper Steinfath, who turns around, just sees him. And in third position, we've got Frenchman Arthur Arukin, who falls down right in front of Kai Lenny, obliging him to take that turn very wide. And now we go back to the lead of the pack. There's Casper Steinfath leading Slater Trout. We're going to see a bit of carnage there on that buoy.
Yeah, nice paddle there by Slater Trout. Right on the fin box now, Casper Steinfath. He saw Arukin with a very strong performance thus far, going down. Kai Lenny had to go really far wide there, and we'll get back to that camera shot to see what is going on now for third, fourth, and fifth. But 1-2 seems to be very secure with Steinfath and Slater Trout. Like I mentioned before, Slater been training his little fanny off all year, and he felt good coming into this contest.
There we just saw Glenn Eldridge from Great Britain going by, Kenny Kaneko right behind him. They're still going towards that, to finishing the first lap. Here we see the second lap, and it's the lead. Casper Steinfath trying to get a bit of a lead, getting a gap between him and Slater Trout. Slater Trout drafting right behind him, obviously making it a bit easier for him. Casper Steinfath is looking behind his shoulder every 2 or 3 minutes there, or every minute, trying to see where Slater Trout is as he's coming inside the buoy. You can see that Slater Trout is trying to take that inside line as they're going to arrive close to the first buoy on the second lap.
Slater Trout, the 22-year-old from California, finished second in the PPG in 2009, 5th in the PPG Pacific Paddle Games this last year, coming off a fabulous year. Great finish in Santa Monica. This kid has been not paddling better in his life than this year, and I know he's ready for this. But Casper Steinfeth, many people had picked Casper to really dominate in this event, and with that start, I don't know how he couldn't have, the 23-year-old. And let's take a look at this buoy turn right here. You got Slater Trout kind of getting a little wild. Arukin hits that buoy, gets knocked off the backside, and then he's stuck. Yeah, he gets stuck there, but you see Slater going a little tight, almost goes over, catches himself right there, and Arthur just dicks the board, knocks him off the backside. But watch Lenny have to go way to the outside there, and then the rest of the field has to follow suit. So Arukin causing a little bit of a frustration. We'll see if I can get our camera angle back to see who's in 3rd and 4th right now, but there's your leaders.
Exactly 8 minutes and 38 seconds. But right now we're going back with Dan on the boat, trying to check out the positions live from the action boat.
Championships, lap number 2 about to go down in the books here, the men's technical final for stand-up paddling. 16 paddlers right now. It's still Casper Steinfath, the Viking, out in front on the Nash paddleboard. Goofy Footer getting around clean, but he is being harassed from behind by Slater Trout on the Infinity. Arthur Arukin has made some very impressive maneuvers after a disappointing fall at the top buoy at the beginning of the second lap. And then it looks like Kai Lenny, and now it's Lincoln Dews making a big push, trying to put some pressure onto that medal position, currently sitting in 5th place, taking a little bit different line. Kai Lenny trying to go straight downwind with a bit of a runner, has to adjust his course back for this the only right-hand turn on the course. Casper Steinfath nailed that one, almost loses his balance. Looks like these paddlers have set into a pace, looking like they're cruising a little more, but at times you'll see them bust into an all-out sprint. So again, Denmark, USA, France, Australia, Hawaii, Australia, France, New Zealand, South Africa, Hawaii, and Japan as it sits right now. Your top 10. Steinfath looking for some more oxygen in those lungs. Jersey number 140 something on that 12.5-foot Nash Javelin. What's he got? Paddling the stock board, production board. Looks like Slater Trout on the Custom Infinity Blackfish. Quite a bit wider than what Steinfath is riding. As they come around this top buoy, they're going to start looking for some swells, and this is where the waves may play into this race a little bit, and it looks like maybe Slater Trout pulling ahead. I saw Casper basically stop paddling, maybe waiting for a wave. That's going to give Lincoln Dews and Arthur Arukin a little more time to catch up. And Zane gets caught up in the buoy with one of our paddlers there, Kenny Conejo, trying to stay clear of the carnage. No harm, no foul. This is basically NASCAR racing in the form of stand-up paddleboarding, our technical men's race, and we're going to send it back to the booth with Philip and Drew. Some exciting action here.
And they're giving us the detail of everything happening from the sidelines. So as we're seeing, Casper Steinfath leading this final. Right there we're seeing the back of the pack, if I'm right.
Yeah, no, that's Lincoln
the lead.
Dews. That's Slater Trout right there in the white race jersey.
And that's Casper. So he's taken over. Slater Trout is in first position. Arthur Arukin crossing over there with a wave. There we've got the top 3 riders coming towards the last buoy on the second lap. They are going to enter in the last lap.
So here comes Arthur Arukin, the 18-year-old from France, now overtaking Slater Trout. And Casper Steinfath now bumped down to 3rd on that buoy turn right there. So Casper, now Kai Lenny, And Kai Lenny cuts to the inside there. So a beautiful turn there by Kai Lenny from Hawaii. As Kai now trying to push it out right there. Kai with a great performance in that last heat. Kai, the 24-year-old from Hawaii. But look at this big move right there as Casper now back into third.
That's right, he's been leading nearly half of this race, Casper Steinfeld there, while the reporting of Dan Gewehr, we didn't see that change in position. Arthur Rutkin falling on a buoy, losing a lot of time, nearly losing that third position to Kai Lenny, is now in the lead. What a recovery for the young Frenchman.
It's finished second in the ISA European Championships, 7th in the Pacific Paddle Games in California. There he is on that red Fanatic going from left to right. As Slater Trout from California on that Infinity in second, Casper Steinfeld on the Nash board in third. So big change of positions there, 13:38, and the race isn't even over. The rest of the pack can totally catch these guys within one buoy turn, Philip.
That's right, one of the tightest race we've seen today. I do believe in 5th position, that might be Brazilian Guillermo de Reis, chasing the 4 leaders of the race. Maybe somebody can confirm that on the message board. We're trying to recognize 6th and 7th. This is a 16-man field on one of the most important races of this year.
Yeah, someone's going to get a gold medal on this heat. Just in about 5 minutes, we're going to be handing out the new world champion or remaining world champion, as Lincoln Dews now sitting there in 5th place for Team Australia. But look at France holding it off right now with Arthur Arukin just charging hard, the young 18-year-old. Let's see if Slater Trout has enough in the tank to overtake him. Slater Trout, California boy, knows how to read waves, can definitely make a buoy turn, so that's where he's going to catch Arthur. But Arthur been proving himself year after year, and this year has been one of his best.
That's right, the young Frenchman there leading this race into the third and final lap, as we see our photographer there taking the best shots as they go around that buoy. Here you see that train really tight compared to other races where we sort of saw groups or really some long gaps between each competitor. And here it is. This is further down the line, I do believe.
Yeah, that looks like mid-pack right there, but a very fast heat right now by these men. You see it about, so let's see, we got 5, 6, 7, 8 of them all stuck together on that lead or ending lap there. So it's anybody's race right now, but I don't know. Arthur Arukin with 2 more buoy turns to go. Let's see if he can hold off with the Frenchman looking very, very strong this far, Philip.
That's right, here we see still Arthur Arukin going into that first buoy in the lead, followed by Slater Trout very closely. Casper Steinfeld just drafting there behind the American into that buoy in 4th position. So that is trying to recognize him.
We broke away from the shot there, but there's your top 3. So your top 3 is France, the USA,
that's Kai Lenny.
And Denmark, followed up by Team Hawaii. That's Kai Lenny. You see his big wide stance there. Kai, very wide stance paddler. Then you got Lincoln Dews from Team Australia in 5th. So that rounds out your top 5.
That's right.
But conditions looking very, very lumpy out there. Here they come, paddling straight into your living room. 2 more buoy turns to go. Come on, Philip. Give me some life, little son. My goodness. Here comes Arukin into that buoy turn. He's going to turn on his onside as Slater Trout trying to cut to the inside, the California boy. And Slater will not make it past Arukin. And the rest of the field, this is midway back. We're seeing there, that's Zane Schweitzer out in front in the white race jersey going from right to left. And there's your lead pack once again. Slater Trout looking very, very strong here. Now we start looking for strategy around this next buoy turn. This buoy turn coming up, ladies and gentlemen, is what's going to decide this whole contest, right, Philip?
That's right. This buoy is crucial. Obviously, most of them, except for the leader, Arthur Arukin, well, he might want just one wave as soon as he goes around the buoy. You know going into that last buoy that you're giving yourself up to chance in a certain way, as you know that something can come and that can change totally the positions. We've seen a few scuffles like that and change of positions on several of the races. Here it comes. This is the last straight line for Arthur Arukin. He is that close to a gold medal. He got that 2nd place on the European Championship. And here he is right in front of Slater Trout, trying to get back some of those precious points for Team USA. They've just been rattled by Team Australia with those 2 gold medals.
And there's Kai Lenny. Kai Lenny
getting a bump out of nowhere.
We saw this from Kai Lenny at Pacific Paddle Games this year. Went from 5th into 1st just by catching a little runner, and I was just going to talk about that as Kai Lenny now making his way up into 2nd for Team Hawaii.
That's right, making out of nothing something that gives you that cutting edge. I mean, one of the experts on this also that I love his style is Connor Baxter. He's not here, couldn't come, he decided to take off. But here is Kai Lenny for Team Hawaii stepping it up. And you can see that he's taking it over. Who's that on the left? We see someone...
I believe that's in the yellow jersey. I think that's Lincoln Dews going way to the inside. Oh, no, that's Casper Steinfeld going way to the inside, riding that wave all the way in. So Casper going way inside on the reef. Very shallow in there. You got to be careful of that, Philip.
That's right, taking a different type of strategy, trying to ride that wave maybe a little bit further on the inside, but trying to gain that speed, maybe trying to gain one position or two, or in an attacking position on the leader. Arthur Arutkin is still in 1st position. We're going to try to see the rest of the pack, see where Kai Lenny is after catching that small bump. So here he is. This is the last straight line. And it seems it's...
that's Casper Steinfeld
catching
that wave.
Got that good strategy, taking that wave on the outside.
Took that wave all the way to the inside, goes from 3rd into 1st and gaining a ton of position. We had a weird camera angle there. We couldn't read it. He turns the hat around, and now he's 30 meters away from another gold medal.
He's already won 1 gold medal on the ISA technical race, and here he is trying to get another one at this 5th edition at Fiji, and here it is. Gold medal for Team Denmark.
Casper Steinfeld taking home the gold medal. Now the battle is Kai Lenny and Arthur Arutkin, and it'll be Kai Lenny for Team Hawaii taking silver. Arthur Arutkin from France taking bronze, and there is Slater Trout, I believe, coming up right there.
Slater, and I think that's Titouan Pouillot in 4th position.
We could have seen it. But, oh, baby, what a move by Casper Steinfeld. We saw him on that move. We thought Arthur was up in front due to a bad camera angle. We were unable to see that, but congratulations. Casper started out in the lead, saved it for the end. We called it. It's all about riding that little runner in. We saw Kai catch it first, then Casper catches it.
I have to give it off to Chris Parker calling that correctly.
Oh, how did he do in the rest? Let's take a look at the replay right here. Here's the wave. Here's the wave we're looking for right here. So now you're seeing this field pretty much stacked.
It is.
There's Steinfeld way to the inside, catching that little runner. It's going to carry him all the way. Now he's in 4th. Now he's in 3rd. And look at the speed he's carrying.
He's going on to that 2nd bump, and look how he passed that field of the 4 leaders of the race. He was almost in 5th position, sort of worked it out, got on that wave, stepped out, found that 2nd bump, and then he just takes 3 or 4 boards advance and glides through the finish line.
Oh, very smart paddling by the Denmark paddler, Casper Steinfeld, going way to the inside there off the reef. Then we saw Kai Lenny kind of see that and make his way in there. And I wonder if Casper's been out here paddling the whole entire week. Kai just showed up yesterday, hadn't had a lot of experience maybe. I don't know, he knows this reef better than anybody else. I'm not going to comment on that. But there he is, your new gold medalist and world champion, Casper Steinfeld. Then they come into the buoy right here.
They must have been rattled to see just Casper Steinfeld sort of gliding on the right. And where did he come from? And then he's 3 boards in front of you going through that last buoy.
Later, boys. I'll see you at the finish line. There it is. One of the ISA vice presidents, Casper Steinfeld. Congratulations to him. Remember, all the official results, you go to isaworlds.com for all the updated results. And boy, oh boy, it has been a good one. We definitely did not disappoint. Philip, it's been fun, man.
Yeah, what an entertaining day. What an excitement on this 3-kilometer technical paddle course. Tomorrow we will be heading into the long distance race that will be leaving. The start line is more or less at the top of the lineup at Cloudbreak, where we're having this top buoy, and it will end in Musket Cove and going through between the islands of Tavarua and Namotu. This is going to be an incredible ride. We are going to start tomorrow, Thursday, with the women's for the long distance race. That will be paddleboarding and stand-up paddling. And then on Friday we will see the same, but for the men's. We will be seeing more gold medals. Saturday we are going back to the SUP surfing action, as you saw it during the 2 first days of competition. That was Sunday and Monday. We've already got almost towards the finals with the girls. We've still got a few rounds to go with the men, but there's 8 to 10 feet swell on our way right now. It's already been ordered and it's coming.
You ordered it, huh?
Yeah, we ordered. I think Fernando ordered it.
Fernando made the call, said, yo, give me a 8 to 10 foot swell on Saturday. Okay.
8 a.m.
Thanks so much. Talk to you later. Oh, no. Congratulations to all the countries who competed today in this men's technical. Special thank you goes out to our course officials and judges, Barrett Tester Kelly French, our beach marshal and race director for this event. It couldn't have been better. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for tuning in and following along with us throughout the entire thing. Thanks to all of our friends on the message boards. Oh, mama. We got more racing continues tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the ISA. So to learn more about the ISA, go to isaworlds.com and get involved. And like we mentioned before, if you're part of the home country or one of your countries you want to get involved, send us an email. We'd love to chat with you and see what we can do to get you involved in these contests. And don't forget to follow us on our social handles, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and YouTube for all the updated little tidbits and information that happened from today's contest. That's going to do it.
That's right. We're going to wait on that final interview. We want to hear what the Viking has got to say about this victory and how he feels after this gold medal, repeating his feat from Peru a few years ago. Incredible paddling by Casper Steinfath. What a strategy, and finding that wave when 4 of the top paddlers was right next to him. They didn't do that, and look at the result.
Oh, so much fun, so much fun. You're seeing all the countries. There's Team Brazil flying their flag there and having a whole lot of fun. And that's the cool thing about, you got all the countries out on the water, Philip. I mean, all the countries getting together as they're starting to pull the buoys right here. And we get to go home on the big party barge here in just a little bit, have about 47 beers apiece.
That's the party barge.
Yeah,
man.
It's the party barge, man. It's going to be a party barge for Denmark and Australia after today, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to see how is the daily commute back to Denaro. That's going to be fun. As you can see already, we've seen some jet skis zipping by with some of the buoys. Kelly French has got an interesting afternoon as he's going to set up the long distance course edge in the middle of the Fijian Islands. But right now, let's see the recap of one of the most important races of this year.
There it is, the start right there. Lincoln Dews in the yellow in front there. Tituan Puyo, and there's Slater Trout, the big, powerful Californian, pulling hard. But look at this, Casper Steinfath, no shirt. The Viking charging hard on that Nash board, extending his lead by about a board and a half right off the bat there. And that was Steinfath's first glimpse that he was a chance to repeat as a gold medalist here. Then the field starts to stretch out. You see Kai Lenny on the inside on that Nash board. That turn right there, pushing Slater Trout out. This is where Arukin goes down and goes swimming, forcing the rest of the field to kind of delay and gives a little bit of extra room to Steinfath. But there's Arukin now trying to catch that little runner. You see him start to push towards right in front of Slater Trout, and Slater just didn't get any luck this round.
That's right. I mean, really, Arthur Arukin deserved to get a better spot. I mean, he's been leading the race, doing these turns, getting into the second lap, getting into that first position. He was leading that back, entering the third round, but I mean, he couldn't against that strategy by Casper Steinfath. A bit of luck also to find that wave on the side.
I think we asked Casper what's going on right here. I think he said, hey, it was just pure luck right there. You see him catch this runner all the way down, and he goes into fifth, from fifth to fourth to third, and everybody's just looking at him. Look at Kai Lenny look over his right-hand shoulder there like, what just happened? And Steinfath just pulls away with it. So congratulations to all those paddlers. What a chance. You come around that buoy turn, we said that. You come around that buoy turn, the wave's sitting there for you, just teed up like a golf ball, and you're ready to hammer it home, such as the Viking did right there for a repeat gold medal.
There he is, the Viking from Denmark, taking the win. The last one of the day. We've had 12 each, 4 finals today. 4 gold medals have already been defined. We can read tomorrow morning before the long distance race, as we see there the victory of Casper Steinfath in front of Kai Lenny in second position. There he is, the rider from Hawaii, also taking a jump, and Arthur Arukin leading most of this race, finishing in third position.
Let's go down to Jody Nelson right now. Jody's got our new world champion and gold medalist from the country of Denmark, Casper Steinfath. Jody, take it.
Thanks, guys. Down here with the winner of the men's stand-up paddleboard technical race at the ISA World Championships here in Fiji. Casper, your third win. Last year you got fourth. How does it feel to come back and take another win here?
It feels completely unbelievable. Like, I'm over the moon right now. It's, you know, just another dream come true. Like last year I was pushed to my limits, and honestly at that last lap today, I was not feeling it. I was totally burned. But I've done racing before, and like, you can never give up until you've crossed that finish line. And when I saw that wave coming, I couldn't believe none of the other guys took it, and I guess that was my luck today. But it was, I can't describe. There's so many emotions. It's a roller coaster right now.
And just walk us through that race. The conditions are really rough out here right now, and it seems like you got off to a good start, but just walk us through those different moments for you during that race.
Well, you know, the race is really split up in different sectors, and the key is really to get a good start, because that, if you can get in front of the draft train, you can really control it in some ways. Had a good start, you know, felt good through the second lap. There's a lot of bumps coming down the course, so you could, it's almost like a mini downwind we're doing. And, you know, all the guys were paddling so fast, and I could not keep up at the last lap, which is, you know, I felt kind of gutted about. But when I saw that wave again, like it was like sent from heaven or something. I'm thankful for Mother Ocean that sent it my way. And, you know, sometimes racing feels unbelievable, and that's the day today.
I have to tell you, watching the start, you looked like you had a motor underneath your board. Talk to us about your just technique coming off the start line.
You know, my technique is, I don't really think about it. It's what I've always done. I've really been inspired by Jim Terrell, and you know, some of the paddlers from his side of the sport. And, you know, if you can go into surf stance early and just motor, it's worked for me before, and it worked today. You really got to think about what's the most effective getting off the start line, and I feel like I've dialed it now and worked today at least.
Well, 3 first gold medals in the ISA World Championships for stand-up paddleboarding, and you've got to feel pretty good. Is there anybody you want to thank or say hi to watching all around the world?
I don't know how many people are watching right now because it's like midnight in Denmark. You know, big shout out to my girlfriend Mette. She might be watching with her parents. My coach Magnus. We've been working together for over 5 years now, and like, this is our teamwork that's led us here. You know, Nash, Red Bull, Quick Blade Paddles, the people that have supported me from day one, my dad, my brother, my mom. There's just too many people to thank, and the Danish Surf and Rafting Association. You know, I'm so thankful for everyone in my life that's allowed me to follow my passion.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Casper. I know this is the end of a big season for you, and you still have more paddling to do, so good luck to you in the rest of the event.
Thank you so much, Jody.
All right, we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jody. Thanks, Jody. And congratulations to Casper Steinfeth, the gold medalist in the men's technical racing here from Fiji. Let me tell you, Philip, it's been a fun day. And again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in and everybody's support. And we'll be back on the air tomorrow, 8 a.m. And Philip, we did not disappoint. We gave everybody a full dose of what stand-up paddling is all about today.
That's right. How exciting was this day? We've already got 4 gold medals defined. The Viking there, and it's what we thought. I mean, getting that wave, and why didn't anybody get onto that wave? Thank you very much for following us all day. Tomorrow we will be having the long distance race for the women in prone paddleboard and stand-up paddling. Friday we're getting the men's division for the same race, 18 kilometers between these beautiful Fijian islands. Here we are on the island of Tararua. This is the end of day 3 of competition here at the 2016 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship. It was a pleasure commentating this great races with you, Drew, for the rest of the world to see.
Oh, it's so true. And the best part about it is it's only about 4 o'clock here in Fiji, so the surf's going to start pumping, and you'll know where to find us. You'll find us out on the water. So thanks you all for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. for the distance racing. Remember, for all the updated information and official results, go to isaworld.com. Once again, thanks for tuning in. For Drew with you, I'm Drew with you. You're Philip Mueller. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Take care and see you tomorrow. Thank you.